Chapter 161. Ha! How dare I have any objection to Brother Zhao's confidant? Mo Qingtong said with a smile. The silver bracelet on her arm bumped against each other slightly, making a devilish sound. Suddenly, Xiao Yinrong's eyes were like silk, and her face was flushed. She put her hand on Xiao Han's shoulder, and her body became soft. Her voice was as soft as cotton. Xiao Han. I'm so hot. As she spoke, she actually wanted to undress herself. But after a breath, a sharp sword light flashed in Xiao Yinrong's eyes, making her wake up instantly. Her eyes were full of confusion and anger as she stared at Mo Qingtong. Mo Qingtong covered her mouth and chuckled, I'm just joking. Sister, don't take it to heart, this joke is not funny. Xiao Yinrong was ashamed and angry. She quickly moved her hand away from Xiao Han's shoulder and did not dare to look at him. Xiao Han was also very embarrassed. Miss Mo, you'd better not make such a joke. Okay, I'm just playing. Mo Qingtong repeatedly begged for mercy. She even looked like she had been wronged, which made people laugh. After this little interlude, the few of them settled down and sat down, closing their eyes to rest. Although Xiao Yinrong was annoyed by Mo Qingtong's rude teasing, she could only endure it. Bian flew for a day and a night. They began to descend slowly. Everyone, we're about to arrive at the Devil Xia region. Old Duan said. We've arrived at the Devil Xia region. On Swan Knee's back, a group of young people looked excited as they looked down at the scene below. Wow! Boss Xiao, we've finally arrived at the legendary Devil Xia region. Fatty is so nervous. Fatty Zhu's face was hot and red. He rubbed his eyes and stared down. I want to see what the Devil Xia region is like. Xiao Han could not hide his excitement and curiosity. He looked out. With one look, Xiao Han was shocked. What he saw was a big world. There were continents, oceans, divine mountains that glistened with the light of treasures, palaces that rose and fell majestically like heavenly palaces, burning with golden splendor, and grasslands that were full of immortal herbs and lingji. Looking down from the sky, there were many rivers that flowed like jade ribbons. Xiao Han saw that the azure ocean was very magnificent. The sea was sunny and breezy, exuding the aura of spring. Huge ships were anchored at the port along the coast, and many shops and high-end buildings had been set up. Moreover, everything here was very colorful and rich in layers. There were mountains in the distance and rivers nearby. It was full of dreamy poetry. The air was clear and clean. Pure and untainted. There was not the slightest trace of the demon clan scent here. Ah! The Devil Hero region is really overflowing with spiritual qi. I can feel it with just a slight breath. The air was warm, lingering, and nourishing. When inhaled, it could even wash away the impurities and filth in the body. Snow Bath Spirit. I thought that if someone was born here, they would definitely be born with a strong physique, immune to all diseases, and their meridians would be unobstructed. The origin of the Yaoxia region is many times stronger than that of the four regions. Mo Qingtong also sighed. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, looking intoxicated and enjoying it. In the azure sky, there were still birds and birds flying past. There were even rays of light, and traces of some powerful figures could be vaguely seen. After coming to the Devil Hero region, the younger generation of the southern region were like country bumpkins entering the city. Their eyes were filled with surprise and shock, and all of them were overwhelmed and intoxicated. Suddenly, Xiao Han saw that in the middle of the Devil Hero region, there was a towering pagoda. The pagoda was at least 100,000 meters tall, and it pierced deeply into the sky and the clouds. It was majestic, ancient, elegant, and magnificent, and it stretched for thousands of kilometers. It gave off a scholarly aura, and it gave off a sense of civilization and enlightenment. It caused the world to be filled with a righteous aura, and it simply made one feel deep veneration. The whole body of the pagoda was blooming with sacred rays of light, making people unable to look at it directly. It was like a temple. Layers upon layers. It was divided into layers, and each layer was magnificent. It was estimated that there were more than 1,000 layers. It was really too solemn. Not only could it not be seen at a glance, but it also made people want to kneel down and worship. It was as if this pagoda was the birthplace of the civilization of the entire Jianghu continent. Vaguely, a large number of giant reliefs could be seen carved on the pagoda. The contents of these reliefs could not be seen clearly, but it seemed to be describing the birth of this world and the mysteries of this universe. This pagoda was really suffocating. This was just looking at it from afar. If they approached the pagoda, even Xiao Han could not guarantee that they would not prostrate and worship it. Young people, this is the Devil Hero Pagoda. The bald elder Duan introduced as he landed on the ground. His tone was very serious and solemn. What you are looking at is the core building of the entire Devil Hero region, the Devil Hero Pagoda. It is supreme. It can be said that it is the Devil Hero Pagoda that supports this world, so that it will not become a paradise for the demons. It is the holy land in the hearts of all the demons. How great! A young woman exclaimed. It's really great. I heard that the owner of the Devil Hero Pagoda is an immortal. I wonder if it is true. Ha ha ha. The bald elder Duan and the other old antiques all began to laugh. They exchanged glances with each other, but none of them said anything. Elder Duan continued. Young people, don't make wild guesses. There is still some distance to the examination venue. Everyone, be quiet and listen to this old man's explanation. Everyone held their breath. They looked at Elder Duan eagerly. Xiao Han also licked his lips, his heart full of fascination. The Devil Hero region is very vast. Only after becoming a Devil Hero will you be qualified and have the authority to stay in the Devil Hero region. It is impossible for mortals and ordinary martial artists to enter the Devil Hero region. In the Devil Hero region, there is a civilization that is beyond your imagination. This is a place greater than the depths of the great wilderness. Once you become a real Devil Hero, then the Devil Hero region will be your home. Elder Duan said with a smile. The Devil Hero region belongs to the Devil Hero. Well, the young people cheered in their hearts. Elder Duan's simple words had aroused their desire to become Devil Heroes. It was extremely provocative. Elder Duan continued. As for the Devil Hero Pagoda, this old man will tell you. Even if you are a Devil Hero, you also need to spend a lot of contribution points to enter. The Devil Hero Tower is the pinnacle of the entire Devil Hero region. Because this year's Hex trial was the one with the highest value. So, here, this old man will give you a hint. In this year's Devil Hero trial, the little guy who stands out and finally becomes a Devil Hero will directly obtain the right to enter the Devil Hero Tower. Ha 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 ha. You have to know. Some low-level Devil Heroes will never have the chance to enter the Devil Hero Tower in this life. Senior, in the Devil Hero Tower, what kind of magical civilization and great things are there? A young man could not help but blurt out. Ha ha ha. Young people are too curious. Just like this old man back then. Elder Duan's attitude was very kind. When I was your age, I followed the senior Devil Hero to the Devil Hero region to participate in the trial. I also asked a lot of questions and wanted to know everything. Ha 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 ha. To put it simply, in the Devil Hero Tower, there is the most advanced auction house in the entire Jianghu continent, where you can buy anything you want. What are they? For example, any news and intelligence you want, all kinds of immortal herbs, immortal medicines, keys to various secret realms, maps, and even the elixir of immortality. By the way, there are also immortal techniques, which have also appeared in the auction house. There are many secret cultivation rooms in the Devil Hero Tower. There are also ancient and great teleportation formations. In short, you can find everything you want in the Devil Hero Tower. Wow, the group of young people was excited again. Senior, you mean, in this year's Devil Hero trial, as long as you become a Devil Hero, you can directly enter the Devil Hero Tower? A young man's face was flushed. Yes. Your cohort has this privilege. I remember when I was in my year, after I became a devil hero, I experienced many life and death missions, and it took me about 10 years to earn enough contribution points to enter the Devil Hero Tower. Of course, to be honest, the mortality rate in my year's Devil Hero trial was not as high as yours. The difficulty is relatively much lower. Elder Duan said with certainty. After a pause, Elder Duan's expression became serious again. Okay, everyone, let's have a brief understanding of the Devil Hero region and the Devil Hero Tower. Don't delve into it for the time being. Now, for you, the top priority is the Devil Hero trial. You will soon enter the entrance of the examination room. Waiting for the candidates from the east, west, north, and great wilderness. Once everyone had arrived, the first examiner of the official competition would appear. I'm only responsible for sending you to the entrance of the examination room. It's up to you how you're going to go. Like you, I'm from the southern region. Therefore, I hope that every candidate here can successfully become a devil hero and win glory for our entire southern region. However, I have to say that the devil hero trial is extremely cruel and terrifying, and can even be called abnormal. From the moment you enter the entrance of the examination room, your life will completely enter a countdown. If you want to survive and become a devil hero, then you have to work hard. Okay, close your eyes and rest. In a few hours, we will arrive at the entrance of the examination room. Brother Xiao, it's great to become a devil hero. We can live in the devil hero region. Especially after entering the Devil Hero Tower, it's full of novelty and all kinds of things that we've never heard of. Mo Qingtong looked excited. Hui Yang was also thinking. If I can enter the Devil Hero Tower and pay the corresponding price, I will definitely be able to find out the true culprit behind my family's massacre. The fat on Fatty Zhu's face trembled. Boss Xiao, did you hear that? There's even an immortal technique in the Devil Hero Tower. Do you know what Fatty's dream was since he was young? That is to become an immortal. Brother Zhu, your dream is really too great. Xiao Han was speechless. Fatty Zhu kept laughing dryly. After calming himself down, Xiao Han's expression also became very serious. I suggest that everyone not fantasize too much about the Devil Hero region and the Devil Hero Tower. After all, that's still very far away. What's in front of us is the main competition. The death rate is more than 90% of the main competition. In short, don't dream first, let's talk about it if we can survive. Yes. Xiao Yinrong nodded very seriously. Yes, Boss Xiao, what you said makes too much sense. Speaking of which, Fatty was getting more and more nervous. In a while, we will meet the geniuses of the Eastern region, Western region, Northern region, and the Great Wilderness. I don't know what they will look like. Will they all look fierce and want to kill Fatty the moment they meet? I really feel so scared. How can I pretend not to be afraid or nervous? Fatty. Shut up. Don't be so long-winded. Mo Qingtong glared at Fatty Zhu, scaring him into hiding behind Xiao Han. A few hours later, Bian flew towards a divine mountain. Before landing on the top of the mountain, Elder Duan's voice sounded again. Everyone, get ready. We've arrived at the entrance of the examination room. Chapter 162. The entrance to the test site was set up on the peak of an endless sacred mountain. At the peak of the mountain was a huge man-made square. It covered an area of more than 100,000 acres. At first glance, it seemed to be boundless. The swan and I broke down into billions of rays of light and merged into Elder Duan's acupoints. All of you, wait here, Elder Duan and the other old-timers who had come with him said. At this time, the participants from the other regions and the vast wilderness had not arrived yet. There were only 300 participants from the southern region, looking around nervously. The area of the square was too big, making the few hundred people in it look very small. On one side of the square was a steep cliff, and on the other side was a huge and heavy stone door. The stone door was dozens of feet high and 7 or 8 feet wide. It was tightly shut, and no one knew what was behind it. There were many obscure patterns and runes engraved on the stone door, adding to its mystery. I guess the path to the test site is behind the stone door, Xiao Han said to Mo Qingtong and the others. Xiao Han, Mo Qingtong, Fatty Zhu, Hua Fan, and Xiao Yunrong formed a small group, clearly separated from the others. Once the stone door opens, we'll enter the main competition, Hua Fan said in a low voice. He looked very nervous and his heart was beating fast. I wonder what the first test is. Old Duan and the other old-timers who had come with him stopped chatting with the youngsters and simply stood off to the side, waiting. At this moment, Xiao Han, Mo Qingtong, a cold and arrogant man's voice sounded. A group of people walked directly toward Xiao Han and the others. This group was led by Li Ziki and Qing Feng, one of the top 10 seeded participants of the Southern Region preliminaries. Xiao Han looked up and saw the devilish Li Ziki greeting him and Mo Qingtong. Xiao Han, we're about to enter the main competition. Li Ziki walked over and looked at Xiao Han. Li Ziki was young and handsome, but his eyes were too sharp and full of vigor. He had a kind of pride that made everyone bow down to him. His temperament was almost devilish. Qing Feng, who was standing beside Li Ziki, glanced at Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Hua Jia with undisguised lust. There were more than 100 people following behind them. Xiao Han, it wasn't easy for you, Mo Qingtong, and Fatty Zhu to stand out from the death group and get a place in the main competition. However, the main competition was many times more difficult than the preliminaries. With just the strength of the three of you, it will be very difficult to survive. Li Ziki said coldly and arrogantly. How about this? You guys join my team and Qing Feng's. Together, we'll fight against the other powers in the main competition. Gain a reputation and become a swordsman. Join your team? Xiao Han was stunned. To be honest, he had never thought of teaming up with anyone unrelated to him. Xiao Han couldn't even completely trust Mo Qingtong, Fatty Zhu, and the others, let alone Li Ziki and Qing Feng, whom he had never interacted with before. Moreover, Li Ziki's temperament was too gloomy. He was definitely not a good person. Cooperating with such a person was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Mo Qingtong, Fatty Zhu, Xiao Yunrong, and Hua Jia didn't speak. Seeing that Xiao Han didn't agree to the request of teaming up, Li Ziki's killing intent flashed in his eyes. His pupils contracted and he said indifferently. Xiao Han, there are 10,000 people participating in the main competition. It's no small matter. You can't be naive enough to think that you can pass with just the few of you, right? How stupid. Qing Feng and I have roped in more than 100 people. We can be considered a rather influential team. If you don't join us and don't borrow our power, you'll definitely die. Towards the end, Li Ziki's tone was no longer one of discussion, but a naked threat. Hey! Xiao Han's heart was boiling with anger. He was a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Being threatened directly made him feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, Xiao Han saw Qing Feng's greedy gaze at Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Hua Jia. This made Xiao Han instinctively feel a surge of killing intent. Xiao Han sneered. He said indifferently. Join your team? I'm not interested. Xiao Han. Qing Feng suddenly looked at Xiao Han viciously. His whole body was filled with demonic aura, and his killing intent was terrifying. You probably think that by defeating idiots like Xia Feng and Hua Lai, you're the strongest in the younger generation of the southern region, right? Ha 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 ha. You're too naive. Xia Feng and Hua Lai are just little flowers kept in a greenhouse by the sect. You can't defeat them with your real ability. Now, I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to join our team, it'll be good for you, me, and everyone. If you disobey, after entering the main competition, I'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with you. At that time, you won't even know how you died. This Qing Feng was extremely bloodthirsty. Moreover, he was a rogue cultivator who lived on the edge of the Jianghu. He could easily kill an entire sect and was lawless. Therefore, now, he publicly issued an ultimatum to Xiao Han. Get lost. Xiao Han didn't even think about it. He said indifferently. Get lost right now. Oh. Hearing this, Li Ziki and Qing Feng's faces were filled with anger. True qi surged in their bodies, as if they were ready to attack at any time. Mo Qingtong smiled. Her magic eyes of Jianshui became brighter and brighter. Fatty Zhu's whole body trembled, as if he was scared out of his wits. His fat ball-like body kept retreating, but between the rolling of his eyes, there was a trace of undetectable killing intent. All right. Don't attack for now. It's not worth it if these idiots affect the main competition. After entering the main competition, I'll make them regret it. Humph. Li Ziki looked at old Duan and the others in the corner of the square. Then, he gave Xiao Han and the others a deep look and signaled Qing Feng to leave. On the other side of the square, the Crown Prince of Lingshan and Tian of the Ocean Emperor's sect had also roped in hundreds of people. The Crown Prince of Lingshan also looked at Xiao Han with an imposing manner. When he saw Li Ziki and Qing Feng returning in defeat, he was slightly stunned. Then, he observed and analyzed Xiao Han with a playful look. Mo Qingtong's eyes swept over from time to time, and there was a strong sense of dominance between his brows. The main competition had not officially started. Even the geniuses of the other regions and the Great Wilderness had not arrived yet. The square was already filled with the smell of gunpowder and undercurrents were surging. If old Duan and the others were not present, blood would have already flowed like a river. Boss Xiao. Fatty Zhu said in a low voice, those guys are so fierce. Fatty is afraid that they have ulterior motives and will stab us in the back during the main competition. So scary. Brother Zhu, don't be afraid. When the time comes, I'll cover you. You just need to release your giant sword and crush all of them to death. That's all. Xiao Han smiled. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Sweat. Boss Xiao, are we really going to make a move? Fatty Zhu licked his lips. Once we enter the main competition, anyone who is disadvantageous to us will be wiped out in advance. Xiao Han said with an unquestionable tone. Then, he looked at Mo Qingtong. Miss Mo, what do you think? If Brother Xiao says to kill, then let's kill. Mo Qingtong said softly. Her tone was like that of a gentle and virtuous wife who was obedient to her husband's every whim. However, the killing intent and demonic aura in her eyes were shocking and monstrous. Xiao Yinrong secretly observed Fatty Zhu and Mo Qingtong. She nodded secretly. These two guys are not simple characters. Of course, Xiao Han is not simple either. Back then, in our Xiao clan gathering, Xiao Han was only at the physical body realm. Although he was monstrous at that time, he was not heaven-defying enough. But now, I can't see through him at all. At this moment, scarlet clouds surged in the sky, and true energy surged like a tide. A huge primordial phoenix covered the sky and covered the sun. There was lightning lingering between its wings as it flew over like an aurora. Boom! Soon, the primordial phoenix landed on the plaza on the summit. It turned into rays of light and auspicious clouds and merged into the body of a skinny, black-robed, sinister-looking old man. A group of young people were led by a few old antiques to the plaza. All of these young people were full of vigor and vitality. Their true energy burned like the sea, and their battle prowess was shocking. Ha ha ha. Brother Duan, our northern domain's enchantresses are here. The black-robed, skinny old man laughed loudly. Elder Duan brought a few old antiques with him to welcome them. Elder Duan smiled. Brother Ouyang, the young people of the northern domain this time are all extraordinary. Same here. The 300 enchantresses of the southern domain are also outstanding. There are a few who are quite decent. The black-robed, skinny old man's gaze pierced through everything. He glanced at the 300 young people of the southern domain. Immediately, the 300 young people of the southern domain felt like they had been seen through. The demon egg and seal in Xiao Han's heart shrank to a speck of dust. He did his best to control the spirit turtle's true energy to seal the demon emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm. He was extremely nervous. The participants of the Northern Domain's main competition had finally arrived. At this moment, the young generation of the Northern and Southern Domain were looking at each other with deep hostility in their eyes. Xiao Han, although the Northern Domain only has a third of the Southern Domain's people, their battle prowess is not inferior at all. I see at least a dozen guys with auras comparable to Li Ziki and Qing Feng. Xiao Yunrong whispered to Xiao Han warily. It doesn't matter. Let's look at the geniuses of the Eastern Domain, Western Domain, Great Wilderness, and the Devil Hero Domain. Xiao Han was calm and steady. At this moment, ha 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 ha, the young people of the Northern and Southern Domain have arrived? A rough voice came from the western sky. However, Brother Duan, Brother Ouyang, the young generation of the Western Domain has been living in an abyss of suffering since they were young. They have to be on guard against the invasion of the Demon Clan at all times. Who asked the Demon Clan of the Western Domain to be so rampant? To be able to grow up in such an environment, the youngsters were all able to take charge of their own affairs, and they were extremely outstanding. I think the young people of the Western Domain are the best of the four domains in terms of battle prowess and survival ability. They won't lose to the powerful Eastern Domain. A primordial red dragon came from the west. An old man in a red robe stood on the dragon's head, looking down on the world. On the dragon's back, there were 10 young people. All of their eyes were firm and fierce, and their battle intent was wild. It was as if a casual glance was a provocation. These are the most outstanding young people of the Southern and Northern Domain? I don't think so. I wonder if they will wet their pants after seeing the Demon Clan. A young man in a white robe with dark skin said. His eyes were like swords, piercing through the sky, and his whole body was rolling with a strong battle intent, dominating the wilderness. As soon as he spoke, the young people behind him all laughed out loud, as if they were not afraid of anything at all. The ferocity of the Western Domain's people was vividly reflected by this group of young people. For a moment, the young people of the Northern and Southern Domain all stared at the young people of the Western Domain angrily. Even on the Northern Domain side, there were already many people who started cursing. Ha 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 ha. Young people should be like this as soon as they meet. There is no smell of gunpowder at all. How can it be called the Devil Hero Trial? The old man in a red robe who led the young people of the Western Domain here not only didn't stop them, but also laughed. The next moment, boom, in the eastern sky, auspicious clouds surged, heavenly flowers fell, and divine sounds were faintly discernible. A 3-story ship that was hundreds of feet long came with the wind. There were some young men and women walking around on the ship. All of them had extraordinary grace and noble auras. Strong waves of true qi swept across the entire peak in an instant, firmly suppressing the aura of the young people of the Northern, Southern, and Western Domain. This ship seemed to have come from the celestial world, making the people on the ship as hazy as fog and as ethereal as clouds, all like immortals descending to the mortal world. They were so superior. On the deck of the ship was a young man that was terrifyingly handsome. His entire body was coiled with dragon qi, and his aura was oppressive and luxurious. He held a jug of wine in his hand and was drinking lightly, and he had a graceful bearing like a noble young master. His gaze swept downwards, and his tone was light as water. I heard that the talents of the Southern, and Western domains are declining, far less prosperous than our Eastern domain. Today, I see that it is true. In the Southern, and Western domains, there are only a few young people who can barely hold the fort, but they want to participate in this year's Devil Hero Trial. When the time comes, they will all die without a burial place, sad and pitiful. Why do you have to do this? The guys in the Eastern Domain have always been arrogant. They have been like this since ancient times. When I participated in the Devil Hero Trial, I also met a group of guys from the Eastern Domain, and they were all killed by me. Today, another group has come. How I wish they would all be wiped out. Elder Duan's eyes were frighteningly vicious, and the muscles at the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Brother Xiao, the people from the Eastern Domain have come. TSK, TSK, there are a lot of them. Mo Qingtong looked up and said in Xiao Han's ear. Yes, there are 1,500 places in the eastern domain, more than 3 times the total number of places in the northern, southern, and western domains. Xiao Han nodded. The ship disassembled. 1,500 beautiful people from the eastern domain, led by several old antiques, descended to the peak. These young people from the eastern domain were all like imperial envoys who had come to the countryside. They all looked at the young generation of the southern, and western domains with a sense of superiority, as if they were looking at country bumpkins. These young people from the eastern domain were all wrapped in auspicious clouds, auspicious qi, long rainbows, and extravagant flowers. They looked very imposing. Of course, among the 1,500 people, there were a large number of geniuses with high realms, terrifying auras, and special physiques. They should not be underestimated. Xiao Han observed for a while and found that among the people from the eastern domain, there were many experts in the 5th level of true qi. There were also some people who had obviously comprehended saber intent or sword intent. Ha 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 ha, Devil Hero region. The children of the great wilderness are here. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a rumbling voice exploded from the sky, like the roar of a demon god. An obscure pressure came from afar. Everyone on the plaza at the summit raised their heads to watch. They saw a huge dark cloud rolling over. In this dark cloud, thousands of tyrannical auras converged, causing the clouds in the sky to automatically split open, and the air to crackle under the pressure. In the dark cloud, there were roars of wild beasts and cries of fierce phoenixes. These sounds tore gold and iron, and pierced through metal and stone. Vaguely, thousands of people could be seen in the dark cloud. Every one of them was like a demon god. Their flesh shells crushed everything, and a slight breath could shatter the air. The danger shattered the tranquility of the area. Waves of aura of the great wilderness covered the sky and covered the earth. Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall middle-aged man took a step forward. His mouth was like a sea of blood, his eyes were like the sun and moon, and his head was like a mountain. Anyone who looked at him would feel as if they had fallen into a boundless and terrifying desolate land. This middle-aged man's flesh shell was so strong that it was hard to describe. A slight breath seemed to be able to suck the whole sky into his stomach. It was just like the primordial demonic rock, who could swallow the sun and the moon. This year's Devil Hero trial is the stage for the children of the great wilderness. All the places to advance will fall into the hands of the children of the great wilderness. The fate of the world has gradually shifted to the great wilderness. This year's Devil Hero trial will prove this point. The middle-aged man said arrogantly. The people of the great wilderness had also arrived. There were a lot of people, up to people. The lineup was so grand that it was shocking. Chapter 163. The geniuses who participated in this year's Monster Hero Trial competition had arrived. Most of the geniuses came from the great wilderness, several times more than those from the East region. They finally arrived at the plaza at the peak of the mountain. The young generation of the North, South, East and West region all looked over. The young generation from the depths of the great wilderness were too vigorous. Their flesh shells had the power to pull the earth from the sky. Some had pupils that were almost turning pale gold, some even had horn-like sarcomas on their foreheads, some had glistening skin like stars and gems, some looked like ferocious beasts, some were full of evil qi, as if they wanted to kill and eat people with just a glance, some were covered with ferocious and ancient tattoos, some even had scales growing on their arms. Some had an ancient and profound aura, with the aura of an emperor. When they opened and closed their eyes, lightning lingered. Shocking people. Some seemed to be born a few meters tall, very special, obviously a mutant. Some had a body like a treasure shell, with scarlet clouds and runes flashing. The people of the great wilderness came in all shapes and forms. Under the lead of the 3-meter-tall middle-aged man who released a heart-palpitating aura, the children of the great wilderness stood in line. They were also observing the young people of the North, South, East and West region. Most of them had disdain and ridicule in their eyes. Of course, although the great wilderness was powerful, the young generation of the North, South and East region were not too afraid. Those who were selected to participate in the main competition were all geniuses. They would not be easily frightened, instead, their fighting spirit was aroused. Xiao Han sealed his aura and the power of his flesh shell tightly. He was as calm as still water, observing the people of the great wilderness with great interest. His eyes were very clear, showing his inner calmness. Boss Xiao. Those are the people of the great wilderness. Their aura is too shocking, all of them look fierce. They are almost human. They should be our biggest enemies in the main competition. Fatty Zhu seemed to be scared silly, nagging in Xiao Han's ear. Yes, there are many experts in the great wilderness. Xiao Han nodded seriously. I heard from the sect master that in recent years, there has been a surge of talents in the young generation of the great wilderness. Many geniuses have been born. It seems that the ones participating in the main competition this time are the most outstanding ones. He just had to be careful. Other than that, the eastern region is also flourishing. The eastern region is flourishing and is the cradle of geniuses. Countless heroes with legendary experiences have risen there. Even though their numbers are not as good as the great wilderness, their quality is terrifyingly high. Comparatively speaking, our southern region, northern region, and western region are indeed much weaker. Now on the summit square, there were nearly 10,000 people, which suddenly raised the atmosphere, making the atmosphere of the Hex Hero preliminaries burst out at once. Elder Duan and the other old-timers were in charge of the 300 competitors from the southern domain, while the old-timers from the other domains and the Great Desolation kept the restless youngsters in check. That way, there wouldn't be any chaos. Alright, calm down. You must be very nervous right now, right? That's right. All the participants are about to arrive and the main competition is about to begin. It's impossible not to be nervous. Elder Duan lectured the 300 youths from the southern mountain range in a low voice. I can't help you too much. Try to control your emotions. Wait for the first examiner. Another old antique chimed in. When the first examiner comes, all of us who are not involved will have to leave. At that time, you will be completely handed over to the examiner. Elder Duan, seniors, I have a question. The Crown Prince of the Lingshan Empire suddenly spoke. Huh? The Crown Prince of the Lingshan Empire, right? What other questions do you have? Elder Duan asked. Elder Duan, in the main competition, do the contestants have to fight with each other? The Crown Prince of the Lingshan Empire glanced at the people from the Eastern Domain and the Great Desolation. If there is a bloody battle between different camps, the Northern, Southern, and Western domains will be at a disadvantage. Our numbers are less than that of the Eastern Domain and far less than that of the Great Desolation. If there is a melee, I'm afraid that the three domains will be wiped out. Hearing this, the faces of the younger generation of the Southern Domain became solemn. Elder Duan thought for a moment, then said. The examination questions of every Hex Hero preliminaries are different. But according to my experience, it's unlikely that there will be a melee. The examination questions will be very complicated and tortuous. Sometimes it's even purely a gamble of luck, not entirely based on one's realm and combat strength. Of course, there will definitely be fights between the contestants, and there will definitely be people who die in the hands of other contestants. In short, many unexpected things will happen. Well, don't ask any more, wait for the arrival of the first examiner. At this moment, boom, a ray of light, as if from the 9 heavens, shrouded the summit square. In an instant, heavenly flowers appeared in the void and fell one after another. Golden lotuses appeared on the ground, and the clouds were steaming. It was incomparably sacred. Young men and women with almost invincible auras walked out of the light. All of them were spotless, dignified and dignified. No more, no less, they were all people. They were all very young. There were men and women. All of their eyes were as deep as the Milky Way, glowing with an otherworldly brilliance. It was as if they were born to be superior to others. As soon as these people appeared, their eyes swept across the young people of the Eastern, southern, northern, and western domains, and then looked at the people of the Great Desolation. Then, they all looked away and didn't look at anything else. It was as if they were born with a kind of pride and nobility, and looking at others was a kind of charity. These fellows are really arrogant. I know, the last young man named KC must be from the Yaoxia region. The sect master once said that this is a talent cultivated by some of the old antiques of the Yaoxia region. They are known as the biggest variable in this year's Yaoxia trial, the most terrifying group of people. Xiao Han's heart moved. Now, all the contestants who participated in this year's Yaoxia trial had arrived. 1,500 people from the eastern domain, 300 people from the southern domain, people from the western domain, people from the northern domain, 100 people from the Yaoxia region, and people from the Great Desolation. There were a total of 10,000 people, no more and no less. Well, everyone is here. Elder Duan nodded. I think the first examiner will appear. Even I don't know who the first examiner will be. Everyone, our mission can be considered to have been completely completed. It's time for us to retire. The rest will depend on the performance of the youngsters. Leading the northern region. The enchanting, skinny old man in a black robe also retreated to the side with a smile. In this way, many antiques all retreated to the side and gathered together to whisper and talk, no longer looking at the young people, as if they had completely let go. This time, all the little guys are here. It is indeed the most prosperous generation in history. Although there are only 10,000 people, the quality is too high. Yes, many young people actually have the quality to become low-level Yaoxia. Now they have to go through a cruel selection, and maybe they will die. Thinking about it, I feel a little pity. These talents will be one less person if they die. You can't say that. The young people who can become Yaoxia this time will all be brilliant in the future. They will revitalize our human clan, and maybe one day there will be immortals among them, Whether there will be immortals or not, I dare not make a conclusion, but I hope to see our human clan completely drive the demon clan out of this land in my lifetime. Even destroy the demon clan. At this time, a sudden cough sounded in the middle of the square on the summit. The cough wasn't loud, and it was faintly discernible. There was even a smell of gossamer. But everyone present felt as if their souls had been hit by a heavy hammer. All the young people, including Elder Duan and the other old antiques, were taken aback. They all looked in the direction of the sound and saw that in a deserted corner of the square, a void was slowly condensing, and then a door appeared. The door was very small, and the color of the wood showed that it was a wooden door. With a creak, the wooden door opened, and a sickly old man with a bent back and a sallow face walked out. The old man was emaciated, and at first glance, people could tell that he was only 40 to 50 kilograms, and he was very weak. And the most eye-catching thing was that the old man was a cripple. His left leg was dragging on the ground, making him look very comical. After a closer look, it turned out that his left leg had been broken, and now he was wearing a prosthetic one. It seemed that the old man was not only emaciated, but also half-crippled. The young people in the square were full of doubts. But Elder Duan and the other old antiques showed deep fear in their eyes. Elder Duan said in a low voice. So the first examiner is him. As expected of the cruelest devil hero trial in history. The first examiner is such a cruel and experienced devil hero. These young people are going to suffer. I reckon that after the first round of examination, many people will die. All right, Brother Duan, don't make any noise. Let's leave. So that we don't offend this crippled old man. Damn it, when I was young, I participated in the devil hero trial, and this crippled old man was the examiner for the second last round. He looked like this at that time, and after so many years, he still looks the same, without any change. TSK, what an old monster. Let's go, let's go. The red-robed old man who brought the many beauties from the western region here urged repeatedly. In the past, the lame examiner would have appeared in the second last or third round. Who would have thought that he would appear in the first round? Dangerous, too dangerous. The 3-meter-tall middle-aged man who led the children of De Huang here also clicked his tongue. Cough, cough, cough. The crippled old man kept coughing as his gaze swept across all the young people in the square. His aura was extremely weak, as if he was a candle in the wind, at the end of his life, and could be extinguished at any moment. Furthermore, there was not the slightest fluctuation of true qi on the crippled old man's body. At first glance, people would conclude that he was just a sloppy old man with one foot in the grave. Boss Xiao, this old man, could he be the first examiner that Elder Duan mentioned? Fatty Zhu asked with an extremely incredulous voice. Don't make a sound. Xiao Han glared at Fatty Zhu. At this moment, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart was emitting an extremely uneasy sense of danger. It was almost motionless, lying dormant like a speck of dust. It was as if it had become a dead object. This crippled old man is probably even scarier than Elder Duan. Xiao Han was clear in his heart. Cough, 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 cough. The crippled old man violently coughed a few times, and immediately said with a voice that was as weak as a gossamer. These are the little fellows who are participating in the selection this year? It's not bad, much more interesting than the previous years. His voice sounded very weak, but strangely, in such a huge square, it could be clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. All right, this old man will be your first examiner. The crippled old man grinned, and immediately looked towards Elder Duan and the others, and impatiently waved his hand. All of you, quickly leave. Don't stay any longer, leave these little fellows to this old man. There's nothing for all of you here. After the crippled old man said this, Elder Duan and the others immediately left the summit square. Right now, in the entire summit square, there were only 10,000 participants and this nondescript crippled old man. Oh my God. This is the examiner for the first round of the examination? It can't be. It's just a crippled old man. It doesn't look like he has any cultivation, a half-crippled person. How is he going to test us? I originally thought that the examiner would definitely be a mighty figure who could swallow the 9 continents, who could shoot through the heavens. I didn't expect that it would be a skinny old man. His life force seems to have dried up. He should be an antique that is thousands of years old, or even tens of thousands of years old, and his lifespan is about to end. Let's not talk too much first, let's see what the first round of the examination is about. After knowing that this crippled old man was the examiner for the first round of the examination, many participants started to discuss in low voices, expressing their disbelief. Cough, cough. The crippled old man coughed a few times again, and immediately said weakly. Little fellows, congratulations on passing the intense preliminaries, entering the main competition, and coming here. I am very honored to be the main examiner for your first round of the main competition. Then, this old man wants to tell you, the first examination hall is behind this stone door. The crippled old man stretched out a finger that was as thin as a bamboo stick, and pointed at the huge sealed stone door at the end of the square. What will be behind that stone door? Xiao Han's heart was filled with anticipation, and also restlessness. The main competition is really about to begin. No matter how difficult it is, I, Xiao Han, will definitely win. In the end, I will become a demon hero. To be continued. Chapter 164. The heavy stone door was tightly shut. On the stone door, there were many obscure inscriptions and patterns engraved, looking extremely mysterious. Knowing that the first examination venue was behind the stone door, the 10,000 contestants all looked forward, hoping that the crippled old man could open the stone door quickly. The audience held their breath. Xiao Han licked his lips and stared at the stone door, his heart beating faster. However, the crippled old man did not seem to have any intention of opening the stone door immediately. Instead, he kept nagging. Little guys, as you know, the competition is about to begin. It's really thrilling. You must be very nervous and excited, right? Ha ha ha. He laughed, revealing his missing teeth, making a funny sound like a bellows. Many of the contestants wanted to laugh, but they tried hard to hold it back. The crippled old man kept nagging. The mortality rate is very high in the Hex Hero preliminaries. Sometimes, if you are not careful, you will lose your life. Especially this year, the mortality rate is more than 90%. The crippled old man actually nagged for more than half an hour. He kept saying some platitudes, but still refused to open the stone door. Brother Xiao. Mo Qingtong whispered beside Xiao Han, this old man is probably 10,000 years old. He seems to be senile and confused, talking incoherently. How can such an old guy be the chief examiner? If he goes on like this, he won't be able to finish in a few hours. Miss Mo, this old man is unfathomable. Don't talk too much. Just listen. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. At this moment, this examiner. Among the people of the great wilderness, a young man more than 3 meters tall, with a strong back and a bear's waist, eyes like a ferocious bird, and a green eagle tattoo on his left cheek. It was vivid and fierce. Between his breaths, his flesh shell moved slightly, releasing a strong power to crush everything. He took a step forward, crossed his arms, and said proudly, Examiner, everything you said has been said several times by our tribe's Hex Hero. I don't think it's necessary to repeat it. The mortality rate is high in the Hex Hero preliminaries, but we are all willing to take risks. That's why we are able to get through the bloody battles in the preliminaries and come here. Examiner, hurry up and open the stone door. Oh. The crippled old man paused. He narrowed his eyes and looked at this young man from the Great Desolate. A ruthless light flashed in his old eyes as he slowly said, You're a little fellow from the great wilderness, right? Didn't your tribe's heroes teach you to respect the examiners? All right, your spot in the main competition has been taken away. Scram immediately. What? The young man was taken aback for a moment before a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Examiner, I've fought with my life on the line and finally managed to get into the main competition. How can you deprive me of my place in the main competition with just a few words? I'll say it for the last time. Cough, cough, cough. The crippled old man kept coughing as if he was about to die from coughing. Preposterous. A rotten old man like you actually told me to scram? Do you know that I'm the most outstanding young man in the Aguda tribe? He tore a wand with his bare hands as if he was tearing a piece of paper, and he had even opened a true acupoint and cultivated to the 4th level of Jianghu. Yet, you want me to scram? You. That young man's words were filled with anger, and he actually roared in front of him. A portion of the men and women of the great wilderness also became restless and wanted to join in the commotion. However, the young man hadn't finished speaking when the crippled old man raised his right hand. That shriveled and withered right claw grabbed the air. Poochie. There wasn't a trace of true energy fluctuation, but the airflow between heaven and earth suddenly collapsed inward. A large part of the sky seemed to be easily grabbed by his palm. Ah! That young man from the great wilderness let out a miserable scream. His entire body seemed to be sucked into the crippled old man's palm. He had completely lost any ability to resist, and he was like an ant that was being pinched. In the next moment, bang! The crippled old man's palm clenched together, and a large part of the space seemed to be obliterated. The body of the young man from the great wilderness instantly exploded, disintegrated, and evaporated. Soon, it disappeared without a trace. He didn't even have the time to let out a miserable scream before his entire body was completely annihilated. He was actually casually destroyed by the crippled old man. This claw was something that none of the young men present would be able to resist. It was simply an almighty ability that could pluck the stars and seize the moon. Ah! The children of the great wilderness standing around the young man's body were so shocked that their faces turned ashen. They quickly retreated, still in a state of shock, and no longer dared to say a word. The young men from the north, south, east, and west regions also looked at each other in dismay and kept quiet out of fear. This crippled old man is really cruel. One wrong word and he directly grabbed someone to death. Not even his bones were left. Xiao Han also couldn't help but look at Mo Qingtong, Fatty Zhu, and the others. The subtext was, "Don't make a ruckus, or else you'll bring about a fatal disaster." Mo Qingtong's pretty face was pale with fright. Fatty Zhu was also so scared that he shrank his neck. Xiao Yunrong and Huiyang's hearts were even colder. Someone had died before the competition even started. It was too terrifying. It's just a little aphid, and it can't stop jumping around. The crippled old man flicked his fingernails, as if he had casually pinched a small fly or mayfly to death, insignificant. He cleared his throat. Everything that your elders told you before, they don't count. From now on, I have the final say. There was dead silence, and no one dared to complain. The crippled old man opened his mouth. If it wasn't for me and my old buddies risking their lives to fight against the demon race great emperor and annihilate many demon emperors, how could you little fellows be where you are today? You really have no respect for your seniors, no respect for your superiors. After saying a lot of things, he was finally satisfied. After a full 2 hours, the crippled old man finally stopped talking. He flicked his right index finger slightly, and a piercing sound resounded throughout the vast chalk field. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound, and a huge scroll appeared above the vast chalk field. It was about 100 feet long and spread out. Countless words appeared on it, as if it contained another world. The young man on the vast chalk field looked at it and found that the words on the scroll were actually names of places and people. It was densely packed. My name is on the scroll too. Xiao Han saw that on the bottom left of the scroll, there were small words written very clearly. Southern Region, Beacon Fire Empire, Pure Cloud Sect, Xiao Han. Moreover, Xiao Han also saw some names that he was familiar with, such as, Southern Region, Beacon Fire Empire, Pure Cloud Sect, Huiyang Southern Region, Beacon Fire Empire, Mingjian Villa, Xiao Yunrong Southern Region, Dark Shadow Empire, Heavenly Demon Sect, Mo Qingtong. Listen, all the young people who are participating in this year's Devil Hero trial, your names are on this scroll. There can't be any omissions. Now, split a strand of your origin true chi and inject it into the scroll. Light up your names on the scroll. In your origin true chi, there are traces of your soul, essence, chi, and spirit. This will be considered as your information left on the scroll. Once you die in the main competition, your name will be dimmed so that the people outside who are paying attention to the trial will know the situation. Alright, let's light up your names. Hearing this, many young people did not dare to be negligent. They each shot a trace of origin true chi onto the scroll and accurately poured it into their name. In an instant, the countless names on the scroll lit up, glistening and lifelike. This is interesting. Xiao Han smiled faintly and casually shot a trace of origin true chi to light up his name. Alright, that's enough. After all the contestants had lit up their names, the scroll was like an immortal list. True chi fluctuations rolled around, looking very noble and colorful. The crippled old man nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. The scroll floated away. All right. Now, I will announce the rules of the first exam and open the stone door. Everyone, listen carefully. The crippled old man announced. In an instant, all the contestants on the field held their breath and pricked up their ears to listen. Devil Hero Region. A glittering notice floated above the Devil Hero region and expanded in the wind. In an instant, it grew to a length of thousands of feet and a height of hundreds of feet. It was so large that it covered the sky and the sun. Every name on the notice was magnified infinitely. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and a group of devil heroes had already flown to the Devil Hero region. When they looked up and saw the list floating in the sky, they all stopped. Sect Master, the main competition is about to begin. Junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Huiyang have already lit up their names. Xiao Mingchu said excitedly. Perhaps the first test has already begun. I hope junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Huiyang's names will always be so bright and never dim. Well, it has finally begun. Wu Yu put his hands behind his back and his clothes fluttered like an immortal. Come, let's enter the Devil Hero Tower. We can watch the competition in more detail. Let's go, Brother Wu. Let's enter the Devil Hero Tower together. I am also very worried about Qingtong at the moment. I am afraid that something will happen to her. Watching from the Devil Hero Tower, we can even see some details of the competition. It is better than standing here and looking at the list. The Heaven's Devil Old Man also came over. Heaven's Devil Old Man, let's go to the Devil Hero Tower together. Wu Yu smiled and nodded. At this time, Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling said in unison, Sect Master, we don't have enough contribution points. We can't enter the Devil Hero Tower to watch the competition at will. Sect Master, I don't have much contribution points left. I can only stay in the Yaoxia Pagoda for 7 days and 7 nights. The main competition can't be completed in 7 days and 7 nights. Xiao Mingchu looked like he was in a dilemma. It doesn't matter. We still have some extra contribution points. It is enough for us to stay in the Devil Hero Tower for a year and a half. Let's go together. Wu Yu smiled. In the next moment, they turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Devil Hero Tower. Everyone, wait for Fatty. Fatty is also going to watch the competition and cheer for little Fatty. Zhu Ganglai caught up from behind. On the other side. Brothers Hua, I don't have enough contribution points. Please lend me some so that I can enter the Yinxia Tower and watch every match of the Yinxia trial, Shimen Piaoxue, the owner of the Mingjian Mountain Villa, said to a middle-aged man in red with an apathetic expression. The middle-aged man in red nodded, okay, I can temporarily lend my contribution points to Brother Shimen. I don't need Brother Shimen to return them. However, the next time we besiege the Demon Emperor, please team up with me. Let's go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, rays of light poured into the Devil Hero Tower like carps crossing the river. Many chivalrous heroes entered the Chivalrous Hero Tower to watch the Chivalrous Hero trial from all angles. Known as the cruelest Devil Hero trial in history, it was indeed a gimmick to attract people's attention. As for the low-level Devil Heroes who didn't have enough contribution points, they sat in other places of the Devil Hero region and watched the announcement floating in the sky. They could also see which names on the announcement had dimmed, so they could understand the general situation of the competition. Many contestants gathered in the wide chalk field. The crippled old man said solemnly. The first match of this year's Devil Hero trial will be held on an island. Now I will announce the rules of the competition. After the stone gate opens, you will follow me through the tunnel, into a port, and then take a boat to the island. A few days later, a demon will fly over the island. Well, it's a demon emperor, but it won't take the initiative to attack you. What you have to do is to resist the pressure and demon aura brought by this demon emperor. Any contestant who panics will be eliminated. You will be eliminated. You must talk and laugh without fear under the pressure of the demon emperor. This is the most basic condition to become a devil hero. Well, the first round of the exam is very, very simple, right? Is that so? The first round of the exam is to resist the demon emperor's demon aura. It doesn't sound difficult. A young man from the western region looked relieved. When I was in the western region, I once saw a demon emperor. The demon aura was indeed very terrible and could break people's minds. But as long as the demon emperor doesn't take the initiative to attack, it's still possible to stay calm. The first round of the exam is to adapt to the demon aura. Xiao Han also knew in his heart. Logically speaking, it's almost impossible to kill a demon emperor with the resources of these contestants. There's a 100% chance of being killed. Even when the demon emperor deliberately released his aura, it would be difficult for him to remain calm. However, I have a demon egg in my heart that can greatly dissolve the demon aura that invades my body. This round of exam, at least for me, will be relatively easy. Brother Xiao, this is bad. Fatty has never seen a demon emperor before. I don't know if I can withstand that fierce and shocking demon aura. Fatty Zhu's face was filled with fear. Xiao Yinrong also blurted out. Xiao Han, Yinrong has only seen the dying demon emperor of Beixian. I have never seen the demon emperor at his peak. Don't worry, the examiner said that the demon emperor won't take the initiative to attack the contestants. This round of exam will be relatively easy. I think it's just for us to warm up. Calm down. Xiao Han encouraged. At this moment, crack 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 crack, the heavy and mysterious stone door finally opened slowly. The stone door is open. Immediately, many contestants shouted. Don't push, line up and enter the stone door. The crippled old man shouted. Go. Enter the stone door. The exam has finally begun. Xiao Han couldn't hold back his excitement and directly walked towards the stone door. Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yinrong, Hua Fan, and Fatty Zhu followed closely behind. Chapter 165. The stone door was wide open. It was a sign that the most brutal devil hero preliminaries in history had officially begun. The crippled old man led the way slowly and entered the stone door. The contestants followed closely behind him. Xiao Han and the others were also mixed in the crowd. Behind the stone door was a dark and bottomless tunnel. It was 7 or 8 feet wide and more than 100 feet high. When someone entered it, it was like being swallowed by a giant beast. In the dark cave, the contestants' bodies emitted the light of true qi, which could illuminate the cave. But the atmosphere in the cave was gloomy and horrible. Vaguely, there were even sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling, which made people's scalps numb. And the most frightening thing was, no one knew how long the cave was. The crippled old man walked at a steady pace in front of them. No contestant dared to surpass him, so they couldn't fly in the cave with their true qi. The team moved forward slowly and no one knew when they would reach the end. Xiao Han, this cave is very deep. Xiao Yinrong whispered in Xiao Han's ear. Her voice was also a little timid. I don't know why, but it makes people feel scared. This place is filled with the smell of danger everywhere. Ha! Sister, are you afraid? Mo Qingtong smiled. If I'm afraid, why should I participate in the main competition? It's not so easy to become a devil hero. If you are really afraid, you might as well give up as soon as possible. Mo Qingtong seemed to be very used to this gloomy and strange environment. She smiled like a bell. You. Xiao Yinrong stared at her. Well, don't quarrel. Xiao Han smiled faintly. In this cave, there is an inexplicable atmosphere that makes people have inner demons. Actually, it's nothing. Yinrong, your sword intent can quench nothingness and all negative emotions. I think you are too nervous and even forgot your sword intent. Huh? Xiao Yinrong was stunned. Soon, a flash of sword light flashed in her bright eyes and forcibly cut off the panic. All of a sudden, he felt relaxed. She said with relief. Much better now. Xiao Han, I was really out of my wits. At the beginning of the competition, I was so nervous that I even forgot to use my sword intent. Thank you for reminding me. Just like that, everyone followed the crippled old man and walked in the cave for several hours. The road ahead was still completely dark. It seemed to be boundless. Panting sounds began to rise and fall in the team. After more than 20 hours, some of the contestants started to slow down and become tired. Their footsteps and eyelids became heavier and heavier. Some even bent over and panted heavily. This was not a physical exhaustion, but a mental exhaustion and hollowing out. It was enough to make people collapse. Another few hours passed. The crippled old man led the team around a corner. Shockingly, drip drip drip, the sound of water dripping could be heard ahead. In the quiet cave, the sound of water dripping suddenly resounded. It was extremely frightening. Moreover, the sound of water droplets seemed to be a sharp sword that could pierce through one's soul. Each sound was like a heavy hammer that directly pounded on one's soul. Ah! In the team, a young man from the northern domain finally let out a hysterical wail, almost beating his chest and stamping his feet as he bawled. I give up. I don't want to participate in the main competition. He covered his ears, turned around, and ran back. Panic that made people collapse spread out like a plague. Soon, more than 100 people could not endure the ravaging and torture that originated from their souls. They all gave up and turned to run. Heh. Those who want to give up can return the way they came, said the crippled old man with a dry laugh. However, most of the contestants present were geniuses with firm willpower. They were invincible and could withstand it. There were even some contestants who let out mocking sneers, expressing their disdain for the people who had fled. Soon, bang. 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 Not far away, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground could be heard. There are 137 names that have completely faded from the list. Alright, the rest of you, continue forward. The corners of the crippled old man's mouth twitched as he turned around and walked forward. Boss Xiao, those fellows who gave up on the main competition and ran back are all dead? Fatty Zhu said with wide eyes. Previously, the examiner said that only the essence of true energy that was infused into the names of the dead contestants would be destroyed, causing their names to become dim. Those people must have already died, Hua Gang said with a palpitating heart. The first examination has not even officially begun, but more than 100 people have died on the way. It is indeed cruel. Actually, this is also telling us that if we don't advance, we will perish in the Devil Hero preliminaries. Xiao Han nodded seriously. I think that to become a Devil Hero, one's spirit must be as sharp as a treasured blade, flawless and untainted. If one can't even withstand this little bit of training, how can one cultivate true qi? How can one become a Devil Hero? Let's go, continue forward. Xiao Han had experienced many life and death battles and had undergone several transformations. Therefore, even without using his saber intent, he could still resist the strange atmosphere in the cave. Suppress the inner demons. He still had strength to spare. Furthermore, Xiao Han realized that under the treacherous atmosphere of the cave, breaking through the true acupoints was much easier than usual. Xiao Han's heart stirred slightly. Immediately after, while walking slowly, he tried to break through the 31st true acupoint. The 31st true acupoint was a bottleneck from the 3rd level to the 4th level of true qi. It required sufficient foundation and opportunity to break through. Drip drip drip, the sound of water dripping in the cave became more and more frequent. The demonic sound seeped into the brain and destroyed the liver and intestines. However, Xiao Han had already entered a mysterious state of no man and no self. The various intrusions from the outside world did not affect him. He was gradually entering the optimal state of breaking through the true acupoint. After walking for a few more hours, the sound of water dripping disappeared and was replaced by a faint salty smell. Some light shone through the cave entrance, accompanied by the sound of waves rising and falling. Finally, we are going to pass through this tunnel. It seems to be an ocean outside. Hua Fan blurted out in Xiao Han's ear. At this moment, pooh! From within Xiao Han's body, the sound of a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon burst forth. It was as if a wild beast had awakened in Xiao Han's body. A sharp light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes like a bolt of cold lightning, illuminating the pitch-black cave. Phew! I have finally broken through the 31st true acupoint and reached the 4th level of true qi. Xiao Han exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Brother Xiao, are you breaking through the true acupoint? Mo Qingtong was the first to react. Xiao Han smiled faintly. At the same time, pooh! 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 In the cave, the sound of eggshells breaking rang out one after another. For a moment, the cave was filled with light, giving off a dense aura of treasures. It seemed that Xiao Han was not the only one who knew how to make use of the atmosphere in the cave to break through his acupoint. At the front of the group, the crippled old man's footsteps paused slightly. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he muttered in a barely audible voice. This group of little fellows, there is a portion of them that is quite interesting, finally. The group exited the cave. Outside the cave, the sky was clear and the sun blazed like fire. It was a stark contrast to the gloomy and ghostly environment in the cave. This was a golden beach. Under the illumination of the sun, the sand reflected a dazzling brilliance, as if it was shards of gold. Beyond the beach, there was a vast and boundless ocean. The scorching heat waves brought along a salty sea breeze mixed with a fishy smell. Flocks of seabirds soared above the blue sea. These seabirds were of a different species, like the Luan birds of the vast wilderness. They were huge in size and had gorgeous and beautiful feathers. From time to time, giant fish would leap out of the sea, stirring up huge waves. Not far away, there was a port where dozens of metal ships were anchored. But there was no one around. On these metal ships, there was the image of a sea god holding a trident, engraved with a large number of complicated lines and characters, emitting a mystical brilliance. It seemed to be some kind of formation. The contestants looked left and right curiously. "All right, let's all board the ship. Head to the island. Begin the first test." The crippled old man walked towards the port. "Choose a ship at will. Remember 2 things. First, there are ancient sea beasts hibernating in the deep sea that even the sea god has to avoid. Therefore, you can't casually release your true chi to fly. You must board the ship, otherwise you will die without a burial. Second, you must know your place on the ship. Don't quarrel or fight. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the main competition." Hearing this, the contestants swarmed towards the port. They each chose a giant ship. Xiao Han and the others boarded one of the ships. There were also a large number of young people from the 4 regions on the same ship as Xiao Han and the others. There were even some children of the vast wilderness. The huge deck was full of people. Soon, a total of 10 ships were loaded with nearly 10,000 contestants. They pulled the anchor and set sail. The ships were very magical. They did not need to be piloted and could sail automatically to their destination. Xiao Han, Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yinrong, Hua Fan, and Fatty Zhu stood by the railing, talking in low voices while admiring the sea. There was indeed an island in the distance, like a pearl embedded in the sea. This should still be within the territory of the Yaoxia region, right? Xiao Han asked with a frown. Mo Qingtong smiled faintly. Perhaps. But there is no one in this area. It is a specially set up examination venue. Suddenly, everyone saw some buildings that looked like lighthouses standing on the surface of the sea. The top of the lighthouse was inlaid with a kind of black gem that looked like a strange pupil. It radiated a misty light that spun here and there. Xiao Han was stunned. This is a strange ore that is very precious. It is said to come from beyond the heavens. It can record images. Qingtong had read about it in a book when she was young. It is called the Magic Eye Stone, Mo Qingtong blurted out. Mo Qingtong blurted out, and then a thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. Qingtong knows. Our exam process has also been recorded. Maybe someone is watching us through the Magic Eye Stone. Is that so? Xiao Han touched his nose. At this time, Li Ziki and Qing Feng appeared on the left of Xiao Han and the others. The sea is magnificent. But it hides great danger. Death is very close to us, isn't it? Li Ziki looked at Xiao Han and the others coldly. Xiao Han, the younger generation of the eastern region and the vast wilderness is stronger than we imagined. I will give you one last chance. You can choose to join our team. Otherwise. As I said, get out of here, Xiao Han said lightly. Good, very good. I hope you won't regret it. Li Ziki and Qing Feng glared at Xiao Han with resentment. Then, they walked away. Xiao Han glanced around and saw Li Ziki and Qing Feng walk to the other side of the deck and talk to a sturdy young man wrapped in animal skin. That man must be from the vast wilderness. His body shone with 41 5-pointed star true acupoints, indicating that he was at the 5th level of true chi. His flesh was as strong as the sea and flowed with precious light. Let's take a break. It will take some time before we can go to the island. Xiao Han sat down directly. Maybe there are other dangers on the island besides the contents of the examination. Xiao Han saw that the young man from the vast wilderness who was talking to Li Ziki and the others was staring at him with an undisguised murderous look. Moreover, he kept staring at Imo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Huiyang. Xiao Han also saw that Li Ziki and Qing Feng were laughing and looking at him with gloating eyes. Chapter 166. I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeves. As long as you provoke me, I will kill you all. In this competition, survival is of utmost importance. You can do whatever it takes. Xiao Han looked indifferently at Li Ziki and Qing Feng, who had rich expressions. Then, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. Fatty Zhu followed suit and sat down. Li Ziki and Qing Feng nodded to the young man from the great wilderness and walked away. The man from the great wilderness walked to the railing at the side of the deck. He held the railing with both hands and looked into the distance. There is no ocean in the great wilderness. This is the first time I have seen the ocean with my own eyes. The image of a six-armed dragon flashed in his eyes and the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Wanyan Gu, you are one of the few young warriors in the Golden Flow ancient country. I heard that you shot down a great Yuan with one arrow when you were 7. I admire you very much. A bald young man walked over. There was a hurricane roaring in his eyes. There was a sand scorpion tattoo on his bald head. Every inch of his flesh and blood had the power of 10,000 horses galloping. He was very fierce. Oh. Ada of the scorpion race. I have heard of you. Your tribe is very strong and you are famous for your ferocity. Wanyan Gu said coldly. What did those two people say to you just now? The people of the 4 regions are very cunning. Don't be used by them. Ada smiled. It is impossible for those trash to use me. In the face of great power, everything seems small and childish. They only told me that they found a few attractive women. Wanyan Gu turned back to look at Imo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Huafan. Such a feast for the eyes. It is rare to see such beautiful women in the great wilderness. This time, I, Wanyan Gu, traveled thousands of miles to come here. Not only do I want to become a hero, but I also want to taste those beauties that are more charming than the women of the great wilderness. Of course, I will have to kill those cowardly people of the 4 regions. I see this competition as a fun game. Indeed. The fellows of the 4 regions are too weak compared to the warriors of the great wilderness. We can kill them as we please. Ada nodded. It is very meaningful to become a hero. You can learn the rare true Qi divine technique of the great wilderness. I hope that the children of the great wilderness can take all the spots of the heroes. On another ship. A man in black and a man in yellow were leaning against the railing with strange expressions. Heh heh heh. The yellow-clothed man laughed strangely, his eyes burning with an indescribable excitement. Very interesting. Really interesting. There is no game more fun than this. The yellow-robed man had an aura that could destroy the void. Wherever he looked, the space would show faint signs of shattering. As for the black-robed man, his eyes were as deep as a devil's domain. It was as if a single glance from him could devour a person and consign them to eternal damnation. Xianqi, it's been 5 years since we last met, and your divine art of annihilation has already reached perfection. Congratulations. This time, you have a greater chance of surviving than 5 years ago. The black-robed man sneered. Same here. Tang Feipeng, your heart demon curse fist has improved a lot, right? In the eastern domain, there aren't many people in the younger generation who can defeat you. The yellow-clothed man flattered. It's been 5 years. I've been thinking about this year's Devil Hero Trial competition day and night. I want to see what's the difference between this year and the last one. The black-robed man, Tang Feipeng, said indifferently. Yes, there are fewer people this year, but there are more experts than the last one. Moreover, there are many people from the great wilderness. We can't underestimate those guys. The yellow-clothed man, Xianxia, said. After a pause, he said eagerly. Although our realm and combat strength are not the strongest, we have the experience of participating in the Devil Hero Trial competition. Ha ha ha. In the last one, we participated. Although we didn't successfully become the Devil Hero, we survived. There are so many fresh lives waiting for us to play with. It's so exciting. Playing with and killing these rookies is even more interesting than becoming a Devil Hero. I can't wait anymore. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia, you're really a bad guy. You take pleasure in playing with rookies. However, I like your way of thinking. The black-robed man, Tang Feipeng, laughed. That's why we can be friends. The yellow-clothed man, Xianxia, suddenly lowered his voice. There are not many people who know that we have participated in the Devil Hero Trial competition once. This allows us to enjoy the endless fun of killing rookies. But we still have to be careful. There are some very strong guys this time. Tang Feipeng's face darkened. Moreover, there are several guys like us who have participated in the Devil Hero Trial competition once, or even twice. Don't worry, we all know that the Devil Hero Trial competition is not just about pure realm and combat strength. If we can't even deal with some rookies, then we are too useless. Xianxia was full of ambition. Devil Hero Domain. The notice, which was filled with names, fluttered in the wind in the sky, like a giant flag, shining brightly. However, there were some names that had completely faded away. At this moment, in the entire Devil Hero domain, countless Devil Heroes were staring at this year's Devil Hero Trial competition. In a restaurant. The tables were arranged in a picturesque manner, and they were filled with powerful Daoists. The competition has begun. More than 100 people have died. A middle-aged Devil Hero in white looked at the sky outside the window. 138 names on the list have faded. Ha 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 ha. This is just the beginning. A middle-aged Devil Hero in black with a curly beard took a sip of wine. In the next few days, I'm afraid more and more contestants will die. It's a pity that we don't have enough contribution points to go to the Devil Hero Tower to watch the video. What a pity. You want contribution points? Then let's form a team to hunt down a Demon Emperor. A Demon Emperor can be exchanged for a lot of contribution points. The middle-aged Devil Hero in white said half jokingly and half seriously. Ha! Brotherly, don't joke. Hunt down a Demon Emperor? We don't have that ability yet. Killing high-level demon generals is already our limit. The middle-aged Devil Hero in black with a curly beard laughed at himself. Devil Hero Tower. The magnificent Devil Hero Tower exuded a simple and civilized aura. The 29th floor. In a certain spotless restaurant on this floor. Many mighty figures with unfathomable auras were sitting in the restaurant and enjoying their meals. Wu Yu, Heaven's Devil Old Man, Xiao Mingchu, Zhu Ganglai, Dong Fangqin, and Fang Ling sat around a table. They looked at a crystal-clear gem floating in front of them. On the gem, some images appeared. It was an endless ocean and a total of 10 metal ships. Each metal ship was loaded with thousands of young people. Sect Master, this ocean is the first examination venue of this year's Devil Hero Trial? I have never seen this examination venue before. Xiao Mingchu sat lazily on a wooden chair with a piece of hay in his mouth. I have never seen it before either. Wu Yu took a sip of wine. Heaven's Devil Old Man, Zhu Ganglai, Dong Fangqin, and Fang Ling shook their heads. I don't know how difficult the first examination is. Zhu Ganglai smirked. But 138 names have faded on the list. It seems that the examination hasn't started yet. The chief examiner is the crippled old man. Heaven's Devil Old Man looked serious. This crippled old man is a fierce person. With him as the chief examiner, I optimistically estimate that at least thousands of people will die in this examination, maybe more. Now that things have come to this, we can't help at all. We can only watch the progress of the competition from here. Wu Yu shrugged. Let them do it themselves. A big ocean. The fleet was gradually approaching the island. All the contestants stared at the island curiously. Xiao Han and his companions also completely shifted their attention to the island. They saw that the island was also very vast. On the island, giant evergreen trees covered the sky and the earth. Occasionally, some thick old vines could be seen, spreading out for hundreds of feet like a dragon. There was also a gem-like lake on the island, surrounded by colorful flowers and wisteria. There were also slightly shorter pineapple trees, coconut trees, and lychee trees. In addition, the roars of ferocious birds and ferocious beasts could be heard from the island. The entire island was filled with an inexplicable sense of danger, causing one's heart to palpitate. It was as if, in the depths of the island, there was a ferocious creature that chose to devour people. Brother Xiao, I'm afraid this island is not that simple. Mo Qingtong narrowed his eyes slightly. Qingtong feels that there are some terrifying creatures hidden on the island that are enough to kill us. Extremely terrifying. In the sea around the island, whirlpools were everywhere, the waves were rolling, and the densely packed beast bones were floating. Every bone was incomparably huge and emitted a tragic aura. It was obvious that it was the skeleton of some savage beast, but for some reason, it died in this sea, leaving only bones behind. Boss Xiao, the bottom of the sea is not calm either. There must be a deep-sea giant beast hibernating, so terrifying. Fatty Zhu said with trembling teeth. I felt it too. However, since we're here, let's take things as they come. Xiao Han said solemnly. At this moment, the crippled old man's body floated up. He stood in the air on the surface of the sea, coughed a few times, and then said. Listen, the ship is about to reach the shore, all of you go ashore. Once you reach the island, first, don't run around. In the depths of the island, there is a forbidden area that seals ferocious creatures that you can't imagine. If you rashly enter the forbidden area, you will be turned into ashes in an instant. Second, prepare well. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, the Demon Emperor will pass by the island. Third, the ship will dock at the pier on the west side of the island. When the Demon Emperor passes by the island, if something unexpected happens, you can rush to the pier. Once you board the ship, it will carry you to a safe area. However, I hope that you can persevere on the island. No matter what happens, I hope that you can stay on the island. Anyone who escapes to the pier and leaves by ship will be eliminated. After giving his instructions, the crippled old man's figure flashed, and he almost teleported into the island. At this time, the 10 ships sailed into a simple pier on the west side of the island. The ships automatically docked, and the contestants jumped onto the island one after another. Xiao Han landed on the ground of the island and looked around. He saw a lot of lush vegetation, birds chirping, and fragrant flowers everywhere. If he didn't consider the roars of ferocious birds and fierce beasts coming from the island from time to time, this place was indeed a paradise, a pure land. Xiao Han immersed his mind into the demon egg in his heart and sensed around, but didn't find the aura of a demon. Once the contestants came ashore, they entered the depths of the island and disappeared into the primitive forest. Come, let's go deep into the island. Don't stay on the shore, Xiao Han said hurriedly. Yes, yes, yes. Let's find a safe place to hide. Tomorrow or the day after, the Demon Emperor will descend. Who knows what will happen? Fatty Zhu said timidly. The group walked into the island. Xiao Yinrong turned back frequently, looking at the pier where the ship was docked. She also looked around. Sister, why are you looking around? Mo Qingtong smiled sweetly. I've memorized the path. Once there is a major change that endangers our lives, we can return to this pier and leave by ship, Xiao Yinrong answered. I won't leave by ship. Even if I die, I want to stay on the island. I must become a demon hero, Hua Fan said resolutely. Roar at this moment. Behind a towering ancient tree, a three-eyed wolf suddenly jumped out. Its body was comparable to an elephant. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Xiao Han and the others. At the same time, a giant python that was dozens of feet long and had a single horn on its head slithered out from the bushes. Behind a cluster of bright-colored flowers, a black centipede that was dozens of feet long slowly crawled out. Above it, a ferocious tiger with wings swooped down and roared, stirring up a gale that uprooted a large part of the forest, instantly turning it into dust. "Fight!" Xiao Han roared. Chapter 167. This beautiful island was originally a vicious island with many savage beasts hibernating. Once someone trespassed their territory, they would suffer a terrifying and fatal attack. Ah! The examiner didn't say that there were ferocious beasts that took the initiative to attack people on this island. Fatty Zhu wailed. At the same time, Mo Qingtong raised her jade-like arm and a demonic force field smashed out. It was several acres in size and directly enveloped the winged tiger. The light distorted and in an instant, the tiger was dismembered in the air, turning into a rain of blood. Xiao Yinrong slashed out with a swift and fierce sword qi that contained sword intent, and the horned python collapsed inch by inch. Huo Wu's true qi turned into a small mountain that crushed down and crushed the black centipede. Xiao Han waved his hand like a knife, and a door-sized knife qi slashed the three-eyed wolf into pieces. The battle quickly ended. Phew! Huo Wu heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these savage beasts aren't too strong. However, at this moment, roar. From afar, a ferocious beast roar could be heard. It was as if an ancient beast was roaring angrily. This sound pierced through metal and stone, tore through the clouds, and went straight into the sky. It shook everyone's eardrums and caused their minds to go blank. It had the smell of shattering mountains and rivers. Ah, ah. What followed was the blood-curdling screams of humans on the verge of death, heart-wrenching and lung-splitting. Dong dong dong, the huge creature was moving, causing the entire island to tremble slightly. Everyone be careful and advance step by step. There are big fellows on this island that we can't deal with. Xiao Han's expression was solemn. It seems that some contestants have already died to the giant beast's kiss. That examiner tricked us. Fatty Zhu mumbled. Roar! The beast's roar sounded again and the island shook. However, from the sound, it was indeed far away from Xiao Han and the others. However, even so, it still made their hearts palpitate and their hair stand on end. Roar, however, at this moment, Suddenly. Xiao Han suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A fear that came from the depths of his heart instantly gripped Xiao Han. This was an instinctive reaction to death and danger that Xiao Han had developed after experiencing many life and death battles. It was almost like a sixth sense. When Xiao Han raised his head slightly, a bewitching light was already shooting towards him. This beam of light was silent and undetectable. It pierced through everything, seeking life from 1,000 miles away and pursuing the soul from 10,000 miles away. It could almost cut through any defense, and vaguely, there seemed to be traces of heavenly punishment. Xiao Han's scalp went numb, and his hair stood on end. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiao Han no longer had the time to use his saber intent to block. In a tenth of a breath's time, Xiao Han's mind spun rapidly, and the indestructible golden body surged. Beams of golden light shot out from Xiao Han's body, causing him to shine brightly. Dense bone inscriptions appeared, and Zen chants filled the air. The demonic light shot into the golden light and slowed down a little. Xiao Han tilted his head. Xiao, the demonic light practically brushed past Xiao Han's neck. This caused Xiao Han's throat to be sliced open. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Han's indestructible golden body had been trained to an extremely high level, he would have died from that. Ding! The bewitching light stabbed into the trunk of a towering ancient tree. Caw caw caw, the huge tree cracked inch by inch and withered inch by inch. It was a flying saber. A 3-inch and 7-foot long flying saber. Xiao Han took a step forward and pulled out the flying saber. The cold light was dazzling, and a few tiny words were engraved on the blade. Li Ziki. It's Li Ziqi's flying saber. Fatty Zhu shouted. Too sinister. This guy actually plotted against you, Boss Xiao. But this saber is indeed powerful enough to kill without leaving a trace. Li Ziqi is too much. As a member of the younger generation of the southern region, he actually launched a sneak attack. His flying saber is said to never miss its target. Fortunately, Xiao Han, you have comprehended the saber intent, and your thinking is faster than ordinary people. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Yinrong said with a face full of lingering fear. Xiao Han, chase after Li Ziqi and kill him. If he is heartless, we will be unjust. We can't catch up. Mo Qingtong's devil eyes stared into the distance. He is at least dozens of miles away. A saber came to kill through the air. But for the time being, we don't need to worry about his sneak attack again. His saber is very extreme, condensed with supreme mental strength. It will take some time to recuperate if it doesn't hit. It's really dangerous. Xiao Han weighed the flying saber in his hand and immediately flicked his finger, breaking the flying saber into pieces. If I hadn't broken through to the 4th level of true qi and improved my thinking and reaction speed, I don't know if I could have avoided that saber just now. From now on, Li Ziqi will be the person I must kill. Let's go. The next moment, Xiao Han led his companions around a cluster of coconut trees and slowly moved forward. At the same time, he reminded them. Now, not only do we have to be wary of the fierce beasts on the island, but all the contestants may be our enemies. The atmosphere was extremely tense, like a taut bowstring. The deathly aura of the devil hero preliminaries was clearly felt inch by inch, penetrating deep into the wood. However, in this state, it could also better refine the spirit and sharpen the will, which was of great benefit to the physical body. On a small mound dozens of miles away, Li Ziqi sat cross-legged, his face pale as he adjusted his breathing. Qing Feng and hundreds of young men and women surrounded the mound. After dozens of breaths, Li Ziqi opened his eyes, a ruthless light flashing in them. Xiao Han is really powerful. Even such a sneak attack couldn't kill him. Instead, it took a lot of my energy and made me feel haggard. Unfortunately, now that he is on guard, it won't be so easy to kill him again. It doesn't matter. Qing Feng waved his hand. The competition has just begun, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill him. If people like Xiao Han don't die, in the future in the southern region, among the younger generation, we will be completely suppressed by him, unable to rise again. Moreover, since we have already attacked, we will not stop until one of us is dead. People like Xiao Han will not give up so easily. Roar! The roar of a giant beast came from afar. Ferocious and violent. And accompanied by a few sporadic human screams. Li Ziqi, Qing Feng, and the others all showed a look of fear. Li Ziqi stood up from the mound, frowning. Let's find a place to hide first, don't wander around, this island is very strange. There are ferocious and powerful creatures hibernating here. Moreover, those fellows from the eastern region and the Great Wilderness are also very difficult to deal with. Let's hide, don't provoke anyone, and wait for the Demon Emperor to come. As long as we can withstand the Demon Emperor's demonic aura, we will pass the first round of the test. Let's go, there is a valley about a mile ahead, with wild grass and jagged rocks. It is very well hidden. We can hide there. Qing Feng strode forward. Li Ziqi and a group of people followed closely behind. Xiao Han and his companions walked through the dense forest, on the island where apes and tigers roared. At least 70 to 80% of the island was covered by primitive vegetation, and from time to time, there would be several meter-long skeletons on the ground. It was a scene from the ancient times. The deeper they went into the island, the more they felt a sinister and deathly aura. In front of Xiao Han and company, a man from the Great Wilderness wrapped in beast skin was shrouded in a haze of light. He tore a giant rhinoceros to pieces with his bare hands, drinking the beast's blood and eating the beast's meat and organs. He looked back at Xiao Han and company with a ferocious glint in his eyes, eager to make a move. Xiao Han and company stopped in their tracks. The man from the great wilderness pondered for a few breaths before retreating. He probably wanted to attack just now, but he was afraid when he saw that there were so many of us. Damn it, the fellows from the great wilderness are really barbaric. They actually drink human flesh and blood. Fatty Zhu clicked his tongue. Extremely disgusting. Xiao Yinrong frowned. Suddenly, boom, the air trembled and waves of air surged. The retreating man from the great wilderness suddenly rushed out of the forest and pounced at Xiao Han and company, murderous intent filling the sky. He had actually pretended to retreat in order to lower the guard of Xiao Han and company. Then, he suddenly went berserk and wanted to kill. Pfft! Xiao Han raised his right hand and slashed out with a hand blade, crushing the air. Saber chi surged and slashed at the man's body with lightning speed. Blood splattered. However, this saber chi was unable to destroy the man from the great wilderness. It only left a saber mark on his body, showing the strength of his flesh shell. His ferocious nature was aroused. True chi filled his body as he was about to release his strongest attack. Wang, a pile of withered grass under Xiao Han's feet suddenly emitted a saber hum. Suddenly, each withered grass seemed to transform into a peerless saber. With unrestrained and untraceable saber momentum, it slashed at the man from the great wilderness at a speed 10 times faster than the speed of sound. Pfft! 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 Before the man from the great wilderness could launch an attack, his entire body was slashed into pieces. Junior brother Xiao Han, your saber intent is really powerful. Killing people is like picking up grass. Hua Fan exclaimed. Middle stage saber intent. Grass, wood, water, and water could all be used as sabers. These fellows from the great wilderness are also extremely cunning. If we encounter people from the great wilderness in the future, we definitely cannot relax. They are too bloodthirsty, Xiao Han reminded. Then, they continued walking forward. As he walked, his clothes fluttered in the wind. At this moment, Xiao Han's spirit was tense, but his face was as cold and calm as a rock. There was a steadiness that did not match his actual age. Xiao Yinrong and Huo Wu were stunned and quickly followed Xiao Han. Mo Qingtong's demonic eyes also flashed with a glimmer. Fatty Zhu, on the other hand, sucked up to him and followed behind. Not long after, Xiao Han and company found a valley. Let's rest here. Xiao Han sat down on an upright bluestone and looked up at the horizon. A huge luan happened to fly past, casting a huge shadow on the island. But soon, it was shot by an arrow burning with true chi. Blood rained down. Brother Xiao, Qingtong will go look for food nearby and pick fresh fruits, Mo Qingtong said. Miss Mo, I'll go with you. Hua Fan stood up as well. Be careful, Xiao Han reminded. Mo Qingtong and Hua Fan left the valley together. Xiao Yinrong sat beside Xiao Han. As for Fatty Zhu, he took out a broadsword from his true acupoint and dug a hole in the ground. Using both his hands and feet, he quickly dug a large hole that was dozens of feet deep. Fatty, what are you doing? Xiao Han was surprised. Boss Xiao, Fatty dug a hole and we can hide in it secretly. Hee hee. Don't worry, Boss Xiao. Fatty is good at digging holes. When the time comes, we can hide in it and no one will find us. It can also resist the Demon Emperor's demonic aura. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Fatty Zhu said as he kept digging. That works too. Xiao Han was stunned. However, he ignored Fatty Zhu and prepared to close his eyes to rest and consolidate his various martial arts. Xiao Han, I wonder when the Demon Emperor will appear, Xiao Yinrong murmured. Xiao Han looked at the sky. It was still noon. The examiner said tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow. In short, we have to be vigilant at all times. We can't believe the examiner's words completely. This Hex Hero tryout is very strange. In a valley at the center of the island. The crippled old man sat on a wooden chair with his legs crossed. As he drank, he happily hummed a little tune. Roar! The roar of a beast came from nearby, causing the valley to tremble. "Heh, the little guy is being naughty again." The crippled old man narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a gigantic beast the size of a mountain ridge appeared outside the valley, roaring continuously. It was a malevolent and terrifying giant beast. Its entire body was earthen yellow and covered in scales. Every scale had an ominous glint rolling on it. Its neck was very long, more than 10 meters long. There was a lion's head on its neck, and its eyes were like millstones, emitting a dim light like a torch. It was extremely fierce and miserable. The most terrifying thing was that on its mountain-like back, there were cold and sharp bone spikes. Each bone spike was more than 3 meters long, and there were hundreds of them. These bone spikes seemed to be able to tear through everything. It roared a few times at the crippled old man. The crippled old man waved his hand impatiently. Okay, I'll allow you to go out for another 50 miles. Remember, don't be too ostentatious. If there are too many deaths in this first round, it won't be fun. The higher-ups will also scold me. If those young people meet you, they're just unlucky. Roar. The beast seemed to be able to understand the crippled old man's words. It roared happily a few times and trampled on the ground. It's really hard to be an examiner. The crippled old man drank a mouthful of wine and said lazily. It's really difficult to grasp this sense of propriety. I'm afraid that if the difficulty is too high, too many people will die. I'm also worried that if the difficulty is too low, it won't be interesting enough. Hey, let's start the assessment tonight. Do they naively think that it will only start tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Ha 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 ha. There's no time for them to prepare. Let's start the assessment tonight. Let's see how many people will be eliminated in the first round. The 29th floor of the Demon Hero Tower. In a restaurant. Wu Li, Xiao Mingchu, and the others sat around the round table drinking tea. Their eyes were fixed on the image that appeared in the clear gem in front of them. It's a savage island with a large number of giant beasts that attack the contestants, Fong Ling said. The image on the gem kept changing. It was bizarre and dazzling. Impressively, a mountain-like giant beast with a neck more than 10 meters long and fierce blue eyes trampled the jungle. Its roar shattered the mountains and rivers. When it encountered some contestants, it directly roared and turned them into powder, never tired of it. What? There's actually such an ancient species? Dong Fong Qin suddenly stood up. Even junior brother Fong Ling and I can't resist the fierce power of this giant beast. It's at least equivalent to a human at the peak of the 6th level True Qi realm. How is this possible? Could it be that the first assessment is to fight with this giant beast? Then all the contestants will die. It's impossible for anyone to pass. The first round shouldn't be to fight with this giant beast. Wu Li thought for a moment. From the image, this giant beast's range of activity is very limited. As long as the contestants don't enter its territory, it won't take the initiative to run out and kill the contestants. On the announcement, 376 names have already dimmed. The heavenly devil old man knocked on the table with his finger. But fortunately, Qing Tong and Xiao Han are safe and sound. What will the first assessment be about? Fong Ling frowned deeply. Chapter 168. In the lush valley where the wisterias were intertwined. Xiao Han sat cross-legged, and had already entered the perfect state of no one and no me. Golden light radiated from his body and his bones seemed to be plated with a layer of gold. His entire body was like a solemn golden Buddha. Xiao Han was immersed in comprehending the emotion-shattering stance and desire-shattering stance of the 7-fragment saber art. When Xiao Han slashed out with his saber, he could destroy happiness, anger, eyes, and ears. However, he was still far from the supreme realm of completely forgetting the 7 emotions and 6 desires with a single slash. His saber dominated the world and the 6 paths of destruction. Xiao Han could vaguely guess that as long as he shattered all his emotions and 6 desires, he would probably be able to reach the threshold of greater success in his saber intent. Xiao Han had already mastered the third transformation of the 9 revolutions divine art. He could open up the third wave of virtual acupoints and cultivate the fourth quintessential qi cultivation technique. However, Xiao Han only had the great heaven incinerating true qi that he had obtained from the fiend hero Nan Gongyi. However, this quintessential qi was no longer enough to move Xiao Han. Therefore, Xiao Han could only leave the third wave of virtual acupoints idle for the time being. He had to obtain a supreme-grade quintessential qi cultivation technique before he could cultivate it. Fatty Zhu was still digging a hole. He had already dug out a huge pit that was 60 to 70 feet deep and 10 feet wide. Mo Qingtong and Huafan had already brought back many fish, shrimps, and crabs. There were also coconuts, lychees, and melons. Xiao Yinrong used a shell the size of a wash basin to fill it with coconut juice. She put in the fish and shrimps and began to cook it. Not long after, the coconut juice boiled and crackled softly. The rich fragrance of seafood filled the air, whetting one's appetite. Junior brother Xiao Han, come and eat, Huafan called out to Xiao Han with a smile. Ah. It's time to eat? Fatty Zhu jumped out of the deep pit. Everyone sat around and used bamboo sticks as chopsticks as they ate heartily. Even in such a dangerous atmosphere, the 3 women were still extremely elegant as they ate. As for Xiao Han and Fatty Zhu, they wolfed down their food, causing the 3 women to giggle. After the meal, Fatty Zhu burped and stood up, pointing at the deep pit that had been dug. The pit has been dug. It's big enough for the 5 of us. Why don't we go down and try it out? No need. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Fatty, you can keep this pit for yourself. I don't need to fall into it. Damn Fatty, go and bury yourself alive. Mo Qingtong glanced at Fatty Zhu disdainfully, then said to Xiao Han in a charming voice, Brother Xiao, tell Qingtong how to break that damn Fatty's move, how about it? Xiao Han said firmly. I can't say. Mo Qingtong gritted her teeth in hatred. Xiao Yinrong and Huagang could not help laughing. They also wouldn't hide in the deep pit that Fatty Zhu had dug. This made Fatty Zhu ask for trouble. The sky was turning dark. Xiao Han started a bonfire in the valley. The light from the fire shone on everyone's faces, flickering. There was a full moon in the sky, its clear radiance sprinkling down like a dream. Mo Qingtong suddenly smiled. I'm afraid that the demon sovereign will not come tonight. The test will most likely begin tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Moreover, with our determination, we should be able to calmly deal with the pressure of the demon sovereign's demonic aura. Now that we have nothing to do, let's talk about why everyone wants to become Yaoxia. Well, Qingtong first. Qingtong's purpose of becoming a Yaoxia is to explore those legendary secret realms and those great ancient countries full of legends. I want to take revenge. Huagang hesitated for a moment, but still whispered it out. I want to become an immortal. Fatty Zhu smiled foolishly. I heard from father that this continent once had the footprints of immortals. Immortals are immortal, the sun and moon decay, but immortals are immortal, the heaven and earth are destroyed, but immortals will never be obliterated. To become an immortal, one must first become a Yaoxia, otherwise there will never be a chance. Xiao Yinrong tidied up her hair, thought for a moment, and then said. The reason why Yinrong wants to become a Yaoxia is actually to pursue the peak of the sword Dao. Although Mingjian Villa has thousands of sword manuals, there are no real supreme secret manuals of the sword Dao in Mingjian Villa. Moreover, it can only be encountered, not sought. If one can become a Yaoxia, there will be many opportunities to obtain supreme and supreme secret manuals of the divine sword. Brother Xiao, what about you? Mo Qingtong's eyes were like priceless black gems in the moonlight, shining with demonic light and charming people's hearts. She stared at Xiao Han. The others also turned to look at him. Me? Xiao Han touched his nose. The reason why I want to become a Yaoxia is very simple. This world is very big. If I don't become a Yaoxia, I will always be the lowest level of a frog in a well, and I will live a mediocre life until I die. Besides, I also want to pursue the peak of the martial Tao. Another reason is that I like to exterminate the demon clan. Hearing Xiao Han's words, Mo Qingtong and the others nodded. I hope that all of us can become Yao Xia and make our dreams come true. Mo Qingtong smiled. At this moment, what's going on? The true qi in my body is in disorder. It seems that I have read the demon qi. Xiao Yunrong exclaimed. My true qi has also read the demon qi. Hua Gang immediately echoed. Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu stood up at the same time and looked at each other. Xiao Han also clearly felt that the true qi in his 31 true acupoints was boiling, as if it was about to leave his acupoints. Instinctive fighting spirit spread throughout his body. It's the demon qi. Xiao Han also stood up. Once a human martial artist cultivated to the true qi realm, the true qi in his true acupoints could automatically read the nearby demon qi and discover the demon clan. Rustle, 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 the demon wind came. The lush primitive vegetation on the island was swept by the demon wind, producing the rustling sound of a zither. An obscure and profound pressure enveloped the entire island without a sound or presence. Soon, voices rose and fell from all directions. There were sounds of shock and curses. Mo Qingtong closed her eyes slightly. When she opened her eyes, her expression became extremely solemn as she whispered. What a strong demon qi. Qingtong once participated in an operation to kill a demon emperor with master. But the demon emperor's aura was far from this powerful and ferocious. What level of great demon is this? Roar, a demon roar came from afar. This demon roar was earth-shattering, fierce and ferocious, shattering mountains and rivers. The bright stars and moons suddenly dimmed. Patches of scarlet demon clouds covered the sky and covered the sun. The clouds moved in all directions, destroying heaven and earth. Roar, another demon roar shook the sea water in this area. Tens of thousands of tons soared into the sky, creating a huge tsunami. All the ferocious beasts on the island buried their heads deep into the soil, trembling uneasily and letting out despairing cries. A large black shadow slowly flew towards the island from the sky. Kiki 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 kikik, the extremely lewd demon laughter was enough to destroy any human's nerves and will. Bang 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 bang, Mo Qingtong, Fatty Zhu, Xiao Yunrong, and Hua Yang couldn't control their true qi. It spurted out of their bodies and became a mess. Moreover, their hearts were beating crazily in their chests, making heavy hammering sounds, causing them to feel dizzy. Their faces were already flushed and their foreheads were covered in sweat. The entire island began to be in chaos. The demon roar continued, causing the island to shake. There was a sign that it was about to disintegrate. Large amounts of seawater poured into the island, drowning everything. At this moment, the crippled old man's voice sounded. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Little fellows, there's a little accident in the assessment. The assessment that was originally scheduled to be held tomorrow or the day after tomorrow has been brought forward to tonight. Oh, by the way, there's another small accident. The content of the assessment has changed. The demon emperor that passed by the island this time was not an ordinary demon emperor, but a mutated demon emperor with a noble bloodline. You don't know what a mutated demon emperor is, right? It's a terrifying creature that's close to the great demon emperor. It kills human true energy realm 6th and 7th dan demonic beasts in a matter of seconds, and it can shatter earth veins with a single finger. Also, I can't guarantee that it won't take the initiative to attack you puny fellows. Good luck to yourselves, good luck to yourselves. If you really can't take it anymore, you can escape to the pier on the west side of the island and take a ship back. There's a formation engraved on the ship that can trap deep-sea giant beasts and demon clan powerhouses to ensure that you can escape. However, once you escape from the island, it will be regarded as automatically giving up this year's Devil Hero trial. You will be eliminated. Okay, the first assessment of this year's Devil Hero trial officially begins now. What? Not only did they suddenly bring forward the assessment to tonight, but it's also a mutated demon emperor? Fatty Zhu cursed. F***CK. Cripple. You tricked us. Oh no. No wonder the demon chi is so strong. It turns out to be a mutated demon emperor. Mo Qingtong's face turned pale. Qingtong once heard from Master that a mutated demon emperor is a great noble among the demon clan. Ordinary demon emperors can't transform and grow into demon emperors. But a mutated demon emperor can. Even Master doesn't have the confidence to kill a mutated demon emperor alone. We're doomed. Roar! The demonic roars grew more and more resounding and blazing, demonic chi surged, evil chi was overbearing, and demonic talismans blotted out the sky like flames, suppressing the numerous participants on the island to the point they almost lost their minds, causing the true chi in their entire bodies to go berserk, causing them to actually seem as if they'd suffered from chi deviation, and it even caused them to surge with the terrifying desire to commit suicide. Puff 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 puff, beams of glazed light shot into the island, and the whole island was colorful, beautiful and gorgeous to the extreme. These pure and flawless beams of light were actually waves of demonic chi. They were like smoke signals, like thousands of swords shooting at the same time. Roar! Finally, a huge black shadow floated in the air above the island. The black cloak was fluttering in the demon wind. The stars and moon had been completely obscured, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, it was 30 feet tall, with a pair of bat-like wings. Its eyes were orange, emitting the most evil demon light that could destroy the world. Roar! With a roar, a large number of primitive trees on the island were uprooted. The boulders floated and softened, quickly turning into stone powder that splattered everywhere. The entire island was in a mess. A soul-stirring and deafening demon roar obliterated the night sky. The sea was completely boiling, and tsunamis and ocean storms erupted. There was even a terrifying sound of stars disintegrating. The island was in danger, like a lonely boat in the raging waves. The glazed demonic aura was like ancient evil dragons, roaring and scurrying around the island. That black shadow continued to let out demonic roars and terrifying demonic laughter, using its demonic aura to engulf the entire island. Fortunately, it had not taken the initiative to launch any physical attacks. Otherwise, the entire island would crumble into dust in an instant, and none of the participants would be able to survive. Ah! I can't take it anymore. Fatty Zhu covered his ears with both hands, and the fat on his face rolled like waves. True chi surged out of his body, washing the ground. He was gradually losing control of himself. Xiao Yinrong and Hua Xiao also ran around in fear. Mo Qingtong held on for a moment, but she also lost control of her mind and was about to go crazy. At this moment, Xiao Han's acupoints were all open, and his true chi was spewing everywhere uncontrollably. However, his expression was very strange. It was filled with doubt and surprise. This isn't right. Xiao Han touched his forehead. At this moment, although his true chi had been suppressed by the surging demonic aura, the demon egg hibernating in Xiao Han's heart did not move at all. It seemed extremely quiet. One had to know that the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart was blessed with the ability to sense demonic aura. It was many times more accurate than using true chi to read demonic aura. Even demons who had taken treasured medicines to conceal their demonic aura would not be able to escape the demon egg senses. However, at this moment, when facing the mutated demon emperor with boundless demonic aura, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart was as still as water. Even the demon emperor's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm was calm. I know. A thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind. I know the purpose of this assessment. There's no such thing as a mutated demon emperor. It's all fake. This round is to test the contestants' ability to distinguish demonic aura at a deeper level. Chapter 169. The calm demon egg in the tattoo of the demon emperor's palm on his left arm made Xiao Han more and more certain. He was almost certain that all this so-called mutated demon emperor was just a scam. Even the heavenly devil old man, who was a sect master, didn't dare to face the mutated demon emperor, let alone these rookies who participated in the devil hero trial. It was impossible for the devil hero tower to use a mutated demon emperor for the test. That's right, it's absolutely right. But why is the true chi and the true acupoint going berserk? It's not under my control and has even affected my will and soul. Various thoughts flashed through Xiao Han's mind in a split second. Then, roar. In all directions, the temperature of the air plummeted, and a hornless dragon that was more than 30 meters long materialized. It coiled above Xiao Han's head and spat out icy light. On the other hand, the spirit turtle true chi and the son of heaven's true chi were dormant in the virtual true acupoint, motionless. In this way, Xiao Han's true acupoint was empty. In an instant, Xiao Han's soul and spirit were no longer suppressed by the mutated demon emperor above the island. The transformed hornless dragon also stabilized, and the true chi no longer went berserk. I understand now. All of the demonic chi pressure is faked. As long as all of the true chi in the true acupuncture points is released from the body without a single drop leaking out, we will be able to easily pass this stage. Xiao Han's eyes lit up as he shouted out, "Materialize the true chi. Release it all out of the body. Don't let the true chi stay in the true acupoint. Quickly." Mo Qingtong was the first to react. She tried her best to control the true chi, and soon, a giant black eagle over 60 meters long materialized. Huh? This is... All of a sudden, Mo Qingtong's madness and desire disappeared without a trace. She returned to normal, looked around, and finally looked up at the mutated demon emperor that kept roaring in the sky. Why can't I feel its demonic aura? So strange, this. Xiao Han, this is... it's all right? Fatty, give it a try too. Fatty Zhu's face was covered in sweat the size of soybeans. It was glossy and smooth, and the muscles on his face were already red. He had nearly committed suicide. At the critical moment, all of Fatty Zhu's quintessential chi transformed into a massive flying divine pig. His emotions also miraculously calmed down. Xiao Yinrong and Huolan were still running around in the valley. Xiao Han rushed up, grabbed the two girls, and kept shaking their bodies. Okay, it's okay to use your genuine chi to take shape. When he was shaking their bodies, Xiao Han caught a glimpse from the corner of his eyes that the peaks on their chest were trembling and bouncing. It was simply overflowing with seductive charm and extremely sexy. Xiao Han's face immediately turned red, and he quickly turned his head away. Then, he circulated his saber intent and forcefully extinguished the thoughts in his mind. Xiao Yinrong's Jinshi took the form of a red-crowned crane, while Huobo's Jinshi took the form of a towering green mountain. Finally, the five of them calmed down and the world was at peace. Boss Xiao, how could this be? The materialization of true chi could actually resist demonic chi? Seriously? My father didn't teach me this trick. Fatty Zhu wiped his sweat and said with a trembling voice with lingering fear. It was really too dangerous just now. Fatty almost pulled out his sword and committed suicide. His soul was about to explode from the terrifying demonic chi. Mo Qingtong's demonic eyes turned a few times, and she suddenly clapped her hands. Qingtong got it. This is not demonic chi at all. If it is demonic chi, even if you can materialize your true chi and release it from your true acupoint, your soul and mind will still not be able to avoid the erosion and invasion of the demonic chi. It's fake. Brother Xiao, how did you see through it? Well, it's actually very simple. I just analyzed that the assessment can't be so difficult. This is only the first round, and a mutated demon emperor is released. How could it be? There's almost no need for the assessment. All the contestants should just commit suicide. Moreover, the true chi in the true acupoint was restless, as if it was about to explode. So, I just tried to materialize my true chi to make the true acupoint empty. I didn't expect it to be so effective. Ha 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 ha, luck, luck. Xiao Han casually said. The secret of the demon egg in the heart naturally couldn't be revealed. The secret must not be spread to 6 ears. The huge black shadow was still making waves above the island, but it could no longer bring any discomfort to Xiao Han and the others. Wow! Brother Xiao, your wisdom is really higher than the sky. Moreover, your calmness is the most commendable. Mo Qingtong praised as she looked at Xiao Han with a strange light in her eyes. Junior brother Xiao Han, so we've successfully passed the first round? Hua Gang said in surprise. Probably. Xiao Han said calmly. Then we'll wait in this valley quietly. Let's see what the chief examiner has to say. After saying that, Xiao Han actually sat down calmly. Xiao Han, you're so calm. Xiao Yinrong also sat down, and she suddenly smiled sweetly. It's really hard to connect you with the newborn calf who came to the Xiao family to participate in the clan meeting. Indeed, Xiao Han's temperament now was becoming more and more extraordinary. This was extremely rare. He had vaguely developed the demeanor of an expert. Outside the valley, there were mournful moans and the sound of giant trees collapsing. It seemed that not all the contestants were like Xiao Han, who could find out the way to pass the test. It seems that many contestants will be eliminated in the first round of assessment. Mo Qingtong made a face, which was very playful and cute. However, if it weren't for Brother Xiao, we would probably be eliminated. The whole island was in chaos. 1 hour later, well. Little guys, the mutated demon emperor will stay above the island for a while. Can you hold on? Ahem. If you can't, go to the pier on the west side of the island and take a boat to leave. It's better to be eliminated than to die here, right? You all have a good time. Ahem. Well, if you can hold on, come to the east side of the island on foot. I'll wait for you here. Remember, don't fly with true chi, otherwise, you may be attacked by the mutated demon emperor. Ha 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 ha. The crippled old man's voice sounded again. Let's go. Let's go directly to the east side of the island. Xiao Han stood up. It was estimated that the time for the first round of assessment was almost over. As long as they could go to the east side of the island and find the crippled old man, they should be considered to have passed the test. They stood up together and followed Xiao Han out of the valley. Their true chi still transformed into various kinds of strange beasts, floating far behind. Out of the valley. I can't stand it. I'm going crazy. A young man from the great wilderness, wearing a bronze armor, had a handsome face at the moment, completely distorted, as if he had facial paralysis. True chi all over his body went berserk, and he kept hitting a boulder with his head. Finally, he raised his palm and smashed the top of his skull, causing his brain to burst, and he died. On the other side, a group of young men and women covered their ears with their hands and ran frantically towards the west side of the island. They cried bitterly and roared. I want to go back to the pier immediately. I don't want to stay on this F*King Island. It's too crazy, too F*King crazy. There's actually a mutated demon emperor, isn't it, playing with us? Not far away, a strong young man with 42 pentagonal true acupoints burning in his body stumbled towards Xiao Han and the others. His face was almost paralyzed, and he was sweating profusely. His eyes were dazed, and the true chi in his body was running wildly like a wild horse. Wherever it passed, the space would crack inch by inch, the ground would be plowed, and dust would rise everywhere. This person was not a genius of the southern region, but seemed to be from the eastern region. He walked to Xiao Han's side and said with great difficulty. I'm going crazy. Who are you guys? You guys look as if nothing happened. Damn it. If I die, I'll drag a few of you down with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Xiao Han. It was like a shooting star, and the air was instantly ignited. With the momentum of a single spark setting a prairie ablaze, the punch pulled out a fire dragon, intending to swallow Xiaohan. However, his true qi had gone berserk, and his combat strength was less than half of his usual. Drag us down with you? You really don't know what's good for you. Xiaohan sneered, and struck out with his right hand. 800,000 cauldrons of strength was released, and the air wave tore apart. With a poof, not only the fire dragon was smashed into pieces, but the man's body was also smashed, causing his body to explode like porcelain. A large pile of high-grade true qi spirit stones burst out from his true acupoints, and Xiaohan kept them into his own true acupoint. Everyone be careful, there are many mad dogs. Xiaohan reminded, let's go, straight to the east. All the way to the east. Along the way, they also saw many young people with determined eyes. Their willpower was not destroyed by the so-called demon qi. Without saying a word, they headed east. Of course, along the way, there were corpses everywhere. Not only were there people who had lost their minds and committed suicide, there were also people who fought and killed each other. There were dead bodies everywhere. The cruelty of the demon hero preliminaries was vividly reflected at this point. A man from the great wilderness walked up from behind Xiaohan and company. His flesh shell was strong, and every inch of his flesh and blood shone with treasure light. His entire body was shrouded in a glow, and his true qi was restrained, forcefully resisting the pressure of the demon qi. He closed his eyes tightly, and his thoughts were pure. He identified the east and walked straight, ignoring Xiaohan and company. He actually quickly overtook Xiaohan and company. Fatty Zhu could not help but give a thumbs up. Brother from the great wilderness, you're really awesome. Suddenly, the man from the great wilderness opened his eyes subconsciously and looked at Fatty Zhu. In an instant, his eyes became chaotic, and the true qi in his body instantly went berserk. He knelt on the ground with a thud, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Damn Fatty. F*CKU. I'll kill you. He grabbed with his right hand, and his qi was like a dragon as he grabbed at Fatty Zhu. With a thought from Xiaohan, the hornless dragon flew over from behind, and with an icy chill, it instantly froze the man from the great wilderness. In the next moment, Xiaohan struck out with his palm, turning him into ice shards. Fatty, don't talk. This brother could have passed just now, but you affected his performance. Xiaohan scolded. But... Boss, you killed him, right? You're still scolding me? Fatty cried out in injustice. Let's go, let's continue forward. Xiaohan shook his head and laughed. Finally, Xiaohan and the others walked to a basin on the east side of the island. There were already thousands of young men and women gathered here. All of them were dressed in rags, but their eyes were firm and their mental state was different from ordinary people. The crippled old man sat on a wooden chair, crossed his legs, and said slowly. Another 5 people passed. Stand to the side. Phew. We've finally passed. Xiaohan let out a long breath and stood in the crowd with Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, and the others. There were also people constantly walking over from all over the island to stand here. 4 hours later. The crippled old man stood up from his chair and coughed a few times. All right, congratulations, little fellows. You've successfully passed the first test of this year's Demon Hero Selection Competition. As soon as he finished speaking. In the direction of the pier on the west side of the island, a ferocious beast roar broke out. It was heart-wrenching and lung-splitting, accompanied by tragic human voices. But it soon subsided. Hey! Those little fellows really think that they can survive by fleeing to the pier on the west side of the island and voluntarily quitting? They're really naive. Cough, cough, cough. The crippled old man laughed strangely. The young people present were horrified and looked at each other. Oh my. Xiaohan, those who fled to the pier on the west side of the island and were ready to return by boat seemed to be all dead. Xiao Yunrong said in horror. It seems so. Xiao Han also felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that what these examiners said could not be completely trusted at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Cough, cough. Well, there are a total of 7 or 8 people who passed the first test. Not bad, not bad. Only more than 2,000 people died. That's good. The crippled old man said happily. Then, I should also retire successfully. Well, now I'll hand you over to the second examiner. The second test is about to begin. Are you excited? Excited? Ha 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 ha. The second examiner? The contestants looked left and right, but didn't find anything. Don't look anymore, the second examiner is up there. The crippled old man stretched out his withered finger and pointed to the sky. Xiao Han subconsciously raised his head to look. In the sky above the island, the black shadow with a tragic aura flapped its devil wings a few times and burst out with a strange laughter. Gaga gaga. Little fellows, was the game just now fun? Yes, I'm Chen Shifeng. I'm the kindest and most amiable person. As the chief examiner of your second test, I'll give you some very, very simple questions. You're lucky to have met me, Chen Shifeng. Ga ga ga. In the next moment, the huge black shadow began to distort and shrink. Finally, it transformed into a human figure. It wasn't tall, just medium height, about 1.7 meters. Stepping on the moonlight, it walked down from the sky. With every step it took, a beautiful flower would condense in the air. It was a spectacular sight. All of the demonic qi disappeared and was replaced by overwhelming true qi. The light was beautiful, brilliant and gorgeous. The crippled old man suddenly said softly. Don't believe him. Chen Shifeng is more than 10 times crueler than I am. If he's the chief examiner of your second round, at least a third of you will die here. The hearts of all the contestants immediately turned cold. Very soon, Chen Shifeng walked down from the sky like he was taking a stroll. He stood beside the crippled old man, and the island returned to peace and serenity. He wore a black robe and was naked. He seemed to be in his 30s, and his face could be described as handsome. However, he gave people a very evil feeling, especially his eyes, which were extremely deep. They were brewing a terrifying energy like a storm, giving off a chilling coldness. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, forming an extremely demonic arc, which made people shiver. He bowed slightly and smiled faintly. Greetings, contestants. I'm the kind Chen Shifeng, the chief examiner of your second round. Please take care of me. This person feels very strong. Xiao Han knew very well. He subconsciously activated the spirit turtle true qi and sealed the tattoo of the demon emperor on his left arm and the demon egg in his heart tightly, not daring to leak out at all. P.S. Starting from today, I'll try to wake up in the morning. I want to update during the day and read at night to recharge and think about the plot. I woke up at 8:30 in the morning, but my dad came to see me, so I was delayed for the whole morning. But it doesn't matter, I'll persevere tomorrow. I hope I can use my time rationally and increase my writing speed. Yes, I won't be lazy. Don't worry, everyone. Chapter 170. The first round of the Hex Hero trial, which was known as the cruelest trial in history, had ended. A total of 7 contestants had successfully entered the second round. The chief examiner of the second round was a middle-aged man in a black robe with a demonic temperament. Chen Wanfeng. At this time, all the contestants were looking at the second examiner. To be honest, the first examiner, the crippled old man, had lied to the contestants time and time again, causing some of the contestants who had barely managed to survive despite facing elimination, to die a violent death in the end. For example, the crippled old man had repeatedly emphasized that the western pier of the island was a safe zone, but in reality, it was a huge trap. All of these caused the contestants to lose their complete trust in the examiner. On the contrary, they were filled with fear and trepidation. They wondered what kind of character this examiner Chen Wanfeng was. However, according to the crippled old man, this person was extremely crazy. The contestants were all anxious and fearful. On the other hand, the elites from the Devil Hero region were relatively calm. They crossed their arms and looked at Chen Fengchen calmly. This time, there were 100 contestants selected from the Hex Hero region to participate in the main competition. At this time, no one was eliminated or killed, which was a brilliant result. Oh, this examiner Chen Wanfeng is a human, definitely not a demon. However, he disguised himself as a mutated demon emperor and was quite good at bluffing. His aura and pressure are extremely terrifying. Xiao Han looked at Chen Wanfeng silently. Well, Chen Wanfeng, I'll leave these little guys to you. The crippled old man said with a smile. What's the content of the second round? Even I don't know. Come on, give me the question. Hee hee. Morning Passing Wind let out a strange laugh. He cleared his throat and said slowly, participants. In fact, I can't wait to announce the question for the second round. However, it's getting late, and the darkness of the night isn't good for everyone. It will affect everyone's condition. I'm very kind and very considerate. So, everyone can have a good rest tonight. Enjoy the beautiful scenery of this island to your heart's content. Tomorrow morning, contestants, please come here, and I will announce the question. Please rest assured, the second round is very simple. Well, that's it. Everyone can go now. Remember, have a good rest tonight. Contestants are not allowed to kill each other. Harmony is the most important. Once you are found fighting, you will be disqualified. After a pause, Morning Passing Wind added. That's right. The location of the second stage of the examination will still be on this island. There's no need for everyone to travel to the other examination grounds. Sigh. I, Chen Fading Wind, am really too kind. I always think of the examinees. In this world, a kind person like Chen Fading Wind is already extinct. Everyone, go back to your own places. I wish everyone a sweet dream. What? The second examination venue is still on this island. Could it be? The crippled old man's pupils constricted as a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. Soon after, he said in a low voice, Chen Fengchen, you brat are indeed extremely perverted. You actually chose that place as the examination venue for the second stage. After Morning Passing Wind's announcement, the participants dispersed. Let's go. We should also return to the valley and conserve our strength. Xiao Han called out to his companions. The group walked back. Boss Xiao, this examiner said that the second stage will be very easy. Do you believe him? Fatty Zhu asked with a silly smile beside Xiao Han. What do you think? Xiao Han said snappily. The examiner repeatedly emphasized that the second stage will be very easy. The more he said, the more I suspect that the second stage will be far more difficult than the first stage. Also, he always said that he is a good person. How kind he is. Does he think we are idiots? Ha. It's very difficult for a good person to become an excellent evil hero. Mo Qingtong smiled. Brother Xiao, a general success is built on the bones of tens of thousands of people. In fact, the truly powerful demon heroes are all stepping on the corpses of mediocre people to rise to the top. Through this selection competition, Qingtong has clearly understood this point. Yes. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. Unscrupulous. Sect Master has also told me many times that in the evil hero selection, we must be unscrupulous. This is a bridge of thousands of people crossing. If you step aside and let them pass, you will fall down and be smashed to pieces. Suddenly. Xiao Han, look, that Li Ziki and Qing Feng. Xiao Yinrong suddenly pulled Xiao Han. Xiao Han's heart moved and looked over. He saw Li Ziki and Qing Feng walking with a haggard face, followed by about 70 to 80 followers. Xiao Han's pupils contracted and the muscles in the corner of his eyes twitched a few times. His heart was full of killing intent. Li Ziqi had once assassinated Xiao Han with a flying knife. The two sides had completely fallen out and would fight to the death. Oh. Li Ziqi also saw Xiao Han. His eyes flashed with a fierce light and he walked towards Xiao Han. Qing Feng and dozens of followers followed behind. Xiao Han, I didn't expect you to pass the first stage smoothly. Li Ziqi walked over and said coldly. You were lucky that I didn't kill you last time. But it's hard to say next time. Li Ziqi. We are all from the southern region and belong to the same origin. How dare you sneak attack junior brother Xiao Han? You are so despicable. Huo Wu scolded. I've given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it, Qing Feng said indifferently. So what if we are all from the southern region? In this evil hero selection, as long as you don't belong to the same camp, you are all competitors. Xiao Han, you just wait and see. I will kill you with my own hands. Xiao Han forcibly restrained his killing intent. You are also lucky. If it wasn't for the examiner Qin Shifeng who forbade private fights, you would have been dead by now. Ha! Xiao Han, do you really think that you can bully us as you please? Ha ha ha. You think too highly of yourself. Li Ziqi let out a mocking laugh. He immediately looked behind Xiao Han and suddenly laughed sinisterly. All right, Xiao Han, your trouble has come. Deal with it well. Ha 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 ha. Let's go. After saying that, Li Ziqi, Qing Feng and the others left in an aggressive manner. Xiao Han turned around and frowned slightly. He saw a group of people from the great wilderness walking over with majestic steps. The leader was more than 2 meters tall, wearing animal skin. He was extremely rough and ferocious, and his aura was terrifying. His flesh was extremely strong and emitted a sparkling light. With a slight movement of his body, there was an imposing aura of 10,000 galloping horses. In terms of pure strength, he seemed to have surpassed Xiao Han. He must have come from the great wilderness ancient country and was a variant barbarian. Moreover, his body had opened 41 true acupoints and his true qi was abundant. It was no small matter. Xiao Han had met this person once before. He was the man from the great wilderness who had secretly discussed with Li Ziqi and Qing Feng on the ship. Beside the man from the great wilderness was a bald young man. On his bright and clean head, there was a ferocious sand scorpion. He gave off an extremely gloomy and conceited aura. Behind the two of them was a large group of men and women from the great wilderness. All of them were as terrifying as savage beasts in human form. They came at him aggressively. Fatty Zhu was so scared that he shivered and took half a step back. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, the group of men and women from the great wilderness burst into laughter. You. The leading man from the great wilderness pointed at Xiao Han. You and this fat pig, leave immediately. The 3 women stay. Oh. Xiao Han was stunned and immediately laughed out of extreme anger. Interesting, the man from the great wilderness no longer looked at Xiao Han. It was as if he regarded Xiao Han as a small aphid and mayfly, not worth mentioning. He took a deep look at Mo Qingtong and said, Yes, I am Wanyan Gu from the great wilderness ancient country. Women, with your abilities, you will definitely die in this monster hero trial. Therefore, I, Wanyan Gu, will give you a chance. If you obey Wanyan Gu, you will be protected. Alright, go with Wanyan Gu. In the golden ancient country, any woman will take pride in serving the warriors of the Wanyan clan. Wanyan Gu's tone was very reasonable and domineering to the extreme. Hualan's and Xiao Yunrong's pretty faces suddenly turned livid. They felt humiliated as if they were cattle and sheep. Mo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a murderous look, and then she said with a charming smile. Brother from the great wilderness, I don't know you. Wanyan clan, are you going to be finished? Women. Wanyan Gu was furious. His body burst out with a violent voice like a torrent of steel. Alright, alright. Xiao Han took a step forward. You barbarians, get lost. Don't be noisy in front of me like a group of pigs and dogs barking. It's disgusting and annoying. Get lost. People of the 4 regions, you are courting death. Do you know that? The bald man's face instantly turned as cold as ice. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You will die miserably. I, Ada, swear by the totem of the great wilderness scorpion clan. I will kill you with my own hands. It doesn't matter. Everyone can say harsh words. You barbarians, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will crush you all. Xiao Han shrugged and then called out to his companions. Let's go. After that, Xiao Han did not care about the men and women of the great wilderness anymore and left with his companions. I, Wanyangu, will torture and kill all of you. I will break every single one of your bones. I will eat your organs and flesh raw. Wanyangu's eyes flashed with the shadow of a 6-armed dragon. His right foot suddenly stomped on the ground. With a boom, a large area of the ground cracked and exploded. Boss Xiao, we seem to have provoked a lot of ruthless people. Li Ziki, Qing Feng, and that group of barbarians from the great wilderness. Back in the valley, Fatty Zhu swallowed his saliva and said. It doesn't matter. Anyway, in this Hex Hero trial, anyone can become our enemy. It doesn't matter who we offend. Just remember one thing. We must be ruthless and not compromise, Xiao Han said calmly. That group of people just now, once there is a chance, kill them. After that, Xiao Han sat cross-legged and closed his eyes slightly. He held his breath and nurtured his saber intent. Monster Hero Pagoda. On the 29th floor. Wu Hao, the heavenly devil old man and the others had already moved from the restaurant to a hall. In the spotless hall, there were many monster heroes with powerful auras. In front of the hall, there was still a shiny gem that emitted images. More than 2,000 people died in the first round. What an extremely cruel competition. The crippled old man is temperamental. Nothing good will come out of him being the chief examiner, Xiao Mingchu muttered. Fortunately, junior brother Xiao Han successfully passed. However, I didn't see junior brother Xiao Han in the image. There are too few magic eye stones on the island, so we can't see the whole competition. Let's not discuss the first round for the time being. The difficulty is just a so-so. Wu Hao's face was worried. I am very worried about the second round now. The chief examiner of the second round turned out to be Qin Shifeng, the perverted madman. Sect Master, Qin Shifeng is a famous monster hero. He has killed many demon emperors in his life and is very legendary. However, I don't know this person very well. Dongfang Qin frowned. Let's not talk about anything else. I will tell you that I have seen with my own eyes that after Qin Shifeng killed a demon emperor, he not only took out the demon emperor crystal, but also drank the demon emperor's blood and ate the demon emperor's meat raw. The degree of perversion is unimaginable. This person is the chief examiner of the second round. The situation is very serious. I don't know what kind of perverted topic he will give. Wu Hao sat down and looked at the gem that flashed with the image of the island. What? Drank the demon emperor's blood? Ate the demon emperor's meat raw? Why? Is he cultivating some strange technique? Fang Ling turned pale with fright. No. Heaven's devil old man replied. It seems that when Qin Shifeng was young, he saw his parents and the villagers being eaten by the demon clan, so it left a shadow in his heart. After he became a monster hero, not only did he kill the demon clan, but he also liked to eat the demon clan raw for revenge. Forget it, let's not talk about this. He is a very disgusting guy. Xiao Mingchu said in horror. So disgusting? Then. I am worried for junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Huiyang. Chapter 171. The first ray of light in the morning crossed the sea level and blended into the island. If other factors were not taken into account, this island was tantamount to a sanctuary. The spiritual energy of the plants on the island was abundant and vigorous. The spiritual energy was dense, and the morning breeze blew gently. All kinds of fragrances of grass, leaves, and flowers slowly spread out in the forest. Wisps of the morning sun wandered in the forest, purifying everything and making it as beautiful as a fairyland. But this was the examination venue of the Devil Hero trial. This meant danger and death. After picking some fresh fruits for breakfast, Xiao Han and his companions walked to the eastern basin of the island that they had been to last night. After a night's rest, Xiao Han was full of energy. Along the way, he saw many contestants heading to the basin. Soon, Xiao Han and the others arrived at the basin where thousands of people had gathered. The examiner, Chen Fengchen, stood on a hard rock like a lonely crane, looking at thousands of contestants with an excited expression. The crippled old man seemed to be sitting on a wooden chair, crossing his legs, leisurely. Not long after, the examiner, Chen Fengchen, began to speak. Well, all the contestants are here. Good, very good. Then, the second round of the official competition of this year's Devil Hero trial had officially begun. The examination venue of the second stage is still on this island. Now, I will tell you the content and rules of the second stage of the examination. Please listen carefully. The contestants held their breath. I don't know what the second stage will be dangerous. Anyway, it will not be easy and simple. Xiao Han knew in his heart, and he pricked up his ears to listen. Chen Fengchen cleared his throat and said in a clear voice. When you came to this island, you must have felt that there was an inexplicable atmosphere on the island that made you inexplicably nervous, right? As soon as he said this, the contestants nodded secretly. Yes, on this island, there seemed to be a kind of danger that devoured everything and the cry of the crane in the wind. Well, this sense of crisis, you probably think that it is brought by the ancient fierce beasts on the island. But I have to tell you. No. There is indeed a strong ancient fierce beast on the island, but it has nothing to do with this examination. In fact, the hidden danger on the island comes from a secret in the depths of the island. To be precise, it is a sealed secret. Now it is necessary to tell you the origin of this island. In this sea, there was originally no such island. In ancient times, more than a dozen of the most powerful demons of the human race besieged and killed 2 demon emperors somewhere in the western region. They were not ordinary demon sovereigns. They were 2 mutated demon sovereigns. After a fierce battle, at the cost of the lives of 5 demon heroes, the 2 mutated demon emperors finally fell. That battle was so great and tragic that it could be recorded in history. At this point, Qin Shifeng's expression became extremely grave and solemn, as if he could not be violated. It said that the entire island was covered in demon blood and the blood of our great evil hero. The sky turned dark, the earth turned dark, and the sun and moon lost their light. The flames of war spread to some of the nearby countries, causing the deaths of millions of ordinary humans. It was a battle that could make even the heavens and earth tremble. Hearing this, the contestants all looked at each other, feeling a chill in their hearts. Just the aftermath of the battle had destroyed the lives of millions of ordinary humans. In the core area of the battle, the void had probably collapsed, and a small world might have been annihilated. Qin Shifeng continued, after this battle, our demon hero Almighty moved the battlefield from the western region to the demon hero domain. After countless years, this island appeared in this sea. It also multiplied many plants and ferocious beasts. But remember, an unprecedented battle had taken place here, and it had a profound meaning. Most importantly, the corpses of the 2 mutated demon emperors were also sealed in the depths of the island. Hua, the contestants all booed softly. Ah. Boss Xiao, so this island was once an ancient battlefield. There are even 2 mutated demon emperors' corpses sealed here. Fatty Zhu's eyes bulged. Mutated demon emperors. Those are the nobles of the demon race, existences that are infinitely close to the demon emperor. Just thinking about it makes one's heart palpitate. Brother Xiao, could it be that the second test is related to the corpses of the 2 mutated demon emperors? Mo Qingtong said in shock. I can't guess it either. Let's listen to what the examiner said, Xiao Han said indifferently. But in his heart, there was a surge of waves. Mutated demon emperors' corpses? It seems. My demon emperor's palm can absorb the life essence of the demon race and awaken the demon meridians and demon characters. This. Suddenly, Xiao Han had a premonition that there should be some fortuitous encounters waiting for him in that sealed place. This was a very subtle premonition that could not be explained clearly. Alright, the content of the second test is to let you enter the cave where the mutated demon emperor's corpses are sealed. Chen Shifeng said loudly. The corpses of the mutated demon emperors are no small matter. They can release an almost world-destroying demonic aura that can destroy any vitality and cause a part of the world to wither. Therefore, for you rookies, that cave is no less than a demon domain. Moreover, that cave has been sprinkled with endless demonic blood, causing the plants inside to be irrigated by the demonic blood and mutate into all kinds of demonic flowers, demonic grasses, demonic trees, demonic fruits. The aura released by these demonic flowers, demonic grasses, demonic trees, and demonic fruits are all demonic aura that can cause low-level true Qi realm martial artists to suffer from Qi deviation. All the contestants understood. In that cave, the corpses of 2 mutated demon emperors were sealed, and it was filled with a large amount of demonic aura that did not dissipate. The demonic blood also irrigated countless demonic plants. If a person entered it rashly, it was very likely that the demonic aura would invade their soul and turn them into a deranged lunatic. Or they might directly suffer from Qi deviation and do all kinds of perverse things, or even commit suicide, ha ha ha. Look at your expressions. Chen Shifeng suddenly laughed. Alright, I won't scare you anymore. After countless years of dilution, the demonic aura in that cave has already become very faint. Time can erase the danger emitted by the mutated demon emperor's corpses. According to our evaluation, the 6th level true Qi realm can stay in that cave for 3 months, and it is unlikely that they will be harmed by the demonic aura. The 5th level true Qi realm can stay for 1 month, the 4th level true Qi realm can stay for 10 days, the 3rd level true Qi realm can stay for 5 days, and those below the 3rd level true Qi realm can only stay for 3 days. This. Hearing this, Xiao Yunrong's pretty face turned slightly pale, and her eyes were filled with fear. She only had the cultivation of the 2nd level true Qi realm. If she entered that cave this time, she would only be able to stay for 3 days. Yunrong, don't be anxious. Right now, we still don't know what you should do after entering that cave. Perhaps you won't have to stay for too long before you can come out. Xiao Han immediately comforted her. Seeing Xiao Han's eyes that were as steady as a boulder, Xiao Yunrong's taut heartstrings slowly relaxed, and she nodded slightly. Listen up, I'm not asking you to enter the cave to look at the mutated demon emperor's corpses. Furthermore, with your cultivation, the closer you get to the 2 mutated demon emperor's corpses, the easier it is for you to collapse and go berserk. Chen Shifeng snapped his fingers, and a crystal card the size of a palm appeared in his hand. It was a card carved from jade. It was amber in color, sparkling and translucent, and emitted a treasured light. On the card, there was actually a human figure engraved. Upon closer inspection, it was Chen Shifeng himself. Ha ha ha. What a beautiful crystal card, isn't it? It has my heroic figure engraved on it. Ha 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 ha. Chen Shifeng laughed loudly, appearing extremely narcissistic. It's like this. These cards are carved from the precious star jade stone. This time, I placed 5,000 of these cards all over the place. On each of these cards, there is a handsome carving of me. Moreover, among the 5,000 star jade crystal cards, there is one that is the most handsome, the most elegant and the most precious. It is red, and it is the one that I am most satisfied with. It represents luck. Alright, smart people like you should know the content of the 2nd stage of the test. You need to enter that cave and find my card under the interference of the endless demonic aura. There are a total of 7,007 people here, and there are only 5,000 cards. Obviously, this means that there will be 2,007 people who will not be able to find a card. Unfortunately, those who cannot find a card in 3 days' time will be eliminated. Ha 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 ha. Of course, I can't tell you where I hid the card. You will have to find it yourself. However, you will definitely be able to find such an exquisite and handsome card. As for the little friend who finds the most beautiful red card, you will receive some help in the next stage. Furthermore, I will personally give you a reward. Do you understand? The me on the red card is the most handsome. Ha 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 ha. Chen Shifeng laughed extremely narcissistically. The contestants' hearts were as clear as a mirror. Finding the red card would be extremely beneficial to breaking through the third stage of the main competition. This was the most important thing. Moreover, a personal reward from a veteran like Morning Passing Wind would definitely be invaluable to this group of rookies. Of course, there was only one red card, and it was extremely difficult to find it. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. In other words, at least 277 people will be eliminated in this round. Xiao Han blurted out. 10,000 people participated in the main competition, and after just 2 rounds, half of them were directly eliminated. That was a total of 5,000 people. Old cripple, don't you think this test question of mine is very simple? Chen Shifeng suddenly turned his head and smiled at Cripple Old Man. Heh. Cripple Old Man laughed coldly. The area of the sealed area is also very large. Who knows where you hid the card? I think you wouldn't be so stupid as to directly place it in the most obvious place, right? 5,000 cards in 3 days. I want to see how many contestants can successfully find the card. Actually, sometimes you don't have to find it yourself. You can just snatch those. Chen Shifeng laughed. However, halfway through his sentence, he made a slip of the tongue and shushed him. Just pretend I didn't say anything. However, his words were clearly heard by all the contestants present. Entering the sealed area to find the card, those who were lucky might be able to find the card themselves and pass the stage. Those who were unlucky would directly snatch the card from others. All the contestants' hearts were clear. Snatch. Junior brother Xiao Han, it seems that this second stage is not that simple. Hui Yang laughed bitterly. I finally understand. This stage will definitely have scenes of contestants killing and snatching each other. It's really cruel and tragic. Alright. Let's not talk anymore. Now, I will bring all of you into the sealed area. Little friends who found the card, quickly leave the sealed area. I will wait for you outside. Remember, you only have 3 days. Follow me. Chen Shifeng led the way. The crippled old man limped along beside him. Thousands of contestants followed closely behind. Chapter 172. Thousands of contestants followed Chen Fengchen and the crippled old man to the second examination venue. In the depths of the island, there were 2 mutated demon emperor corpses sealed. They advanced all the way. The deeper they went into the island, the heavier the inexplicable sense of danger and oppression. It was almost suffocating. When they were about 5 kilometers away from the corpses, there were no longer any signs of living beings. Everywhere was filled with brown, rugged rocks. There was a thin mist that lingered like a veil. The mist was deathly still, making one's heart tremble. It made one feel as if they were walking in the doomsday cemetery. Boss Xiao, do you think those cards are hidden well? However, I feel that it should be very difficult to find them. Fatty Zhu whispered into Xiao Han's ear. Fatty, if you think it's troublesome, you might as well just rob them, Xiao Han said with a smile. Hee hee. Boss Xiao, you're joking again. Fatty Zhu trembled, but his eyes clearly revealed an imperceptible hint of emotion. Are we really going to rob them? Heh. Xiao Han smiled noncommittally. Then, he said indifferently. I hope Li Ziki can find the card. Huh? Why? Fatty Zhu blurted out. Rob. Kill and rob. This guy actually dared to sneak attack me. If he falls into my hands, I'll torture him to death. Xiao Han said seriously. Finally, everyone arrived at the entrance of a valley. At the entrance of the valley stood a black stone tablet that was about 10 feet tall. The stone tablet was extremely ancient and crude. It was engraved with a picture of a group of humans fighting to the death with two creatures with flesh wings. Every stroke was terrifying and emitted a fierce murderous aura. It made people not dare to look at it for too long. If they looked at it for too long, their minds would hallucinate and fall into the ancient times, where a group of demons besieged two mutated demon emperors. Crimson clouds exploded, lightning struck the 9 heavens, the destruction of the ancient times, the collapse of the sun and moon, the rolling of runes, the bursts of demonic sounds. All sorts of illusions were enough to make people fall into madness. Xiao Yinrong, who was standing beside Xiao Han, had a lower cultivation realm. She only stared at the stone tablet for a while before her blood and qi churned. Her true qi almost went berserk and she vomited blood. Sword light flashed in Xiao Yinrong's eyes, and she forcefully cut off the negative emotions that invaded her mind. Only then did she calm down a little, but she didn't dare to look at the stone tablet again. Apart from this, the stone tablet was covered in seals that released streaks of light, forming a glazed screen of light. Symbols interweaved, the treasure, character flickering, surrounding the entire valley. Streams of faint demonic qi and demonic talismans crashed against the light barrier, stirring up waves of ripples, but they were unable to break through. Looking at the inside of the valley, it was actually dusky, as if chaos had just been born. It was completely incompatible with the clear sky outside the valley. It seemed to be an independent plane, yet it also seemed like the Azura hell. It was filled with an extremely evil demonic aura. The demonic sounds were bleak, and a wave of war intent and resentment seeped out. It seemed to be an ancient battlefield, and one could even faintly hear miserable cries. There was also the sound of the collision between the true Qi divine art and the demon art that could destroy heaven and earth. This was sex. It was also the core battlefield where the chivalrous heroes fought against the two mutated demon emperors. Stone steel suppressing demonic Qi. The examination venue is just ahead. You can enter in batches. The entrance to the valley is narrow, so it won't allow you to swarm in, Chen Fading Wine said with a strange smile. Alright, the second round of the examination begins. Kids, go in and look for the cards. I'll remind you one last time, don't be greedy, and don't get too close to the place where the bodies of the two mutated demon emperors are placed. The demonic qi there is likely to directly crush your souls. Well, go in. The examination begins. At this moment, suddenly, a dignified and handsome young man stepped out. His clothes were as white as snow, and he looked lonely and depressed. His whole body was bathed in a layer of primal chaos palea qi, so people could not even see his true qi cultivation base. Above his head, a huge shadow of an ancient god rushed out, holding a heavenly halberd. It pointed to the sky and stomped on the ground, destroying the universe. This young man was from the chivalrous hero's domain. Listen up, all of you. That red card belongs to the contestants from the chivalrous hero's domain. Anyone who dares to touch it will be killed without mercy. After saying that, his body moved, and he directly jumped into the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, his whole body seemed to be swallowed by the dusky demonic qi, and he disappeared without a trace. Humph. Another young man from the chivalrous hero's domain glared at the other contestants. His eyes were extremely noble, as if he was a noble in the secular world inspecting the local farmers in the countryside. He was full of superiority and said indifferently. Remember what my senior brother just said. The most precious red card is not something that you people can touch. It must belong to the contestants from the chivalrous hero's domain. There is no doubt about that. After saying that, he also entered the valley. The first batch to enter the valley was the 100 contestants selected by the chivalrous hero's domain. Damn it. The young generation from the chivalrous hero's domain seems to be born to be superior to others. They are too strong. They are nothing. There are only 100 people from the chivalrous hero's domain, and we have thousands of people in the great wilderness. If they really fight, they will die without a burial place. Let's go, let's enter the valley quickly, or the contestants from the chivalrous hero's domain will get the card first. Groups of contestants rushed into the valley, trying to outdo each other. Boss Xiao, the contestants from the chivalrous hero's domain are too arrogant. They actually want to directly take the only red card for themselves. What a big appetite. It seems that whoever dares to compete with them will violate the law and will be executed. Fatty Zhu's face was full of resentment. Xiao Han was a little absent-minded. At this moment, standing at the entrance of the valley, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart and the demon Thearka's palm tattoo on his left arm actually started to throb slightly, transmitting some information to Xiao Han. It can't be. The demon egg and the demon Thearka's palm tattoo actually have a reaction. Could it be that there are still living demon creatures in this valley? This is strange. Xiao Han was stunned. Let's go, Xiao Han. We should also enter. Mo Qingtong's voice immediately woke Xiao Han up from his deep thoughts. N. Xiao Han nodded. Everyone, walk together. It is very dangerous inside. Don't get separated. Xiao Han and his companions also entered the valley. Their figures were instantly engulfed by the grey demon aura in the valley. Keep an eye on those dregs. A group of men and women from the great wilderness rushed up from behind. The leader was Wan Yingu, and beside him was the bald Ada. Meng Tari, you are in charge of tracking their aura. Wan Yingu waved his hand. A short man from the great wilderness with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks walked up from behind. He had a strange appearance, and his nose was very sharp and long. The short man twitched his nose a few times and nodded slightly. Wan Yingu, I have caught the aura of those fools. They can't escape. All right. We will follow behind that group of dregs. How about this, we will play with them first. If they find the card, we will snatch it. We will torture the 2 men to death, and we will enjoy the 3 women in turns. We can tame them into female slaves. Wan Yingu sneered continuously. His pale golden eyes flashed with the shadow of a 6-armed barbaric dragon. We must capture that young man who talked back and insulted us. We must crush every single one of his bones, dig out his heart and lungs, and eat them raw. Only then can we vent our hatred. The bald Ada stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Let's go. Under Wan Yingu's command, a group of men and women from the great wilderness rushed into the valley. The long-nosed Meng Tari was like the fiercest and most sensitive hunting dog. He kept twitching his nose and sniffing in all directions. Qing Feng, let's follow them. Li Ziki also took a step forward. That Xiao Han has many trump cards. If we kill him, we might be able to get some unexpected treasures from his true acupoints. That's what I was thinking. It's best if Xiao Han and Wan Yingu fight it out with each other. Both sides will be injured, and we will reap the benefits. Ha ha ha, let's go. Qing Feng laughed sinisterly. The 2 of them led dozens of followers into the valley. Soon, all the participants entered the valley filled with demonic aura. Hee hee. Qin Fading Wind crossed his arms and remained calm. I say, Qin Fading Wind, tell me, how many cards did you hide in the valley? Crippled old man came over and asked. 5,000. Not one more, not one less, Qin Fading Wind said innocently. Why, crippled old man, are you doubting my character? You've lost your character a long time ago. Alright, do you think I don't know your character? Tell me the truth, how many cards did you put in? Crippled old man snorted. Ha 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 ha, Qin Fading Wind laughed loudly. Crippled old man, you really know me well. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. I don't have 5,000 cards. I only put in 4,000. TSK, ruthless, you're too ruthless. In other words, only 4,000 people can enter the third round. Crippled old man clicked his tongue. You tricked them with that red card, didn't you? I do have the red card, but they won't be able to get it because I put it on the bodies of 2 mutated demon emperors. Ha 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 ha. Chen Fading Wind laughed happily. They won't be able to get close. Moreover, you hid one thing from them. Crippled old man also laughed. In that valley, not only are there demonic plants irrigated by the ancient demonic blood, but there are also demonic beasts that have evolved after consuming the ancient demonic blood. These demonic beasts are extremely terrifying. Like the demonic beasts, they can devour the brains of humans and transform into humans, inheriting the memories and thoughts of humans. These little guys are going to have a lot of fun. I wonder how many of them will survive. It's already a joyous occasion for 4,000 people to pass the assessment and enter the third round. But those who can survive will definitely be the elites of the elites. In the future, when they grow up, they will be able to hold their own and kill the demonic beasts as if they were nothing. Chen Fading Wind said with certainty. The difficulty of this selection is really too high. As the chief examiner, I'm very sure that the difficulty is far higher than any of the previous selections. Crippled old man sighed. What do you think of the quality of this batch of young people? Overall, they're not bad, Chen Fading Wind said seriously. A portion of them are geniuses with limitless futures. Heh, there are also a few interesting little guys who have the demonic beasts techniques. I noticed that too. Moreover, there's more than one little guy who has the demonic beasts techniques. Crippled old man nodded. But that's nothing. You, Chen Fading Wind, have mastered a demonic beast's technique. That's what you comprehended after drinking demonic blood for a long period of time, right? TSK, you big pervert. Demonic Hero Tower. Level 29. In a spotless hall. So the second examination area is that legendary chamber. Crow old man frowned deeply. I've heard that in ancient times, a group of demonic heroes killed 2 mutated demon emperors. Moreover, the corpses of the 2 mutated demon emperors, along with the battlefield, were moved to the demonic hero domain. Now, if I'm not wrong, that island is that ancient battlefield. The stone tablets sealed the corpses of the 2 mutated demon emperors. It's an extremely dangerous demonic domain. Brother Crow, look. Chen Fading Wind and Crippled Old Man are whispering to each other. The two of them seem to have ulterior motives. They're both old antiques with a belly full of evil tricks. I'm afraid that thousands of participants will die in the second round. Heavenly Devil Old Man stared at the image in the gem and saw Chen Fading Wind and Crippled Old Man talking with their arms around each other's shoulders. However, he couldn't hear what they were talking about. There doesn't seem to be any demon eye stones in that chamber filled with demonic aura. That's why we can't see the specific image of the second round. I hope that junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Hui Yang can turn misfortune into fortune and pass the second round. Xiao Mingchu's face was full of worry. Inside the chamber. As soon as Xiao Han and the others entered the chamber, they were obscured by the gray demonic aura. The visibility around them was extremely low. Moreover, once they entered the chamber, they felt that the space inside was extremely huge. It was as if there was no end to it. The thick demonic aura formed a huge obstacle that almost froze the space, making it difficult for people to walk freely inside. In the depths of the space, faint roars and demonic roars could be heard. The demonic sounds seeped into people's minds, making them feel very uncomfortable. Oh no. Xiao Han, in this chamber, I'm being disturbed by the demonic aura. The circulation of my true qi has slowed down a lot, Mo Qingtong said in surprise. Fatty Zhu, Hui Yang, and Xiao Yunrong also cried out in fear. Our combat strength can't be fully used in this place. It's being restricted. Yes, I feel it too. I can only use 70 to 80% of my combat strength. Moreover, not only is my true qi stagnant and obstructed, even my flesh shell can't be used to its fullest. Xiao Han also felt it. He activated the indestructible golden body and golden light shot out in all directions. However, this golden light was constantly distorted and corroded in the demonic aura. Even his flesh shell was suppressed a little. Where are the other contestants who entered this place? Why isn't there a single person? Fatty Zhu looked around. Xiao Han threw out a punch, and it hit the air. Hazy mist flew everywhere, and suddenly, the entire space caved in slightly. The sound of metal clashing could be heard, and it sounded like a great bell. How strange. Everyone, don't worry about the others. Let's look around and see if we can find a crystal card. It's really difficult. The visibility here is only a few meters. Beyond a few meters, it's dusky and can't be seen. Mo Qingtong said nervously. Everyone, pay attention to your defense. In this kind of environment, it's easy to be sneak attacked. The demonic aura is too gloomy. It's more or less affecting our thoughts and souls. Huo Wu exclaimed. Immediately, she released all her true qi and raised her right hand. A small mountain of true qi rolled out and crushed the nearby demonic aura. All of a sudden, the visibility increased greatly, allowing everyone to see the scene within a radius of tens of meters. There were many demonic black plants, flowers, and trees. In addition, there were some ancient ruins, showing the scene of ruins. I saw a black forest 20 meters away, and there seemed to be strange eyes growing on the leaves. It's so scary. Look. Xiao Yinrong pointed. Sure enough, in front of them, there was a black forest that was about 10 feet tall. The trees were very strange. There were some black leaves that looked like banana leaves on the branches. The leaves were inlaid with strange eyes that seemed to be blinking. I can't release my true qi for a long time. It's extremely exhausting. Huo Wu's face turned slightly pale as he quickly withdrew the true qi mountain. The demonic aura surged, causing their visibility to decrease once again. Everyone, don't waste your energy casually. Let's take a step at a time. Let's go and take a look at that black forest. Xiao Han slowly walked through the surging gray demonic aura. It's not so easy to find the crystal card. At this moment, the dormant demon egg in Xiao Han's heart and the tattoo of the demon god's palm on his left arm unexpectedly sent a happy message at the same time. It was as if entering this environment, there was a feeling of a dragon returning to the sea, like a fish in water. Xiao Han's left arm flashed with a faint demonic light. The demonic aura here could no longer bring any discomfort to Xiao Han. Huh. I've adapted to this dangerous environment? Xiao Han's heart stirred. Then, he suddenly had a whim. Why don't I try to activate the demon god's palm and take the initiative to absorb the ancient demonic aura here to see if I can gain something? P.S. Readers Communication Group, 32***11221. Chapter 173. Xiao Han felt like a fish returning to the water and a dragon returning to the sea in this world filled with monstrous demonic aura. The demon egg in his heart and the tattoo of the demon god's palm on his left arm both sent out throbbing and pleasure. Xiao Han secretly activated the tattoo of the demon god's palm on his left arm, swish swish swish, shockingly. In this world, strands of demonic aura turned into demonic light and merged into the tattoo of the demon god's palm on Xiao Han's left arm. The endless dried-up demon veins in the demon god's palm began to be nourished and moistened. What? Xiao Han was shocked. As expected, the demon god's palm can absorb these demonic auras. Xiao Han's heart was trembling and throbbing. He quickly sorted out his thoughts. The demon god's palm can't absorb the demonic aura released by the living creatures of the demon clan. However, the life essence and demonic souls of the dead demons will become the supreme nourishment of the demon god's palm. I understand now. I completely understand now. The dense demonic aura in this world is emitted by the corpses of the two mutated demon emperors who died countless years ago. Therefore, the tattoo of the demon god's palm can absorb it unscrupulously. Cool. So cool. Xiao Han was secretly delighted. Everyone be careful, it's very dangerous here. Xiao Han could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. He thought to himself, this dangerous place is now a paradise for me. Buzz, a faint demonic light flashed across Xiao Han's left arm. The 101st demon vein had been awakened. They walked slowly and glanced around at the same time, trying to find the star jade card that they needed to pass the test. At the same time, the dormant demon egg in Xiao Han's heart was also slowly rotating, sending a signal to Xiao Han. There seemed to be living creatures of the demon clan hiding in this place. However, Xiao Han remained calm and didn't tell them this strange news. They walked slowly and finally came to a black forest in front of them. There were dozens of trees, and the branches were dotted with a few banana leaf-like leaves. They were very close to the trees. At this moment, they finally saw clearly that there were eyes on the black banana leaf-like leaves. It was extremely terrifying. Ah! These eyes are still blinking. Xiao Yinrong couldn't help exclaiming in a trembling voice. Mo Qingtong was relatively calm. These trees emit demonic aura, and they are mutated species. It's impossible to find such demonic trees outside. The chief examiner once said that the vegetation in this cave was irrigated by demonic blood, and it breeds all kinds of demonic plants. This eyeball is alive? Fatty Zhu extended his chubby hand and hesitated for a moment before wanting to touch the strange eyeball on the leaf. Fatty, if you want to die, feel free to touch it. Xiao Han immediately stopped him. Fatty Zhu paused for a moment before quickly retracting his hand. Yes, Boss Xiao, thank you for reminding me. Fatty made a mistake just now. That's right, you can't touch anything here. The demonic chi here is so dense that it's scary. However, at this moment. Boom! The demon monarch palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm emitted a vortex-like suction force. Before Xiao Han could react, dozens of black trees were uprooted by this powerful suction force. In a breath's time, all the trees shattered and turned into strands of demonic light that shot into Xiao Han's left arm. Wang wang wang, an endless amount of demonic light, like rivers running into the sea, gushed over, causing Xiao Han's left arm to look like a strange black hole. The demonic light from all directions was like the Milky Way in the Milky Way, unceasingly coiling around him. It was a magnificent sight. Wang wang wang, the 102nd demon meridian awakened. The 103rd demon meridian awakened. The 104th demon meridian awakened. The dried-up demon meridian and the demon monarch palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm actually awakened one after another. It was filled with pure glazed demonic power that flowed like thousands of tributaries. Heavens! Not only did the demon monarch palm tattoo on his left arm devour the demonic aura here, it could even devour the demonic trees and turn them into nourishment. Furthermore, the demonic power nourishment brought by the demonic plants was clearly denser than the demonic aura that filled this place. A demonic forest allowed Xiao Han to continuously awaken demon meridians. At this moment, 137 demon meridians were rolling on the demon monarch palm on Xiao Han's left arm. It was filled with vitality. I know. These demonic plants were nurtured by the blood of mutated demon monarchs. Therefore, the demon monarch palm tattoo can absorb as much as it wants. Xiao Han suddenly had an idea. After the demon forest was wiped out by Xiao Han, the visibility of the surroundings suddenly increased, and he could see dozens of meters away. However, Xiao Han's companions were all stunned. Boss Xiao, you. Fatty Zhu's mouth was drooling, and he was extremely shocked. It seems like this demon forest was sucked dry by Boss Xiao, Mo Qingtong also said in shock. Brother Xiao, what's going on? Do you have any treasures on you? After a short moment of shock, Xiao Yinrong and Hua Fan calmed down. Brother Zhu, Miss Mo, don't panic. You're not from the Beacon Fire Empire, so you might not know much about junior brother Xiaohan, Hua Fan said quickly. Back then, junior brother Xiaohan was hunted down crazily because the secret of the demon race was exposed during the Battle of the North Profound Demon Monarch at the Setting Sun Mountain Range. Later on, there were rumors that junior brother Xiaohan obtained the North Profound Demon Monarch crystal and even comprehended a demonic technique. These rumors spread everywhere in the Beacon Fire Empire, Hua Fan added after a pause. But junior brother Xiaohan is definitely a human. Our sect master is very sure about this. Yes, Yunrong saw Xiaohan collect the North Profound Demon Monarch crystal with her own eyes at the Setting Sun Mountain Range. Xiao Yunrong nodded. Oh. Qingtong has also heard about this. It's said that brother Xiao is wanted by the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family. Even the entire southern region has sent out a large number of demon heroes to capture brother Xiao. Among them, the most famous ones are the Emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire and the Dragon Bone Saint Saber. But later, brother Xiao went silent and disappeared for 2 years, and this sensational matter slowly died down. Mo Qingtong's emotions also calmed down. Brother Xiao, don't worry. We won't pry into your secret. Xiao Han didn't need to hide too much now that things had come to this. After all, Mo Qingtong, Fatty Zhu, and the others were with him at all times. It was impossible for him to hide his secrets perfectly. Of course, the real secret was the demon egg in his heart. No one could see through it for the time being, and Xiao Han wouldn't say it either. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiao Han shrugged. Yes, to be honest, I have some secrets of the demon race. The Emperor of the Great Sun Empire once coveted this secret and chased me thousands of miles away. However, you don't have to doubt that I'm not a demon. That's for sure. Fatty Zhu nodded heavily. Boss Xiao, how could you be a demon? If you were a demon, our brains would have been sucked dry by you a long time ago, ha 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 ha. Hearing Fatty Zhu's wretched laughter, Mo Qingtong, Hui Yang, and Xiao Yunrong couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Fatty Zhu's laughter stopped abruptly and was replaced by a hair-raising exclamation. Ah! What? What's entangling my feet? Everyone looked down and saw a black tree vine slithering over from an unknown place. Like a snake, it instantly wrapped around Fatty Zhu's feet. Xiao, with a thought from Xiao Han, the tattoo on the left arm of the demon emperor trembled. The black tree vine instantly turned into a demonic light and shot into the tattoo on the left arm of the demon emperor, causing another demonic vein to open up for Xiao Han. Alright, there are no cards in this small area. Let's go to other places to take a look. Xiao Han smiled faintly and led everyone forward. Along the way, Xiao Han carefully devoured the demonic aura. When he encountered demonic plants, it was even better. He directly sucked them dry, causing everyone's visibility to increase by a lot. They were always able to maintain a distance of about 10 meters. That's great. Brother Xiao, you can absorb demonic aura and demonic plants. Following by your side has greatly reduced the burden and damage caused by the demonic aura. Our bodies are relaxed and our visibility has greatly increased. If this continues, we will be able to find the cards sooner or later and pass. That's great. Mo Qingtong cheered. Wait. Xiao Yunrong suddenly screamed, her voice trembling. There's a crystal light flickering in the pile of rubble over there. Look. Xiao Yunrong pointed to a dilapidated wall 10 meters away. In the pile of rubble, there was indeed a faint crystal light shining. Let's go take a look. Everyone rushed over. Xiao Yunrong bent down and was about to lift the rubble to see what was going on. Shockingly, a black snake several feet long with demonic aura shot out from the rubble. It spat out its tongue and directly pounced towards Xiao Yunrong. Yeah. Xiao Yunrong's hair stood on end and her entire body went numb. She screamed in fear as she was about to be bitten by the demonic snake. Swish, a saber light flashed and the demonic snake was cut into 2 parts. Before the snake's corpse fell to the ground, the demon emperor's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm released a suction force, smashed the snake's corpse into rays of demonic light, and directly absorbed it. Buzz, another demonic vein was awakened. Well, it's all right. Xiao Han smiled. After thinking for a while, he said, I know. In this land, there are not only demonic plants bred by demonic blood, but also demonic beasts that have absorbed demonic blood. The demonic snake just now is one of them. Xiao Han finally figured out why the demon egg kept rotating slowly and sent a signal to tell him that there were living demonic creatures here. Didn't your true qi read the information of these demonic beasts? Xiao Han asked curiously. However, his own true qi did not read the information of the demonic beasts, but the demon egg did. No, brother Xiao. Maybe our true qi realm is still too low, so we can only read the information of ordinary demonic beasts, but not this kind of mutated demonic beasts, Mo Qingtong replied. Mo Qingtong replied, and then her beautiful face turned pale. It seems that the danger level of this territory is beyond our expectations. There are actually demonic beasts here. Damn it. The chief examiner only told us that there are demonic plants here, but he didn't say anything about demonic beasts. We have to be more careful, but don't be too nervous. I can predict it. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Immediately, the saber light flashed again, and the pile of rubble was blown away, revealing an amber crystal card. Xiao Yinrong picked it up and looked at it. There was a carving of morning passing wind on the crystal card. Found it. We found a crystal card to pass the test. Xiao Yinrong and Huiyang shouted at the same time. Well, we only found one crystal card among the 5 of us. We still need 4 more. Yinrong, keep this crystal card, and we will continue to search. Xiao Han said with a smile. Under a huge demonic tree that looked like a locust tree, 2 young women were looking around. They were all cute, budding girls, and their true qi cultivation was not weak. They came from the north region, passed the preliminaries, and obtained a place to participate in the main competition. They could be considered as geniuses. Sister, it's a demonic tree, a plant brewed by demonic aura. The leaves and treetops are all releasing demonic aura. The younger woman said. Well, this area is very strange. Well, let's leave quickly. Senior brother and the others are waiting for us in front. Let's go, don't get separated from the group. The older woman said seriously. Okay. At this moment, Sister, look. Look, what's that? The younger girl suddenly exclaimed. They saw that at a place only 3 or 4 meters away from them, a small animal that looked like a squirrel was lying there obediently. It had black fur, and its eyeballs were slightly red. It looked like a harmless little beast. This is a squirrel? The older woman was stunned, and immediately pulled the younger woman back half a step. How can there be a living thing in such a place? Maybe it's some kind of demon. It doesn't look like it. Sister, look at it, it's so cute. The younger woman laughed. Sister, you're too nervous. Such a small fellow, even if it's a demon, it won't be able to hurt us. We can extinguish it with a raise of our hand. Hee hee. Sister, look, it's acting cute in front of us. Hee hee hee, it's a little interesting. Forget it, let's kill this little squirrel. The older woman said. However, at this moment. Swish. A black demon snake noiselessly shot down from the thick layer of leaves. The 2 women's attention was completely attracted by the little squirrel, and they were caught off guard. Pooh! The black demonic snake suddenly pierced through the back of the older woman's head. Gu-gu-gu-gu-gu-gu, a sound like water being sucked rang out. It gave people goosebumps. The black snake was fiercely sucking her brain. Ah! The woman let out a roar of despair and pain. It was a miserable cry before death. Sister! Sister, what's wrong? The younger woman panicked for a moment and hurriedly went to support the older woman. Suddenly, a demonic light flashed in the scarlet eyes of the little squirrel, and it suddenly leaped over like a bolt of lightning, directly jumping onto the shoulder of the slightly younger woman, and then easily jumping onto her head. Pooh! The little squirrel's mouth protruded a section of canine teeth, directly piercing through the woman's skull. Gu-gu-gu-gu-gu-gu, the sound of sucking brain juice rang out. Not long after, the snake and squirrel simultaneously drilled into the two women's heads. The delicate bodies of the two women trembled crazily, as if they were suffering from a stroke. After a dozen breaths, they calmed down. Hee. Sister, the hole on your head is so big, little sister will cover it for you. The younger woman gently stretched out her white hand and tidied up the hair of the older woman, making it into a bun, making it just enough to cover the hole on her head. Hee, little sister, you too. Big sister will help you fix it. The two of them tidied up their appearance, and the older woman laughed, shaking like a flower. Let's go, little sister, let's go find senior brother and the others. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The two women laughed wildly at the same time. That laughter was filled with demonic chi. When they raised their heads, their faces were extremely distorted and sinister. Their eyeballs were scarlet red. Chapter 174. Under a demon tree that was more than 100 feet tall, this demon tree was completely black, as if it was carved out of a large piece of demon stone. It was enshrouded in an extremely evil demonic aura. Between the leaves and branches that almost covered the sky, there seemed to be countless ghosts hibernating, emitting a sinister and terrifying aura. However, there is a little crystal light between the branches. Xiao Han stood under the huge demon tree and looked up with his hand over his eyes. Maybe it's another crystal card. Hee, let's swallow this demon tree first. Boom! The demon Thearka's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm burst out with a whirlpool-like suction force. The nebula changed, and demonic light filled the air. Poof poof poof, the huge demon tree that was more than 100 feet tall was peeled off and turned into rays of demonic light that merged into the demon Thearka's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. In an instant, the huge tree turned into nothingness and was drunk by the demon Thearka's palm. The demon veins were continuously awakening. It was as if it could not be stopped. Whoosh! A crystal card fell from the air. Xiao Han seized the opportunity and caught it in his hand. Ha ha ha, the second crystal card. Xiao Han laughed and threw the crystal card to Hua Deng. Senior sister Hua, this is the clearance crystal card. Keep it well. Hua Deng caught it and looked at Xiao Han with gratitude. Thank you, junior brother Xiao Han. Let's continue. Xiao Han was like a fish in water in this sea of demonic light. Now, Xiao Han's left arm's palm tattoo had awakened a total of 423 demon veins. Along the way, he had absorbed countless demon trees, demon flowers, demon herbs, and demon fruits. It was a great supplement. Xiao Han's mind was immersed in the tattoo on the shifter sovereign's palm. He saw that the 423 shifter veins were like spirit rivers and veins, surrounding the two shifter sovereign crystals like stars and gems. The two shifter sovereign crystals were shining brightly like stars and gems, floating with faint shifter ray civilization and runes. There were many demon veins on the demon Thearka's palm. They were countless and densely packed like the capillaries in a human body. That was the great demonic emperor's palm. It was lost, refined by Xiao Han with the help of the demon egg. This was a huge treasure. Once the demonic veins were fully opened, Xiao Han couldn't even imagine how terrifying the power of this palm would be. It was practically capable of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. A single palm strike could even pierce through the earth's crust. Wow! Boss Xiao, that head examiner really knows how to hide. He actually hid a crystal card between the leaves of a demon tree that is over 100 feet tall. If it wasn't for Boss Xiao being able to absorb demon aura and demon plants, which greatly increased our visibility, we wouldn't have been able to see the crystal card at such a high place and would have missed it. Fatty Zhu sighed repeatedly. Alright, let's not talk too much. We are still missing 3 crystal cards. Let's keep looking. Xiao Han smiled. The group continued onward. That's right. Boss Xiao, it's only been a few hours, but we've already found 2 crystal cards. The main reason is because Boss Xiao is too powerful. The demonic chi here can't restrain you at all. The time it takes to find the crystal cards is a full 3 days. That. Boss Xiao, are you interested in obtaining the so-called most precious red card? Fatty Zhu came over and asked Xiao Han with a fawning face. There's only 1 red card. It's extremely precious. It can be exchanged for rewards from the examiner. Moreover, it's helpful for the next round. I definitely want to get it. Xiao Han said without a doubt. Xiao Han, those participants from the Demon Hero region have threatened that they will not let anyone who dares to touch that red card. Those guys are fierce and overbearing. They are not to be trifled with. If you obtain the red card, it's tantamount to directly offending them. Xiao Yinrong said with some worry. It's fine. This Demon Hero selection competition is too difficult. Death is everywhere. No one knows what the next round is. Since the red card can help me pass the next round, why shouldn't I take it? It's tantamount to a life-saving trump card. I'm not afraid of the participants from the Demon Hero region. They are strong, but I'm not a softie. If we really fight, it's still unknown who will win. Xiao Han's face was full of domineering. At this moment, help me. Is there anyone? In front of them was a gray demonic aura. A pitiful female voice was transmitted, pleading. Who is it? Fatty Zhu said loudly. I'm entangled by the demonic vines. Hurry and save me. I'm a participant from the Western region. Help. The female voice cried. Oh. Fatty Zhu nodded slightly. Boss Xiao, it's a participant from the Western region. I'll go and take a look. After saying that, Fatty Zhu strode towards the voice. The dormant demonic egg in Xiao Han's heart turned slightly. He shouted to stop it. Fatty, wait a moment. Huh? Fatty Zhu stopped in his tracks. Xiao Han carefully walked forward. The Demon Emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm throbbed, continuously absorbing the demonic aura in front of him. The visibility gradually increased. The line of sight in front of him was like seeing through the clouds, shockingly. More than a meter away from Xiao Han, there was a deep hole in the ground. It was dozens of feet wide and bottomless. On the other side of the deep pit, on top of a demon tree, a demon crow was perched on the treetops. As it flapped its wings, it emitted a female voice. Save me. Quickly come and save me. Save me. The voice was delicate and cute, delicate and pitiful, and vivid. The demonic crow's sharp beak was stained with blood and some white viscous liquid that seemed to be brain matter. What? It's actually a demonic bird? This. It actually wants to lure us over. This. Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, and the rest were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. The demonic crow's cold demonic eyes swept across Xiao Han and the rest. Then, it flapped its wings and was about to fly away. Whoosh! Xiao Han slashed out a faint saber intent, cutting through the air and directly cutting the demonic crow into pieces. Everyone, back off. In the next moment, Xiao Han suddenly shouted. Fatty Zhu and the rest were about to cross the deep hole, but when they heard Xiao Han's shout, they immediately took a few steps back instinctively. SSS shockingly. A giant python directly jumped out of the deep hole. This giant python was more than 100 feet long and as thick as a water bucket. The snake scales all over its body flickered with a frightening demonic light. Its eyes were like 2 large lanterns, demonic and terrifying, and it also had an ancient and tragic aura. Evil filled the sky. This was an ancient python that had sucked the blood of a mutated demon emperor. The demon blood had caused it to completely mutate. And it had become even stronger and more brutal. Boom! The snake's head moved, pressing down on Xiao Han like a mountain, toppling mountains and overturning seas. The snake's tongue swept out wildly. Gusts of demonic wind rushed over, blowing Xiao Han's clothes upside down. Xiao Han was fearless, and his aura suddenly rose from the ground. Rising steadily. The Son of Heaven's aura looked down on all living things. With a punch, he ruled over the world. The domineering Son of Heaven's true chi was added to Xiao Han's punch, causing the air to surge and the space to crack inch by inch. Bang! The punch landed on the snake's abdomen, and the snake's scales exploded. The demonic python let out a heart-wrenching scream, and its body twisted and trembled. Bang! 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 Xiao Han seized the opportunity and did not hesitate at all. His two fists were like a storm of violent punches. Sometimes, he would use the Son of Heaven's divine fist to attack, and sometimes, he would use the pure strength of his flesh to attack. His entire body was shining with golden light, making him look like an ancient golden god, invincible and almost invincible. The demonic python was tortured to death by Xiao Han, and the snake's scales all over its body exploded inch by inch. Just as the demonic python was on the verge of death, the demon emperor's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm exploded with a suction force like a black hole. Hiss! The demonic python let out a shocking wail, and its body twisted and turned into streams of pure demonic chi, which merged into the demon emperor's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. After 10 breaths, the demonic python disappeared without a trace as if it had evaporated. The demon emperor's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm gorged again, and 500 demonic veins awakened. How nourishing! These demonic beasts have the mutated demon emperor's blood in their bodies, and that is the best nourishment. The demon emperor's palm tattoo is even more satisfying than eating ordinary demon generals. After all, the bloodlines of ordinary demon soldiers and demon generals can never be compared to the mutated demon emperor's blood. Xiao Han was overjoyed. How dangerous! There was actually such a demonic python in the cave. It was very difficult to defend against it when it was caught off guard. Fortunately, Xiao Han, you were able to predict it. Huada rushed up and said with concern, Xiao Han, are you all right? I'm fine. Let's go. After killing the demonic python, Xiao Han stepped over the deep pit. Suddenly, there's a crystal light shining at the bottom of the pit. When Mo Qingtong crossed the deep pit, her sharp eyes caught a crystal light from the corner of her eye. That was not a demonic light, but the luster of a star jade, which was very dazzling. Another crystal card. Xiao Han laughed heartily. The third one. He activated the spirit turtle's quintessential chi, which transformed into a huge hand, and grabbed at the bottom of the pit. As expected, he grabbed a crystal card. Fatty, take it. Xiao Han tossed the crystal card to Fatty Zhu. Thank you for your care, Boss Xiao. Fatty Zhu took the crystal card with a silly smile and carefully placed it into his Jin acupoint, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it away. Everyone continued to move forward. Brother Xiao, it seems that you're coveting that red card. Mo Qingtong observed. I feel that you don't care about ordinary crystal cards at all. Once you find one, you give it to us without hesitation. Heh. I've said before, I really want the red card. Xiao Han smiled. One had to know that Xiao Han had activated the Demon Emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm to absorb all kinds of demons in this so-called Demon Emperor's territory, continuously awakening his demon meridians. Furthermore, the demonic aura here no longer posed any hindrance to him. This made Xiao Han like a tiger in the forest, a dragon returning to the sea. This was his home ground. In such an environment, it was only right for him to fight for the red card. If he did not fight for it now, when would he? Everyone went around a call, and a demon forest appeared not far in front of them. The demonic aura here is getting thicker and thicker. Brother Xiao, it seems that we're getting closer to the two mutated demon emperors' corpses, Mo Qingtong said. Yes, the demonic aura makes people feel very oppressed. Xiao Yinrong's face was slightly pale. Xiao Han, if you weren't beside us and absorbed a large portion of the demonic aura, I'm afraid we wouldn't have the confidence to continue moving forward. Don't worry. Xiao Han stopped. Let's keep moving forward. I also want to see what the two mutated demon emperors' corpses look like. Heh, where would we get the chance to see mutated demon emperors' corpses normally? Now that we have this chance, it's a good opportunity to broaden our horizons. The demonic aura ahead is getting more and more violent. Under this kind of pressure, it will be easier to cultivate true qi, break through, and explode acupoints. Let's take this opportunity to cultivate our true qi. Yes, there is only motivation when there is pressure. Boss Xiao, Fatty Zhu's 38th true acupoint is loosening. It seems like it will break through at any time. Under normal circumstances, Fatty Zhu would need at least 3 months to break through the 38th true acupoint. But now, in this demon emperor's cave, using the demonic aura to refine my spirit, I can actually explode my acupoints very quickly. How satisfying. Fatty Zhu laughed. Mo Qingtong also smiled slightly. Qingtong is also breaking through her acupoints. Since that's the case, let's try to enter the core area of the demon emperor's cave and pay our respects to the mutated demon emperor's corpses. Ha 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 ha. Let's go. Xiao Han said in high spirits. Everyone moved forward. Suddenly, outside the dense forest in front, a young woman in white was lying on the ground, crying. Her face was delicate and her body's true qi was slightly fluctuating. Her figure was like a mountain range, disorderly and disorderly. Her hair was messy, and her clothes were tattered with many big holes, revealing her naked body. Half of it was exposed, and her buttocks were also at an angle that would cause people to daydream. There's a woman? Fatty Zhu was stunned. Heh. The dormant demonic egg in Xiao Han's heart started to turn slightly. He signaled Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, and the rest to stop. Everyone. I am a participant from the North region. I got separated from my senior brother, and was humiliated by several participants from the East region. The woman in white complained as she was about to cry. Oh, is that so? Xiao Han smiled and took a few more steps forward. Brother Xiao. She has a faint demonic aura on her body. Mo Qingtong suddenly reminded him. The next moment, roar. The woman in white let out a demonic roar. Her face instantly became demonic and ferocious as she suddenly pounced towards Xiao Han. Pooh, a saber intent that could quench the void slashed out like an evil dragon, cutting the woman in white into two at the waist. This. Xiao Yinrong and Hua De did not notice anything strange for a moment. They looked at each other in confusion. Xiao Han walked over, squatted down gently, and gently swept away the woman in white's hair. He saw that there was a terrifying hole in the back of her head, and her brain matter was completely sucked out. Ah! It's indeed a demon. Hua De exclaimed when he saw this. In this hole, other than demon plants and demon beasts, there are also demons? After the demons sucked the brains of the participants, they disguised themselves as the participants. This is extremely terrifying and impossible to guard against. Xiao Yinrong was also in shock. Our vital energy is unable to detect the demonic aura emitted by demonic beasts. However, I could sense traces of demonic aura emanating from these demonic beasts who had their brains sucked out. Mo Qingtong walked towards Xiao Han. Xiao Yinrong, Hua De, and Fatty Zhu also walked towards Xiao Han. It must be some demon beast that sucked the brains of this female participant and disguised itself as her, obtaining her thoughts and memories. The competition is getting crueler and crueler. I'm afraid that many participants have already fallen. Xiao Han said slowly. Junior brother Xiao Han. Since we have already found 3 crystal cards, we still need 2 more. Let's hurry up and find them. That red crystal card can only be found by chance. Let's just find 5 ordinary crystal cards and leave this place. This place is too scary. So far, there are already participants whose brains have been taken over by the demon beasts. Huada said in shock. Yes, let's act according to the situation. Xiao Han replied without giving any comment. In the next moment, he was about to activate the demon sovereign's palm tattoo on his left arm to refine the demon corpse into pure demon light and absorb it. However, at this moment, boom! A burst of powerful true chi light blew away a cloud of gray demonic aura on the left side. A young man in a green robe slowly walked out. He was about 20 years old and had a mature and steady temperament. His eyes were very sharp, and his eyebrows were like swords. His eyes were filled with arrogance and conceit. His body moved slightly, and his entire body emitted a huge aura. A true chi flood dragon appeared behind him. This flood dragon was more than 20 zhang long. When it coiled up, its pressure was vast and mighty, and it emitted an incomparably awe-inspiring aura. It was as if he was a king. There were 44 true chi acupoints on his body. They were shining brightly, indicating his extraordinary cultivation base of the 5th level of true chi. Oh! How dare you! The young man said coldly. You actually dared to kill my junior sister. You really don't know the difference between life and death. Which domain are you from? What sect are you from? She was not killed by us. She was possessed by a demonic beast. Xiao Yunrong explained. Xiao Han smiled faintly. There is a hole on her head, and her brain matter is not leaking out. You can see for yourself. There is a black centipede in the hole on her head. It was a demonic beast, but it was killed by my blade energy. The young man saw the hole on the woman's head and nodded slightly. She was indeed killed by a demonic beast. Alright, this matter has nothing to do with you. However, my junior sister's body was cut in half by your blade. This is simply a great crime. You have 3 crystal cards? Very good, hand over the crystal cards, and this matter can be written off. Otherwise, I will let you die an ugly death. You probably don't know my reputation in the northern region. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han suddenly laughed loudly and slowly stood up. You are F***king courting death, do you know that? You actually found 3 crystal cards. Your luck is not bad. Oh, no, to be precise, it is my luck that is not bad. The grayish demonic aura was blown away again, and a large group of men and women appeared. Leading the group was Jianghu and the bald Ada. Behind them were dozens of men and women from the great wilderness. Their bodies were shining brightly and were extremely powerful. They could even use the pure strength of their bodies to force the demonic aura away. Especially that Jianghu. His eyes had turned pale gold, and there was a ferocious shadow of a 6-armed dragon rolling in his eyes. It was frightening, and his evil aura was overflowing. His body moved slightly, and it was like 10,000 horses galloping, emitting an aura that could destroy all obstacles. This group of men and women from the great wilderness had been following Xiao Han's group from afar. They did not get too close until Xiao Han's group confronted the northern region participant, Xiao Long, outside the demon forest. Then, they took the opportunity to rush over. Coincidentally, they heard that Xiao Han's group had obtained 3 crystal cards. Their greed was burning, and they could not help but show up, wanting to snatch the cards. Xiao Long frowned and immediately said. My friends from the great wilderness, these guys have 3 crystal cards. How about this, I will only take 1, and you can divide the remaining 2. What do you think? Let's be friends. I, Xiao Long, am also a genius in the northern region. My sect is powerful, and I am not a nobody. Jianghu did not answer, and only laughed sinisterly. He looked at Xiao Han's group like a butcher looking at his own pigs and dogs. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed again. He was very calm, so calm that it was terrifying. You actually started to divide our crystal cards. Interesting. Good, since you great wilderness barbarians are here, then I won't have to look for you. All of you must die. Not even a chicken or dog will be left alive. Chapter 175. Facing the strongest young man from the northern region, Qiao Long, and the dozens of human-shaped savage beasts led by the warrior of the great wilderness, Wanyangu, not only was Xiao Han not afraid, he even spoke with assurance. His expression gradually darkened, and his killing intent filled the air as he spoke slowly. I've always been a kind person and never tried to steal other people's crystal cards. I didn't expect that someone would try to steal from me. Very well, since you dare to steal from me, I'll kill you. There's no reason for that. As for the barbarians from the great wilderness, we've had a grudge against each other for a long time. They've been following me all this time. Let's settle this once and for all. Kill them all. Oh. Hearing Xiao Han's words, Qiao Long, Wanyangu, and the others were not enraged. Instead, they were stunned. Xiao Han's companions were stunned as well. It was true that Xiao Han was an invincible figure among the younger generation of the southern region. He had overcome all the obstacles in the preliminary round and was invincible. However, Qiao Long and Wanyangu's battle strength was not inferior to the 10 seeded participants of the southern region's preliminary round. In fact, they were even stronger. Qiao Long had opened 44 true acupoints and was at the 5th stage of true qi. Among the younger generation, he was peerless. Furthermore, his aura was as strong as the sea. His spirit and demeanor were a notch higher than the others. His battle strength was even a notch higher than Prince Huolai of the southern region. Wanyangu was a ferocious man from the ancient country of great wilderness. His flesh was like a treasure, his internal organs were as deep as the sea, and his blood qi and vitality were as vigorous as a dragon's. Furthermore, he had opened 41 true acupoints and was also at the 5th stage of true qi. As a result, his overall battle strength was a notch higher than Xiao Long's. Just Wanyangu alone was enough to give Xiao Han a headache, not to mention Xiao Long, who was watching him like a tiger watching its prey. Furthermore, the group of men and women from the great wilderness that Wanyangu brought with him were all outstanding geniuses. They would not be easy to deal with. Xiao Han said that he was going to kill them in such a casual manner. It seemed that he was indeed being careless. Is there something wrong with your brain? Qiao Long was dumbfounded. I think you've consumed some kind of elixir to conceal your cultivation level. But based on your age, no matter how talented you are, you're only at the 4th stage of true qi. People like you might be outstanding in the southern region for a while, but in the northern region, of course. I, Qiao Long, have traversed the world unhindered. In the North region, I'm known as a heaven-gifted genius. I'm a natural-born paragon. In the future, I will definitely dominate a region. I, Qiao Long, can kill dozens of people like you with a flip of my hand. How dare you roar? You're going to kill me? People of the northern region, join forces with me, Wanyangu, to suppress this person. The rest of you, deal with the others. Northern region cultivators, of Wanyangu, man, Wanyangu stuck out his coarse tongue and licked his lips. Ferocious aura burst out from his eyes. The 6-armed barbaric dragon in his pupils roared vaguely, and its evil aura filled the air. Xiao Han, M.O., of fiend, he. Xiao Han savage, Xiao Tian Xiao, Fatty Zhu calmed down in the face of danger. He was also preparing a killing move. He wanted to summon countless huge swords and crush all the enemies. Long, and heaven, Tian Long Wu Long Xiao Master, Dragon of Savage, Chen Wu, of Xiao Long, Sha, Tian Wilderness. Wu Tang. Suddenly, Xiao Han said with a smile. Fatty, Miss Mo, Senior Sister Hua, Yun Rong, don't do anything. To deal with this group of scum, I'll fight them all alone. What? Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu exclaimed at the same time. What a joke. One against all the enemies. This was too absurd. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Long and Wan Yengu burst into laughter. Right at this moment. Boom. Boom. The glass-like demonic light on Xiao Han's left arm blossomed completely. It was as if the mysterious demonic voice and obscure chanting came from afar. Two incomparably huge ancient demon talismans appeared out of nowhere, tearing apart the void and descending. A demonic wind swept forth. The sun and moon lost their light. Flying sand and stones. These were ancient demonic characters, completely different from the characters of the human race, but they contained an incomparably evil and demonic sealing power. There was a trace of suppressing 10,000 immortals inside. Unfathomable. In the sky, the two ancient demon talismans released endless demonic light. The red light shocked the sky, and the demonic glow was blazing. The demonic sound could corrode one's will and soul, and the aura was too shocking. There was a faint might of a demon emperor, frightening one's soul. Sky Demon Investiture. This was the second time Xiao Han used this demonic technique. The first time he used it to seal the demon hero, Nangong Yi. However, at that time, Xiao Han had only awakened 100 demon meridians, and the demonic power provided to the Demon Emperor crystal was slightly insufficient. Thus, the power of the Sky Demon Investiture could only be unleashed. At this moment, Xiao Han had awakened 500 demon meridians, and his demonic power was abundant. He instantly drained all his demonic power and shot out 2 demon talismans. Devouring the 9 continents, suppressing the ages. In a flash, the 2 demon talismans descended from the sky, covering Wan Yengu and Xiao Long. In an instant, Wan Yengu and Xiao Long's true qi was sealed, and all their movements were completely sealed. As if petrified, the two stood on the spot, dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's body moved, and his physical strength surged out. He rushed in front of Wan Yengu, and grabbed Wan Yengu's legs with both hands. Wan Yengu was swung up by Xiao Han. In the next moment, the most terrifying thing happened. Die. Xiao Han had actually used Wan Yengu's body as a hammer to sweep away an army of 1,000, sweeping toward Xiao Long's waist. Wan Yengu was a mutant from the great wilderness, a warrior of an ancient country. He was born with divine strength, and his body was like a treasure shell, impenetrable by swords and spears. The strength of his body was even stronger than Xiao Han's. At this time, he was bound by the Sky Demon Investiture and could not move. He was swung out by Xiao Han. Wan Yengu's body weight was more than tens of thousands of kilograms, and he was like a heavy weapon used to attack cities. When he was swung out by Xiao Han's huge strength, it complemented each other, producing the sound of wind and thunder, destroying everything. Bang! Wan Yengu's body slammed into Xiao Long. The sound of mountains collapsing, meteorites crashing, stars shaking, and volcanoes erupting could be heard. Xiao Long's flesh shell was completely smashed. All his bones exploded, and his internal organs were pulverized. With a poof, he was smashed into a pile of minced meat, and a mist of blood filled the air. A large pile of supreme-grade true qi spirit stones, elixirs, and books burst out from Xiao Long's shattered acupoints and spread out on the ground. Xiao Han smiled sinisterly, and turned around to rush into the group of men and women of the wilderness who did not know what was going on. Bang! 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 Xiao Han swung Wan Yengu's body and smashed it randomly. Tossing and swallowing like a whale, he smashed a large area like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. 10,000 elephants galloped, crushing with great force. Every single person from the great wilderness that was hit would explode and shatter to the point where they could not be any more shattered. That bald Ada did not escape this calamity either. He was smashed to death, and his flesh shell shattered, splattering on the ground. Violent power and ruthlessness swept through the 3,000 great worlds. Until all the enemies were smashed to death, Xiao Han's flesh shell surged, and he rushed up 100 meters high. He lifted Wan Yangu's body up high, and when he landed, he smashed it with all his strength. Bang! Wan Yangu's body directly collapsed on a huge rock, and the rock was smashed into pieces. Finally, Xiao Han was satisfied and casually threw Wan Yangu's broken body to the side. At this moment, Wan Yangu's body was completely cracked, and it was covered with spider web-like cracks. All the bones in his body had been smashed into pieces. He kept twitching on the ground, and blood spurted out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Even his internal organs were spat out. He was like a dead dog that was convulsing and losing control of his bowels. After a few breaths, bang, a pile of shiny items burst out from Wan Yangu's true acupoint. He was dead. Xiao Han had indeed killed all the enemies with his own strength. Even Wan Yangu and Xiao Long, the two great experts, had died tragically without even releasing a single move. They were all ferocious people with ultimate killing techniques. Wan Yangu's true Qi cultivation technique could even transform into a 6-armed dragon that could trample on the sun and moon. But unfortunately, they could not use their ultimate skills. They were killed by the Sky Demon God Investiture Lock. They would definitely not die in peace. This was absolutely torturous killing. Xiao Han's methods were simply as swift as a thunderbolt, swift as the wind, and decisive in killing. And savage. Savage enough to make one's hair stand on end. A bunch of trash, you still dare to roar in front of me? This is my home ground. I can use all my methods to my heart's content. Killing you is like killing pigs and dogs. Xiao Han sneered. Just now, Xiao Han did not hesitate to use all his demonic power to use the Sky Demon God Investiture Lock. He did not want to be entangled in a fight, and he wanted to destroy the enemy instantly. Because Xiao Han knew that he was definitely not their match in a fight. He had to use the demon race's secret technique to crush them violently. Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Huiyang were all stunned. The scene of Xiao Han killing the enemy was as if he was possessed by a demon god, a god of death descending to the mortal world. The scene was too shocking, and they could not bear to look at it. Their hearts trembled. What are you standing there for? Pick up all the things on the ground. Xiao Han licked his lips. He did not care about the consequences and collected all the items that had dropped from the enemy's true acupoints and stored them in his own true acupoint. There were a large number of top-grade True Qi spirit stones and some divine True Qi secret manuals. Xiao Han did not look at them in detail and collected them all. Xiao. Boss Xiao. You're too savage. Fatty Zhu swallowed his saliva. Killing these people is like killing chickens. Heavens, during the Southern Region qualifiers, you really held back. If you had done this during the qualifiers, you would have killed a large number of them, Brother Xiao. Just now, was that a demon race's secret technique? It's too savage and domineering. It actually contained the aura of a demon emperor. Mo Qingtong said repeatedly. Brother Xiao, you're really unfathomable, I'm ashamed. I don't dare to use this move openly for the time being. I'm afraid that I'll be besieged. However, in this forbidden area, there's no one to monitor me. I can do whatever I want and do whatever I want. Xiao Han smiled. At least I have to wait until I become a demon hero before I dare to use the demon technique. However, after using the 2 demon talismans just now, the demon power in Xiao Han's 500 demon veins had been exhausted. Fortunately, there was sufficient demon qi, demon plants, and demon beasts in this area, which could replenish Xiao Han's supply. The demon veins I awakened are still too few. If I can awaken 5,000 or even 50,000 demon veins, then whoever dares to provoke me in this demon hero qualifier, I'll kill them directly. Xiao Han licked his lips. Xiao Han, no wonder you have the confidence to challenge the contestants from the demon hero domain. Your demon technique is too mysterious and domineering. Xiao Yinrong clicked her tongue and said. All right, keep this matter a secret for me. This is my trump card. Don't tell anyone. Let's continue forward and pass through the demon forest in front of us to see the corpses of the two mutated demon emperors, Xiao Han said with a smile. At this moment, suddenly. Boom. 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 The terrifying sound of all elephants trampling came from the demon forest in front of them. A large number of demonic trees were overturned and snapped, as if they were nothing more than dried twigs. The ground shook. The earth quaked. The demon egg in Xiao Han's heart spun rapidly. What is this? Xiao Yinrong exclaimed in shock. The next moment, countless demonic wolves rushed out and destroyed that demonic forest. It was a complete mess. There were probably hundreds and thousands of demon wolves. They seemed to be a wolf pack. Each demon wolf was more than 10 feet long. Their bodies were black and their eyes were scarlet. Their demonic aura soared into the sky and their ferocious aura made the earth tremble. Heavens! So many demon wolves. Hua Fan was horrified. Fatty, what are you looking at? It's your turn to perform. Summon the giant sword and crush the wolf pack to death. Xiao Han slapped Fatty Zhu's head. Yes, boss. Now, watch me perform. Fatty Zhu clasped his palms together and the gray demonic aura in the sky immediately split open, revealing dozens of huge gaps. Howl, the demon wolves howled and the cuckoos cried out. The sky changed color. Then, with the momentum of 10,000 horses galloping, they charged towards Xiao Han and the others. Chapter 176. The terrifying demon wolf pack trampled on the ground and crushed the mountains and rivers, rushing towards Xiao Han like a torrent. Waiting for it to arrive. The astonishing demon aura soared into the sky, extinguishing all life. Human martial artists with slightly weaker cultivations would collapse in the face of such an aura, not to mention fighting the demon wolf pack. Xiao Han's heart stirred and he asked Fatty Zhu to attack. Fatty Zhu took a step forward and put his palms together. The 37 five-pointed star true acupoints on his body shone brightly and shot out 37 rays of light, piercing through the gray and deathly still demon aura and opening 37 giant holes in the sky. An obscure pressure covered the sky and the earth, pouring down in torrents. In the next moment, boom. 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 A total of 37 giant swords smashed down. Every giant sword was over 30 feet long and heavy, as if they were carved from meteorites. They had the terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth. Heaven Duke was enraged, lightning struck the 9 heavens and crushed the stars. Pooh! 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 The gigantic sword crushed through the pack of demon wolves like a guillotine, cutting through melons and vegetables. In an instant, the innumerable demon wolves were crushed into dregs and bloody mist. Heh! Xiao Han nodded his head in satisfaction. Soon after, he took a big stride forward. Xiao xiao xiao, the demon wolf corpses immediately disintegrated into rays of pure demon light and fused into the demon god palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. The 500 dried-up demon meridians became lively again, rolling with a colored glaze and dense demon aura. The demon wolf pack was huge in number, but they were all crushed to death by Fatty Zhu's giant swords, becoming nourishment for the demon god palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. Very quickly, the demon wolf corpses were sucked dry, allowing Xiao Han to not only recover the lost demon power of the 500 demon meridians, but also awaken another 300 demon meridians. Demon god palm, I've awakened a total of demon meridians. Very good. Xiao Han's heart was filled with ecstasy. Fatty, you are formidable. Mo Qingtong slightly swept a glance at Fatty Zhu. I can see that you opened 37 true acupoints in your body, so you can summon 37 giant swords, right? The more true acupoints you open, the more giant swords you can summon. Xiao Yinrong and Huafan were shocked when they saw Fatty Zhu's methods. In his heart, he exclaimed in admiration. A pack of demon wolves was annihilated by Fatty Zhu in the blink of an eye. This greatly contradicted his usual image of being as silly and honest as a pig. Fatty, you really know how to act, Huo Wu smiled faintly. He. Zhu Fatty laughed foolishly again. I'm ashamed, this Fatty isn't much, I can't even compare to Boss Xiao. Boss Xiao is truly powerful. I'm at most an assistant. With that said, Fatty Zhu put away the 37 swords without batting an eyelid. Xiao Han waved at his companions in satisfaction. Let's go. Let's go deeper into the forbidden area and check the bodies of the 2 mutated demon emperors. Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, and the others smiled and welcomed them. However, at this moment, Xiao, in the depths of the forbidden zone, a streak of sword light suddenly slashed out like a rainbow, like a crimson radiance. This streak of sword light was mixed with the sound of thunder as it surged over. The magnificent sword light was like a bolt of lightning that pierced through the darkness. Everywhere the majestic sword aura passed, all the demonic aura was distorted and evaporated. Phantoms of thunder gods appeared everywhere. Moreover, it was just a streak of sword light, but it contained the supreme profoundness of swordsmanship and strong traces of sword intent. It could slash through the void, destroy people, and slaughter countries. This streak of sword light was smooth and flawless, seemingly without any flaws. It tore through space, distorted the demonic aura, and instantly charged towards Xiao Han. It had a feeling that it would kill in one strike, making it impossible to dodge. It was like a predestined fate. It was impossible to escape. It was a fated misfortune, a great calamity, and a great limit. Damn it. It was already too late for Xiao Han to dodge. In 1/100th of a breath, a demonic light flashed on the demon emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm. The North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal let out an obscure and deep chant, and the demonic talisman evaporated. When the sword light stabbed Xiao Han, his body shattered and exploded. However, his true body had already appeared dozens of feet away. The movement was illusory. The first strike missed, and there was no second strike. A faint and arrogant voice, mixed with the lingering charm of the sword qi, sounded leisurely. People of the Yaoxia region, seal the depths of this forbidden area. No one is allowed to enter. Anyone who violates will be killed without mercy. Xiao Han, are you okay? At this time, Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, and the others rushed up. Xiao Yinrong's face was pale, and she said with lingering fear. This streak of sword qi just now contains the supreme sword intent. It's invincible in the world. It's just a streak of sword qi, but the sword intent in it can crush Yinrong to death. It's too terrifying. He must be a genius in sword Dao, a genius with divine talent. Is he a contestant from the Yaoxia region? Xiao Han looked into the depths of the forbidden area, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Xiao Han, this strike came from at least hundreds of miles away. Moreover, it seems to be a casual strike. I guess it's a deterrent. However, even such a simple sword strike almost made you unable to block it, Xiao Han. Well, if I don't use demonic methods, I can only use my flesh shell and indestructible golden body to resist this strike. I can't dodge it. There's a kind of doomed intent in it, and it's hard to escape. The owner of this strike is very powerful, a few levels stronger than Xiafeng, Xiao Han said coldly. It's an expert from the Yaoxia region. It's indeed there. It's a warning and deterrent, so that others can't enter the depths of the forbidden area. They're bossy and domineering. Is that red card in the depths of the forbidden area? Hua Fan suddenly realized. After a pause, she said again. Xiao Han, judging from this strike, the people from the Yaoxia region are indeed too strong. They're more difficult to deal with than the young generation of the East region and the Great Wilderness. Moreover, there are KC contestants from the Yaoxia region. It's really terrifying. In fact, We should have realized a long time ago that the strongest force in this hex trial is not the southern region, the northern region, the western region, nor the eastern region, which is known as the most prosperous and populous, the Great Wilderness. It's the top people from the Yaoxia region. After all, this group of people are the moldable talents carefully selected by some old antiques in the Yaoxia region, and then cultivated with all their strength. They're extraordinary. Mo Qingtong's face was serious and serious. Xiao Han, what should we do now? Should we continue to move forward or retreat? Once we go deep into the forbidden area, we'll definitely encounter the most powerful people from the Yaoxia region, and maybe they'll start a war. To shed all pretense of cordiality with these people, how should I put it, it's not wise. Boss Xiao. Fatty Zhu also said weakly. Anyway, we've got the long pass crystal card now. We only need 2 more to pass all the tests. Otherwise, we'll look around the periphery of the forbidden area. There's no need to get into trouble. They have a great expert over there, and we only have 5 people. Although Boss Xiao is the best in the world, we're outnumbered. It was normal for his companions to be worried. Xiao Han thought for a moment. How about this, I'll accompany you to carefully search around the periphery. After finding another pass crystal card, the 4 of you will leave the forbidden area, return, and hand the crystal card to the main examiner. As for me. Xiao Han looked towards the depths of the forbidden area again. His eyes flashed with a resolute expression. I must go to the depths of the forbidden area. I've said it before, this is my home ground. I don't care if it's the Yaoxia region or the Great Desolate East region. Those who block me will die. Xiao Han. This. Mo Qingtong's face was full of worry. Xiao Han, you're forcing yourself, junior brother Xiao Han, they have the advantage in numbers. If you fight them head-on, you'll be at a disadvantage. Hua Fan also advised. That's right, that's right. Boss, Fatty, definitely don't think you'll lose to them one-on-one. But they're KC people. The fat on Fatty Zhu's face trembled. Xiao Han, there's still a long way to go. There's no need to fight for this moment. Xiao Yunrong said softly. Take your time. Xiao Han waved his hand. 10,000 years is too long. Seize every moment. I don't like to be stifled. I don't beat around the bush. I'm not shrewd. I'm straightforward. These guys from the Yaoxia region are too strong. They directly shot out sword chi to intimidate me. If I didn't know demonic techniques, I would have been injured by that sword strike just now. I might even have exploded. Since they think that the red card belongs to them, I'll play with them. I'll trample on their pride. I'll slap their faces. Alright, it's decided. If you guys come with me, I'll have to split my attention to take care of you. How about this, I'll accompany you to find the crystal card now and then escort you out. I'll meet the geniuses of the Yaoxia region alone. Don't worry, Xiao Han, won't act rashly. I'll act according to the circumstances. In short, I'll think of a way to save my life. Hearing Xiao Han's determination, Mo Qingtong and the others were speechless. They couldn't find any words to persuade him. Moreover, they also knew that people like Xiao Han wouldn't act according to common sense. Once he made up his mind to do something, he wouldn't change his mind easily. Alright, brother Xiao. Mo Qingtong nodded helplessly. Boss, I really admire you a lot. Fatty's cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, I'll definitely accompany Boss. Trample on the faces of those guys from the Yaoxia region. They're too arrogant. Fatty Zhu said with a face full of worship. Ha ha ha. Alright, that's enough. I'll accompany you guys to find the crystal card now. Fatty, Yun Rong, senior sister Hua, the 3 of you can pass with 1 crystal card each. Only Miss Mo is left. Come, let's search carefully. Xiao Han led the group to search the surroundings. Not long after Xiao Han and the others left. Li Ziki, Qing Feng, and dozens of young men and women from the southern region arrived at the place where Xiao Han killed Xiao Long and Wan Yengu. What? How is this possible? Qing Feng looked at the dismembered bodies on the ground in horror. They're all dead. Wan Yengu and the others were all dead. What's more, their entire bodies had been shattered into pieces. They had died without a complete corpse. Who did this? It can't be Xiao Han, right? Impossible. Wan Yengu is a true body dual cultivator. He's a warrior of the Great Desolation ancient country. Whether it's his body or his true qi, he's far superior to Xiao Han. It's impossible for him to die in Xiao Han's hands. It must be done by some demon in this forbidden area. Li Ziki said decisively. Everyone, be careful. This forbidden area is too scary. We've already lost more than 10 lives and only found 2 crystal cards to pass the test. Also, the demon qi in front of us is getting more and more difficult to advance. We can't go any further. Let's just cruise around the surrounding area and search for the crystal cards carefully. If we meet Xiao Han and the others, kill them immediately. To be continued. Chapter 177. After Xiao Han finished discussing with his companions, they did not continue to venture deeper into the forbidden zone. Instead, they searched for crystal cards in the surroundings. Along the way, all the demon plants and demon beasts that Xiao Han encountered became nourishment for the demon the arch tattoo on his left arm. A few hours later, the demon god's palm had already awakened a total of 900 demon veins. 2 demon emperor crystals were embedded within, wrapped in an endless stream of beautiful demonic light. The ancient demonic symbols flickered, making the scene look dreamy and illusory. This place is truly my paradise. Xiao Han sucked dry the blood of a mutated demon emperor and awakened another 2 demon veins. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was completely immersed in the wonderful state of awakening his demon veins. His left arm glowed with a demonic light, and he could feel his strength increasing bit by bit. However, it was not enough. The demon meridians on the demon thearcha's palm were as numerous as the capillaries in the human body. Awakening a mere few hundred was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Xiao Han couldn't help but sigh. If I could melt and absorb the corpses of the 2 mutated demon emperors, it would be so cool. Wait. Why did I suddenly have such a bold idea? Even Xiao Han was shocked by this sudden thought. Mutated demon emperors were the nobles of the demon race, and they were infinitely close to the emperor of the demon race. Sucking their corpses was a very crazy idea. Xiao Han hurriedly suppressed this wild thought and wild hope, but in his heart, he was indeed beginning to stir. Something was brewing in his eyes. This forbidden zone was shrouded in a gray, deathly stillness and demonic aura. It was impossible to distinguish day and night. However, it was estimated that the participants had already been in the forbidden zone for a day and a night. In other words, there were still 2 more days before the time to collect the crystal cards. I need to make the most of these 2 days. On the one hand, I need to find the red card. On the other hand, I need to gather as much demonic qi as I can in this forbidden region, and awaken as many demonic veins as I can. Xiao Han thought. Boss Xiao, we've also walked a big circle, but we actually couldn't find any more crystal cards. Fatty Zhu said. It seems that finding crystal cards also depends on luck. It's already been a day and a night. I'm afraid that many of the competitors have already found their crystal cards and returned to the main examiner to verify that they passed. In other words, as time goes by, it will be more and more difficult for us to find crystal cards, Mo Qingtong analyzed. Fatty Zhu licked his lips. He looked honest, but his tones suddenly turned gloomy. Boss Xiao, why don't we just rob them? Right at this moment, Suddenly, a bone-chilling sense of danger gripped Xiao Han in an instant. Xiao Han was very familiar with this sense of danger. It was the same feeling he had when he was ambushed by Li Ziqi's flying dagger. Like maggots on a bone. A streak of dazzling rainbow light broke through the layers of demonic qi. It was a flying knife. A 3-inch throwing knife. Li Ziqi's flying dagger. This saber strike was very dazzling, and contained a demonic power that caused vortexes to appear wherever the saber light passed. Light was distorted, and it could kill and slay ghosts to the extreme. Abruptly, a strange light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. His entire body emitted a golden light, and his left arm glowed with a faint demonic light. His body also left a series of afterimages. Then, he let out a blood-curdling scream and fell backwards. That flying knife seemed to have pierced into Xiao Han's body. Ah! Li Ziqi. You actually ambushed me. How? How hateful. Xiao Han fell to the ground, his voice filled with pain and anger. A strange look flashed across Mo Qingtong's eyes. She immediately pounced on Xiao Han and started shouting. Xiao Han. Xiao Han, what's wrong? You, don't scare us. Xiao Han. Her voice was extremely miserable, and she was about to cry. It was completely heartbroken. However, there was a cunning and mischievous glint in her eyes. At this moment, Fatty Zhu, Xiao Yinrong, and Huo Wu finally reacted. Oh no. It's Li Ziqi's flying dagger. He ambushed again. How despicable, shameless, despicable. Boss Xiao, are you alright? Fatty Zhu also rushed towards Xiao Han. Xiao Yinrong and Huo Wu's beautiful faces paled, and they were in a panic. At this moment, ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, aren't you quite arrogant? Aren't you an invincible hero who dominates the younger generation of the southern region? Ha 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 ha. But today, you will die in my hands. Li Ziqi's maniacal laughter rang out. In the next moment, Li Ziqi, Qing Feng, and dozens of young men and women from the southern region pushed through the demonic fog and walked over. Li Ziqi's face was pale, and he looked like he was exhausted. However, his eyes were burning with excitement. Just now, it wasn't easy for me to catch your aura, Xiao Han. I looked for an opportunity along the way and then attacked with all my strength. This slash drained my essence, qi, spirit, and true qi, but it was a fatal slash. This slash contained my original true qi. It doesn't feel good to have the blade qi invade your body, right? Ha 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 ha. You will definitely die this time. Qing Feng crossed his arms and stood next to Li Ziqi, gloating. He said indifferently. Miss Mo, Fatty Zhu, since Xiao Han is about to die, you don't have to hesitate anymore. Join our team. This devil hero selection is extremely dangerous. If you work together, you will be strong. If you work separately, you will be weak. Xiao Han doesn't know how to appreciate favors. He deserves to die. Alright, everyone's goal is the same, to become a devil hero. You don't have to avenge an idiot like Xiao Han. At this moment, Xiao Han was lying in Mo Qingtong's arms, his head resting on her thighs. Mo Qingtong's elegant virgin fragrance lingered in his nose. Oh. Brother Xiao, you look like you're enjoying it. Do you like how Qingtong treats you? Mo Qingtong smiled at Xiao Han, who was pretending to be dead. She had a strange look in her eyes. Miss Mo, I'm sorry, Xiao Han said embarrassedly. Then, he threw away the flying knife in his hand and stood up. There were no wounds on his body. Obviously, he was not hit by the flying knife just now, but pretended to be injured. Just a moment ago, Xiao Han used a bit of demonic energy and used illusory movement to dodge the saber. What? Xiao Han, you cheated? Seeing Xiao Han stand up unscathed, the pride on Li Ziqi and Qing Feng's faces suddenly died. Their expressions froze. If I didn't cheat, would you dare to show yourself? Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. Li Ziqi, your flying knife is indeed powerful. It's troublesome to let you hide in the dark for a long time and launch sneak attacks. It's better to take this opportunity to get rid of you. Irrelevant people, get out of here, I'm going to kill. Get out of here as soon as possible, otherwise, I'll kill all of you. This. The group of young men and women following Li Ziki and Qing Feng were instantly terrified. They exchanged glances, and more than half of them immediately fled in the opposite direction, leaving only 20 or so people behind to stare fixedly at Xiao Han. Xiao Han. You're really cunning. But, there's only 5 of you. Fine, if we don't kill you, we won't be able to eat and sleep in peace. Take this opportunity, kill. Qing Feng, do it. Li Ziqi's eyes burst with ruthlessness. At this moment, buzz, demonic light shone and demonic sound filled the air. 2 ancient and mysterious demonic talismans appeared and shrouded Qing Feng and Li Ziqi instantly. Heavenly Demon God Seal. Bang! Bang! Xiao Han's figure flashed and charged forward. With 1 punch each, he shattered their bodies into pieces and they couldn't be more dead. At the same time, Mo Qingtong released the Heavenly Devil World and enveloped the 20 people who followed Li Ziki and Qing Feng. The Heavenly Devil Force field was released, light distorted and demonic sound seeped into the brain. Demon race. Kill. 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 You're all demons. Die. In an instant, the 20 people became confused and hallucinated. They slashed at each other and after a few breaths, they left behind a pile of corpses. Bang! 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 A large pile of items burst out from the corpses and spread out on the ground. Among them, 2 crystal cards were shining brightly. There are 2 crystal cards. Ha 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 ha. They actually found 2 crystal cards. Fatty Zhu laughed wretchedly and rushed forward to pick up the 2 crystal cards. Miss Mo, it's a pleasure working with you. Xiao Han grinned. Heh. Mo Qingtong smiled charmingly. Her tone was as soft as cotton. Brother Xiao, you have taken advantage of Qingtong just now. In the future, don't forget to leave Qingtong behind and leave. Damn, Miss Mo must be joking. Xiao Han smiled awkwardly and thought to himself, I don't have a day, how can there be a future? Soon, everyone collected the top-grade True Qi spirit stones and various items on the ground. Fatty Zhu handed the 2 crystal cards to Xiao Han to deal with, acting like a lackey. Very good, there are 2 crystal cards here. In addition to the 3 we found earlier, there are a total of 5 crystal cards, just enough for the 5 of us to pass. Xiao Han smiled in satisfaction and handed one of the crystal cards to Mo Qingtong, keeping one for himself. I'll keep this crystal card for now. Now, I'll accompany the 4 of you back. You guys pass first, I have to enter the depths of the forbidden area to take a look. Okay. Mo Qingtong nodded, then Brother Xiao, let's not delay and return now. Let's go. 4 hours later. The 5 of them returned to the entrance of the forbidden area. Outside, it was already early in the morning. The morning light was like a dream and the morning glow was like a poem. Chen Shifeng and the crippled old man sat on the rock contentedly. Outside the valley, there were thousands of contestants who had found their crystal cards and successfully passed. Oh. Another 5 people came out. In just one day, 129 contestants found their crystal cards and successfully passed. Not bad. Chen Shifeng jumped off the rock and welcomed Xiao Han and the others. Little guys, congratulations on passing the 2nd round. When he glanced at Xiao Han, his eyes suddenly froze and he blurted out, Young man, what's your name? His voice trembled slightly. Junior Xiao Han answered casually, then motioned for Mo Qingtong, Fatty Zhu, and the others to quickly return their crystal cards and pass. Yaoxia Pagoda. Level 29. In the hall. A group of Yaoxia with strong auras was staring at the image on the gem. I see junior brother Xiao Han and the others. Xiao Mingchu stood up excitedly. That's junior brother Xiao Han, junior sister Huiyang, and Mo Qingtong. My fatty is out too. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Ganglai also laughed wildly. My fatty is pretty good, he also passed the second round. Not bad, all of them passed safely. Heavens, devil, old man said with relief. Heh. Ever since this batch of contestants entered the restricted area, in just one day, 2,139 names have dimmed. This is enough to show that the restricted area is treacherous and full of hidden dangers. Now that I see Xiao Han and the others can pass smoothly. Not bad. Wu Yu also laughed. However, what's going on? Junior brother Xiao Han returned to the restricted area alone. Fang Ling and Dong Fang Qin exclaimed at the same time. Mo Qingtong, junior sister Huiyang, the woman from Mingjian Villa, and little fatty Zhu all left the restricted area and handed over their crystal cards to pass, but junior brother Xiao Han returned directly. What does this mean? Fang Ling was shocked. Could it be that Xiao Han didn't find his crystal card? Heavens, devil, old man was also bewildered. In the valley outside the restricted area, Xiao Han watched his 4 companions pass and heaved a sigh of relief. He then returned to the restricted area without looking back and used his movement technique to fly away. Oh. Chen Fading Wind was stunned and his eyes revealed a pondering expression. This little guy is really strange, he returned again. Crippled old man blinked his eyes. Oh right, Chen Fading Wind, why did you specifically ask for this youngster's name? Chen Fading Wind touched his nose. Xiao Han. His name is Xiao Han. Crippled old man, pay attention to this youngster, he is very interesting. Really very interesting. Very interesting, what do you mean? What are you trying to say? Ha 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 ha. This youngster is hiding a lot of secrets. Alright, Xiao Han. I'll remember him. Ha 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 ha. I haven't seen such an interesting youngster for many years. Chapter 178. After escorting his companions and returning their crystal cards, Xiao Han once again returned to the forbidden area that was wreaking havoc with demonic aura alone. He wanted to go deep into the forbidden zone. There are still 2 days before the end of the second round. I must train hard in these 2 days and awaken as many demon veins as possible. Xiao Han had a plan. Since there was no one around, Xiao Han activated the demon egg in the demon monarch's palm tattoo on his left arm without any scruples. Endless demonic aura was dissolved and absorbed, allowing Xiao Han to move freely without any hindrance or restriction, like a fish in water. Xiao, Senior martial brother, there seemed to be a shadow passing by just now. It seems to be a participant. A beautiful girl in a green robe said to an old man in a short robe. Don't talk nonsense, junior martial sister. The demon chi in this forbidden zone covers the sky. Those below the 6th level of true chi realm will be restricted. No participant can use their movement skills to run wildly here. Even those participants from the Devil Xia region, all of them talented geniuses, will be affected to a small extent. Alright, let's continue looking for the crystal card. We still need one more. The man in a short robe smiled. Bang! A 3-zhang long demon rhinoceros was crushed by Xiao Han's pure physical strength. The demon corpse turned into rays of colored demon light and merged into the tattoo on the demon emperor's palm. Xiao Han stood under a black hill. The hill was covered with demon flowers and demon trees, and demon fruits grew on the demon trees. Xiao Han stood still like a rock and raised his left arm. Poo 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 poo, all the demonic plants on the hill were uprooted, turned into demonic light, and were devoured by the demonic monarch's palm. Even the hill eventually collapsed into beautiful demonic light, and was devoured by the demonic monarch's palm. Xiao Han struggled along the way. Soon, 1,200 demon veins had been awakened in the demon emperor's palm on his left arm. The demon power was surging violently. A few hours later, Xiao Han arrived at the area where he was threatened by the Devil Xia region participant's sword chi. Here, the demon qi is even more intense. A few hundred li ahead is the core area of this forbidden zone. The 2 mutated demon emperor corpses might be there. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Without hesitation, he used his movement skills and dashed into the depths of the forbidden zone. 20 li deep. They were 25 miles deep. They were 35 miles deep. Wang Wang Wang, the demon egg and the demon monarch tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm that were hibernating in his heart faintly emitted a message that was close to excitement. This message was very subtle. It was as if there was something extremely captivating ahead that was attracting bees and butterflies. The demonic egg and the demonic monarch's palm must have sensed the corpses of the 2 mutated demonic emperors. Xiao Han thought to himself. Just then, Hong, a hurricane suddenly rushed out, and a dragon and tiger appeared, engulfing Xiao Han in an instant. A large area of demonic qi was blown to ashes. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiao Han immediately activated the Emperor's true qi and used the Imperial Chariot technique, forcefully breaking through the air and demonic qi. His body swayed to the side, dodging the hurricane. In the next moment, the hurricane blew a huge crater into the area where Xiao Han had been, and smoke and dust filled the air. Oh. Kid, you're very bold. You actually ignored the warning of the contestants from the Devil Hero region and entered the depths of the forbidden area. How impudent. Who gave you the courage to do so? A bone-chilling voice rang out. Immediately, a young man in a black robe slowly came out from behind a thick demonic tree. He had a head of black and shiny shoulder-length hair, slanted and straight eyebrows, slender and sharp black eyes, thin and lightly pursed lips, and a slender and tall figure that was not rough. He was like an eagle in the night, cold and arrogant, but also domineering. His solitude gave off a domineering aura that disdained the world. There were 42 true acupoints in his body, indicating that he had reached the 5th level of true qi. Each true acupoint was like the eye of a storm, and the hurricane was raging. With a slight movement of his body, there was a whooshing sound, and the demonic qi was easily blown to ashes. A contestant from the Devil Hero region. Xiao Han completely calmed down and looked at the young man in a black robe indifferently. He directly used his killer move as soon as he met me. Domineering, indeed a domineering person. Xiao Han glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a dozen corpses piled up under a bush in the east. Each of the corpses was in a mess, riddled with holes, and died very miserably. Oh. It seems that you have killed a lot of people. Xiao Han smiled. Really stupid. The young man in a black robe looked at Xiao Han playfully. There are always some idiots with pig heads who ignore the warning and want to enter the depths of the forbidden area to get a share. They are completely courting death. Digging their own graves. However, this time's Devil Hero trial is really difficult. You good-for-nothings will die sooner or later. It doesn't make any difference if you die earlier or later. Enough, since you have broken in, you are openly challenging the dignity of the contestants of the Devil Hero region. Now I will give you a chance. Kneel down and kill yourself, and you can have a whole corpse. There was a trace of charity and pity in the young man's tone. Xiao Han was not angry, but laughed and shook his head. Too strong and domineering. You are completely arrogant and domineering. It seems that the contestants of the Devil Hero region must suppress and deter other contestants, and don't allow others to resist. Oh, you want me to kill myself directly? What a joke. Well. The young man in a black robe nodded naturally, and his tone was as light as water. Yes, you are right. We, the contestants of the Devil Hero region, can only oppress others, and others can never resist. Whoever resisted would die without a burial place. For example, if you kill yourself now, not only can you have a whole corpse, but we will also not cause trouble to your family. But if you dare to resist, not only will you die without a whole corpse, but your whole family will also be implicated. After the assessment, we will go out and casually destroy your whole family. It is not impossible. At that time, we will be the devil hero, and it will be justifiable to destroy a family. Well, don't talk nonsense. Kneel down and kill yourself. This is the only way out. He said these words with awe-inspiring righteousness. His arrogance, despotism, and extortion of taxes were vividly reflected. Hearing this, the killing intent in Xiao Han's heart was completely out of control. In the face of such suppression, it was impossible for Xiao Han not to resist. Not only to resist, but also to kill. I only want to say 5 words. Xiao Han sneered. Oh. The young man in a black robe frowned. What do you want to say? What I want to say is. Xiao Han smiled. You motherf *Ker, Devil Hero Tower. A very high floor. More than a dozen old antiques sat quietly in a hall. Their auras were extremely strong and terrifying. Pieces of runes lingered around them, and when they opened and closed their eyes, there were visions of the sun, moon, and stars vanishing. Even the air was about to be twisted into pieces with a little breath. It was extremely terrifying. In the hall, there were gems that produced flickering images and a list full of names. This year's Devil Hero trial has entered the 2nd round, and many young people have died. An old antique smiled slightly. It's okay. The 4 regions and the Great Wilderness can no longer cultivate young devil heroes who can take charge. The future trend should be completely dominated by our Devil Hero region. Another old antique waved his hand. This time, we have personally trained the most outstanding young people to participate in the trial, and they must take the OC position. These children are all geniuses that we have recruited from all over the world when they were born. They are all geniuses with excellent roots and divine talents. In order to cultivate them, we have spent a lot of effort and resources. Now, they have finally shown their brilliance. This year's Devil Hero trial is the first step to their rise. The young generation of the 4 regions and the Great Wilderness is too inferior compared to them. They are not on the same level. These children are the best in the past and the present. It is extremely difficult to cultivate each of them. They have received all kinds of trials and tests since they were young, and their comprehensive strength is no less than some low-level devil heroes. Although this year's Devil Hero trial is difficult, it is unlikely that children will die. Ha ha ha, they will definitely not die. They are the future devil heroes that we have carefully cultivated. Look at their names, they are still shining brightly on the announcement. Their names will never die. Ha 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 ha, stubborn. You are courting death. The youth in black was completely enraged by Xiao Han and attacked. Suddenly, from the body of the black-robed young man, a giant tornado suddenly burst out, filling the sky and covering the earth, sweeping away all obstacles. It had the power to destroy the world, and in an instant, it covered Xiao Han's entire body. This move was too fast. It was almost faster than Xiao Han's current thinking and reaction ability. It was indeed too powerful. In one move, Xiao Han discovered that the contestants from the Devil Hero region were definitely on a different level from the other contestants. Xiafeng, Huolai, compared with the genius contestants from the Devil Hero region, they were not even worthy of carrying shoes. They were all disciples taught by the antiques of the Devil Hero region. It was true that the disciples were as powerful as the masters. Xiao Han did not dodge this move. In an instant, Xiao Han felt dizzy and his vision blurred. He felt like the world was spinning around him. The hurricane was like a sword, slicing and tearing at him. It made Xiao Han feel like he was about to be turned into ashes. If Xiao Han's flesh was not as strong as a wild beast's, he would have been blown into pieces. However, Xiao Han's reaction was not slow. Just as he was enveloped by the hurricane, his indestructible golden body surged out violently. Golden light shot out in all directions and his bones were destroyed. His flesh surged and his muscles and bones roared. 800,000 cauldrons of strength surged and strengthened the indestructible golden body, forcibly resisting the hurricane. In an instant, it was blown so hard that it sounded like iron being forged. Break for me. The next moment, Xiao Han took out his mid-stage saber intent and slashed. Moreover, some of the hurricanes were forcibly converted into saber intent. Bang! 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 Xiao Han hammered with both fists and finally smashed the destructive hurricane. He took a step forward. What? You're not dead? The youth in black was shocked. This flesh shell? Are you from the wilderness? Damn it. Die. Xiao Han's mind moved and a touch of saber intent directly cut out, extinguishing the void and dominating the world. Boom. The youth in black's attack speed and thinking speed were too fast. He casually threw out a hurricane and annihilated Xiao Han's saber intent. Next, he threw out another hurricane like a machine gun, directly wrapping around Xiao Han. Boom! Xiao Han's body was engulfed by the hurricane again. Let's see if you can still die this time. Let's see how many more attacks you can take. The youth in black laughed coldly. However, at this moment, a shadow flashed past. What? Demonic chi? The youth in black was surprised. There are traces of the demonic race's secret technique. This is... Suddenly, a sense of danger came from behind the youth in black. Boom! A large area of space behind the youth in black was destroyed. The air exploded inch by inch and chi waves rolled. Sneak attack. The youth in black was shocked and angry. However, his reaction was still fast. He grabbed backwards with his right hand. This grab condensed true chi and enveloped the surroundings, causing a large area of the ground to crack inch by inch. However, as soon as this grab was made, his entire body's true chi was sealed. The movements of his limbs were also firmly sealed. Bang! Xiao Han continuously used like an illusion and heavenly demon's divine seal. Only then did he barely manage to stop the youth in black. Xiao Han grasped this rare opportunity and violently punched out with an earth-shattering punch that landed on the black-clothed youth's body. Pooh! A large mouthful of blood, like a fountain, sprayed out from the black-clothed youth's mouth. His entire body was covered in fine and dense cracks, and his internal organs seemed to have been beaten into a paste. The youth in black fell horizontally and lay on the ground twitching. Blood spurted out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. He wanted to get up, but he couldn't. However, he didn't die immediately. He looked at Xiao Han with deep hatred and disbelief. At the same time, he was filled with regret. I hate you. I hate that I didn't use my ultimate killing technique from the start. I let you take advantage of it. You are proficient in the demonic race's secret technique. Everyone has the right to kill you. Xiao Han continued to sneer and walked towards the youth in black. What are you doing? Don't tell me you still dare to kill me. You dare. The youth in black shouted harshly. If you dare to kill me, there will be no place for you in this world. Get out of this area now, it's not too late. Idiot. Xiao Han stomped on his face with one foot, grinding it repeatedly. Aren't you very noble? Aren't you arrogant and invincible? Aren't you still going to die in my hands? I specialize in dealing with idiots like you. Get lost. You dare to kill me? You don't dare. Don't you know that my master? Bang! Xiao Han stepped on the youth in black's head and it completely exploded. He couldn't be more dead. I don't dare to kill you. Let's see if I dare to kill you or not. Xiao Han laughed sinisterly. Yaoxia Pagoda. An extremely high level. A group of old antiques were chatting and laughing. At this moment, what? My disciple Luo who, his name, actually dimmed on the announcement. An old antique stood up and stared with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe his own eyes. Impossible. How could the Yao Yao that we trained fall in the second round of the exam? Did I see wrongly? Take a closer look. However, on the announcement, the name Luo Hu had indeed completely dimmed. It was a deathly gray. Roar. An old antique growled. His whole body seemed to be bathed in heavenly fire. His whole body was covered in red light and runes. Damn it. My disciple, Luo Hu, has indeed fallen. Who did it? To be continued, Peerless Tang Sec's latest chapter. Chapter 179. Xiao Han tried his best and finally killed a contestant from the Devil Xia domain. Then, he went deeper into the forbidden area. Guys from the Devil Xia domain are really hard to kill. If I don't use my demonic techniques and fight with my flesh and true qi, I'll be in a fierce battle. It's hard to tell who will win. Xiao Han knew it very well. However, in this case, I have to explore the bodies of the two mutant demon emperors. Awakening the demonic heritage is the most direct and fast way to improve my combat power. Only by awakening more demonic heritage can I compete with the geniuses of the Devil Xia domain. Anyway, I've already killed a contestant from the Devil Hero region, and they'll fight to the death. Why should I be afraid? I'll get the mutant demon emperor's corpse and the red card by hook or by crook. Xiao Han was ready to go all out. In the core area of the forbidden area, there was an altar that reached to the sky. The altar was very simple and rough, but its style was very ancient and vicissitudes, as if it had existed for countless years. There were no patterns carved on the altar, but it was stained with demonic blood. An extremely powerful and evil aura surged out, terrifying one's soul and extinguishing all vitality. It commanded the ages and caused the winds and clouds in all directions to change color. At the top of the altar, there were two corpses of ancient creatures. The corpses were releasing the ferocious aura of the primordial remnant. It wasn't clear, but it could be vaguely seen that it was in the shape of a human. It was dozens of feet tall and had hideous wings. Its whole body was shining with a metallic luster and had a strong murderous aura. But there was more demonic aura. The demonic aura spread out like a raging tide. Waves of demonic chi rushed into the sky like ancient flood dragons, giving off the sound of wind and thunder. Demonic sounds rang out, and a monstrous demonic light twisted, forming a brutal energy storm that made it so that no creature dared to get close to the altar. The corpses of two mutant demon emperors. It was really hard to imagine that there were only two corpses, which had existed for countless years. Not only were they not destroyed, but they were still emitting a destructive demonic light and demonic aura. That was too terrifying and shocking. If they were resurrected, the mountains and rivers would be shattered. Killing people and destroying countries could be done with a single thought. In the middle of the two mutant demon emperors, there was a red card, which shone with dazzling red light and rose to the sky. It was very beautiful. There were more than 30 people standing 1,000 meters away from the altar. There were men and women. They were all young people. All of them were extraordinary and otherworldly. He was outstanding and had a heaven-warping divine talent that surpassed the ancient times and surpassed the present. He was no small matter. They were contestants from the Wuxia domain. In today's world, among the younger generation, they were the elites of the elites, the heroes of the heroes. Some of these people looked valiant and intimidating. Their bodies shone with treasure light, and they looked very ostentatious. Some of them were quiet and cheerless, but when they opened and closed their eyes, sparks would shoot out. Some of them seemed to have a world of flames brewing in the depths of their glabella. Some of them had sword auras all over their bodies, and they became one with their swords. Some of them had strong physiques, and when they stood casually, they looked like a mountain. They had the demeanor of a great master, and their pressure caused the air around them to crawl. Some of them had blazing suns rise above their heads, illuminating the ages. With their bodies as the center, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. Dragons, tigers, and tortoises appeared, devouring the world. Some of them were covered in a sea of holy light with thousands of bright moons floating in the air. No one could compete with them. All of them were peerless figures. However, they did not dare to approach the altar. All of his true chi and physique were deeply suppressed by the demonic aura. This is so shocking. The corpses of the two mutated demon emperors have existed since ancient times. They still have the demonic aura that can move mountains, fill seas, and shatter the earth. We've been waiting here for a long time, but we still can't think of a good way to get close to the altar. A young girl with an otherworldly appearance, who looked like a snowy jade tree, said in a light tone. Forget it. Let's go. We won't get any results if we wait any longer. It's a waste of time and energy. We might as well pass the second test with ordinary crystal cards and prepare for the third test. A young man with an intimidating aura frowned and said, I can't believe the chief examiner put the red card next to the corpses of the two mutated demon emperors. He's deliberately not letting anyone get it. Forget it. I tried to break through the pressure of the demonic aura and get the red card, but my soul was almost shattered by the demonic aura just now. Only those who have reached the 6th level of true chi can approach the altar. Let's go. For a moment, more than a dozen men and women flew away. There were still more than a dozen people left. They stopped and pondered, unwilling to give up easily. Behind a cluster of demonic trees hundreds of meters away from these people, a pair of pitch-black eyes blinked a few times and peeped at them. It was Xiao Han. TSK. Such a strong demonic aura. It can crush people's souls. Even the mountain and sea prison can't compare to it. Xiao Han licked his lips. However, at this moment, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart and the tattoo of the demon sovereign's palm on his left arm burst out with uncontrollable greed. It seemed that they wanted to seize the two mutated demon emperors' corpses. It seems that my left arm of the demon sovereign's palm can not only absorb and refine all the demon plants and demon beasts in this forbidden area, but it also seems to be able to make a move on these two extremely evil mutated demon emperors' corpses. Xiao Han's heart was burning with desire. Wow! The demonic aura contained in these mutated demon emperors' corpses is thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger than those demon plants and demon beasts. It's the origin of all the demonic aura in this forbidden area. If I can get it, then, it will definitely be heaven-defying. At the thought of this, Xiao Han's heart couldn't help beating wildly like a drum. He really couldn't restrain the wild thoughts in his heart. However, judging from the situation, there were more than a dozen contestants from the Devil Xia domain guarding outside the altar. Their auras were all extremely shocking, shaking the entire land. Their combat strength was violent. Just now, in order to kill the guy who was in charge of keeping watch outside, Xiao Han had drained all the demonic power contained in his demonic vein. Now there was only one demonic vein left that contained demonic power. Xiao Han didn't think that with the demonic power in this demonic vein, he could use the heavenly demon investiture art to seal off more than a dozen geniuses present. It seems that I can only take a risk and use the illusory movement to directly rush over. I have to rush to the altar and take away the two mutated demon emperors' corpses. Wait! There is a red light between the two mutated demon emperors' corpses. Could it be that red card? The more Xiao Han thought about it, the more excited he became. There were more than a dozen contestants from the Devil Xia domain over there. What? I feel that something has happened to junior brother Luo Hu. A young man with a forehead like a full moon and a body that contained infinite light was extremely shocked. When I was young, I cultivated with junior brother Luo Hu. It can be said that our hearts are connected. Now I suddenly feel that junior brother Luo Hu is in trouble. How dare you! Someone dares to attack the contestants from our Devil Xia domain. Suddenly. Oh. Someone is peeping at the side. Could it be the murderer who murdered junior brother Luo Hu? A young man with evil chi suddenly roared. Don't be sneaky. Come out. Boom! The youth made a grabbing motion through the air, directly grabbing the place where Xiao Han was hiding. This immediately produced a dragon-shaped airflow that shattered the vast sky and locked onto Xiao Han's essence, chi, and spirit. Even the space was torn apart and cracked inch by inch. I've been discovered. Good. I'll go all out. Let's fight. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's body created a few afterimages and directly dodged the grab. Then, demonic sounds suddenly appeared from all directions, and demonic aura rose. An ancient demonic clan talisman directly enveloped the group of contestants from the Devil Hero domain. The aura of the seal was everywhere. Divine Demon Investiture. Oh. The secret technique of the demon clan? But it's just a small trick. A youth slapped out with his palm. Instantly, the void warped and changed. Everything was destroyed. A large palm shot out, and there were countless divine runes circling around it. It directly struck the demonic runes, causing them to distort. Puff! Another youth slashed out, sending out a thick beam of sword chi. Thunder rumbled as the illusory image of a lightning god appeared. This sword chi contained traces of a predestined tribulation. As it slashed out, it completely destroyed the demon race's runes. These two geniuses actually joined forces to break Xiao Han's divine demon investiture. However, Xiao Han did not think too much about it. This divine demon investiture was just a trick to delay time. Xiao, afterimages flickered. Xiao Han executed illusory movement. His body was like a ghost. Afterimages and mirror images appeared in all directions, and he had already rushed towards the altar. You're courting death. A young man directly struck out with his fist, locking on to Xiao Han's aura. This punch was filled with holy light like the sea, raging waves like the tide, as if 1,000 horses were galloping, and 10,000 elephants were crushing. Another young man slashed at Xiao Han. This slash looked down on the common people, and it was no small matter. The long spear in the hands of a young man swayed, and he executed a supreme spear technique. The spear light was like a peacock spreading its tail, pushing forward layer by layer. It was invincible in the world. A group of peerless geniuses from the Devil Xia domain executed a great killing technique on Xiao Han, surrounding and attacking him. They shattered the afterimages and mirror images created by Xiao Han's illusory movement. It also slightly injured Xiao Han's body. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Xiao Han's aura was slightly weakened, but his indestructible golden body surged, and his whole body shone brightly. His bone texts flickered, so Xiao Han was not directly killed. He executed Sky Demon Investiture, illusory movement, and indestructible golden body. The combination of these three techniques allowed Xiao Han to break through the encirclement, and his body flickered to the top of the altar. At this moment, Xiao Han coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. The series of attacks just now had drained 11 of his one demonic vein. However, he still successfully reached the top of the altar. Ah! 2 mutated demon emperor corpses. And that red card. Xiao Han glanced at them, and his whole body trembled in shock. How dare you! The group of geniuses from the Devil Xia domain was shocked and angry at this moment. They stared at Xiao Han, bared their teeth, and cursed him furiously. This kid actually ignored the demonic aura of the 2 mutated demon emperor corpses. He used demonic techniques repeatedly just now. Could it be that he is a member of the demonic clan that sneaked in here? His movement technique is very strange. His movements are illusory, and he avoided our attacks. What? He wants to take away the red card and the 2 mutated demon emperor corpses. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Han first put the red card into his true acupoint. Then, he lifted up the 2 mutated demon emperor corpses with one hand and the other end. Although the demonic aura of the 2 mutated demon emperor corpses was ferocious and terrifying, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart was running like a motor, crazily dissolving the demonic aura. The tattoo of the demon monarch's palm on his left arm had also grown a lot, and it could share a lot of the pressure for Xiao Han. Therefore, Xiao Han could successfully take away the 2 mutated demon emperor corpses without being harmed. Hee hee. Xiao Han grinned hideously, I'm not going to accompany you anymore. Ha 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 ha. Swoosh, squeezing out the remaining demonic power, Xiao Han performed it again. The movement was illusory, and he had completely disappeared from the altar with the 2 mutated demon emperor corpses and the red card. After Xiao Han took away the 2 mutated demon emperor corpses, the demonic aura in this area suddenly became thinner and thinner. Go after him. We can't let this guy escape. He got the precious treasure for free. We must catch him. He must have murdered junior brother Luo Hu. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. He must have a lot of secrets. We must catch him and interrogate him. Also, the contestants of the Devil Xia domain have already declared the ownership of the red card, but that guy took it away. This is tantamount to slapping our faces. Unforgivable. A group of geniuses of the Devil Xia domain passed through this area and directly chased after Xiao Han. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.